May 24th, 2022. Police respond to a school shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. Video released of the response garnered outrage when police took 77 minutes to kill the gunman.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear me? Please put your gun down, sir. Please don't hurt anyone else.
The shooter entered Robb Elementary at 11:33 a.m. 3 minutes later, 11 law enforcement officers arrived inside. Officers at several points delayed gaining access to the room by clearing other classrooms and negotiating with the shooter. After 50 minutes, the team begins to move towards the classroom. A little over 20 minutes later, rapid gunfire, and the gunman is killed.
I just don't know what was going through those policemen's minds that tragic day, but everything said, there was just no action.
19 students and 2 teachers were killed by the gunman, and 17 survivors were hurt.
Somebody's error was made there, and they gotta pay for that error because we're paying it for the rest of our lives, not seeing our kids grow up.
Nearly 400 officers waited before confronting the 18-year-old gunman, and only 2 officers have been charged. One of the 2 senior officers in charge is now going to trial for the failures of that tragic day. Former school officer Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 counts of abandoning and endangering a child. If convicted of all charges, he could face up to 58 years in prison. Gonzalez pleaded not guilty to the charges, and a judge granted his request for a change of venue for the trial. Defense attorney Nico LaHood said, quote, "It would be impossible to gather a jury that would not view the evidence through their own pain and grief."
I think in this case, it was just negligence. Who waits 77 minutes outside? Who does that? Because I guarantee if it was their children, they would have ran in. And that's just all there is to it. They failed us. They failed our kids. They failed our city. They failed our community.
Soon after, we received the news that our daughter was among the 19 students and 2 teachers that died as a result of gun violence. We don't want you to think of Lexi as just a number. She was intelligent, compassionate, and athletic. We stand for Lexi, and as her voice, we demand action.
In response to the shooting, the Texas Senate passed the Uvalde Strong School Safety Act, improving the way police deal with active shooters.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
May 24th, 2022. Police respond to a school shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. Video released of the response garnered outrage when police took 77 minutes to kill the gunman.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear me? Please put your gun down, sir. Please don't hurt anyone else.
The shooter entered Robb Elementary at 11:33 a.m. 3 minutes later, 11 law enforcement officers arrived inside. Officers at several points delayed gaining access to the room by clearing other classrooms and negotiating with the shooter. After 50 minutes, the team begins to move towards the classroom. A little over 20 minutes later, rapid gunfire, and the gunman is killed.
I just don't know what was going through those policemen's minds that tragic day, but everything said, there was just no action.
19 students and 2 teachers were killed by the gunman, and 17 survivors were hurt.
Somebody's error was made there, and they gotta pay for that error because we're paying it for the rest of our lives, not seeing our kids grow up.
Nearly 400 officers waited before confronting the 18-year-old gunman, and only 2 officers have been charged. One of the 2 senior officers in charge is now going to trial for the failures of that tragic day. Former school officer Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 counts of abandoning and endangering a child. If convicted of all charges, he could face up to 58 years in prison. Gonzalez pleaded not guilty to the charges, and a judge granted his request for a change of venue for the trial. Defense attorney Nico LaHood said, quote, "It would be impossible to gather a jury that would not view the evidence through their own pain and grief."
I think in this case, it was just negligence. Who waits 77 minutes outside? Who does that? Because I guarantee if it was their children, they would have ran in. And that's just all there is to it. They failed us. They failed our kids. They failed our city. They failed our community.
Soon after we received the news that our daughter was among the 19 students and 2 teachers that died as a result of gun violence. We don't want you to think of Lexi as just a number. She was intelligent, compassionate, and athletic. We stand for Lexi, and as her voice, we demand action.
In response to the shooting, the Texas Senate passed the Uvalde Strong School Safety Act, improving the way police deal with active shooters.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Every trial has a story the jury never hears, where the truth lives outside the courtroom. Join our host Dara Kennedy and the sharpest legal minds in the business for a new riveting show, Reasonable Doubt, What the Jury Doesn't Hear. No grandstanding, no spin, just the arguments that could change everything. Tonight, one question dominates the Rob Reiner murder case. With a diagnosis of schizophrenia, will Nick Reiner plead not guilty by insanity or be ruled unfit to stand trial at all? This isn't speculation. It's strategy. It's reasonable doubt. What the jury won't hear, you will. Tonight at 9 p.m. on YouTube at Southern Sin.
Rapper YNW Melly, whose real name is Jamel Demons, back in a Broward County courtroom Monday as the state prosecutors and the defense are going over a number of different motions filed to see what will be admissible for Demons' retrial. Demons is accused of murdering Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams, both childhood friends, back in 2018 after a late-night recording session, and then allegedly made it look like a drive-by shooting. His first double murder trial ended in 2023 in a mistrial after jurors failed to reach a unanimous verdict at trial, with twists and turns that included allegations of witness tampering, passing messages in jail, and alleged plans to escape. All issues brought before the judge today to see what would be permitted to use in his new trial. Demons faces a number of charges that include 2 counts of premeditated first-degree murder and witness tampering. And he is expected back in court January 12th on Monday at 8:45, where the judge will hear additional motions. That trial has been set for January 21st.
Teenager Sarah Grace Patrick went public on social media after her mother and stepfather were shot and killed in their own home. But what happened next has everyone shocked, and it's chilling. Sarah was just 16 when tragedy struck. On a February morning, her 5-year-old sister discovered the bodies of their parents, Kristen and James Brock, both shot in bed. Moments later, Sarah called 911 and then posted tearful TikToks and a haunting eulogy online, ending with the words, "I'm sorry." Now, authorities say the story isn't so simple. Sarah faces 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault, and she'll be tried as an adult. Investigators say a mountain of physical and digital evidence points to her involvement. Her social media activity, reaching out to true crime TikTok influencers, has only fueled suspicion. With no clear motive, the community is left asking the same question everyone's asking. Why would a teen allegedly kill her own parents? The case is far from over, and prosecutors claim they have evidence no one has seen yet. Follow the live trial daily on at Southern Sin. True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Families of the Robb Elementary School shooting victims left the courtroom relieved, but angry with prosecutors.
It caught us again by surprise, and I mean, if there was the one word that I could say about their team, is incompetent.
Defense attorneys asked for a mistrial after a prosecution witness testified she saw the shooter before he entered Robb Elementary, something she'd never said before. Defense attorneys argued prosecutors failed to disclose that information, further frustrating families.
To get their act together, to work with the witnesses.
In court, the Uvalde County District Attorney acknowledged she had not reviewed the witnesses' Texas Ranger interviews or her own team's notes, missing discrepancies before trial.
I had not reviewed Stephanie Hale's interview with the Rangers at the time that she appeared for trial preparation.
Defense attorneys argued jurors had already heard testimony that could damage their case, which centers on the claim Gonzalez never saw the shooter. The new testimony placed both men in the same area.
We can't make them unhear what they heard.
After a hearing without the jury, the judge denied the mistrial but criticized prosecutors.
And I'll say for the record that I find, based upon what we heard yesterday, that this was not an intentional act. At best, it was a negligent act, or at worst.
The judge says he's now leaning towards striking the witness testimony after defense attorneys cross-examine her and expose inconsistencies to the jury. Families hope the case stays on track, while the defense attorneys say it may create reasonable doubt.
Two in front of the jury resonated.
And prosecutors, defense attorneys are expected to play the entire interview that she did with the Texas Rangers, where she never says that she saw the shooter. That's probably going to be one of the first things that happens, or cross-examination, but they are definitely going to play that videotape and point out those inconsistencies, Tanya.
Yeah, and I think the question that the defense has here is, can you unring the bell sufficiently? Because obviously the jury hasn't heard all this discussion that we've been having about how this happened.
No, but when it first started happening and they started noticing that something was different, all of that did play out in front of the jury, and probably 15, 20 minutes into the back and forth between the prosecutors and the defense, the judge sent the jury out, and then they swore in the prosecutor, the Uvalde County DA, and started questioning her. Now, the jury wasn't present for that, but it will be interesting to see what happens today. And if the judge, I think he's definitely leaning towards he's going to toss out her testimony, but defense attorneys wanted to cross-examine her. They did not want the judge to immediately toss out her testimony because they want to be able to cross-examine her to try to unring the bell, as you said, so that they do hear those inconsistencies. So they wanted to be able to do that before the judge tosses out her testimony. But he's definitely leaning towards not allowing her testimony onto the record.
Well, as I was listening to the parents, I'm really struck by how angry they are. Typically families in these situations are more on the side of prosecutors, right? There's more of a connection. And I mean, they're calling the prosecutors, we're barely into this trial, and they're already calling them incompetent.
And that has been a very contentious relationship for a while, where these families feel like they are not getting or being heard by the Uvalde County District Attorney. This isn't the first time that we have heard them sharply criticize her, and that they feel like it's just taken too long. And then after years of preparing for this case, she seemed unprepared. And one of the things that she also said when defense attorney said, "How did you not know? How do you not understand that, this happened?" And she said, "I was busy running a law firm and I had other things to do." And so that really did not go well with the families, because they feel this is such an important case. It is a historic case in Texas. And the fact that they feel like the DA is not prepared is just not sitting well with them.
Yeah, and I struggle to understand why when you interview a witness before trial that you don't listen to what they told the Rangers right after the incident.
Right, because she said that, which they interviewed her 4 days afterwards, and then they re-interviewed her. The Rangers interviewed her 4 days after, but then prosecutors had been talking to her, but then they sat down with her back in December twice And that's where the families believe that the prosecutor should have known what was coming. And if she did know, if they did say that, then the defense attorneys are saying, well, that's exculpatory evidence. It should have been turned over to us. Now, the defense thinks, well, obviously they thought there was a Brady violation, which means that the prosecutors would have known and didn't turn it over. But it's hard to say. I mean, the judge did not feel that there was intention on the part of the DA. But also, the family said, look, I think the judge ruled in our favor. He felt sorry for the families. We know that we need some sort of resolution. So maybe taking the fact that this is such an enormous case and everyone has waited for so long, especially these victims' families who have been through a lot of traumatic events, from having to listen to hearings at the state legislature to, everything that's happened as well along their journey. I feel like the judge also just wanted to, keep this case going so they wouldn't have to declare a mistrial and start all over again, maybe another change of venue, and then pick a whole nother jury. I think that would have been very difficult for not just the families, but for Adrian Gonzalez. His attorneys are saying, he's going through a lot too, because he wants this out of the way. He says he wants to be vindicated. So it's not just about it's also about the defendant.
Yeah, and it's just a really difficult case. And, you and I both have covered law enforcement and criminal justice for a long time, and we've never seen anything quite like this. One, the trial, and then you see a prosecutor put on the stand. But it seems pretty clear that based on state law, based under the Michael Morton Act, that they just simply didn't follow the rules and didn't really seem to be aware of what the rules were. She said, well, we opened our files and, they could come over, but it's exculpatory. They have an affirmative duty to provide that information to the defense.
Well, and one of the things that the judge said is, yes, we have, it is really windy here in Corpus Christi today, but one of the things that the judge said is, look, in the defense, we had, by law, had to ask for a mistrial, but we're open to other remedies. And the judge cited a case that he said that they'd been waiting for a while to come down, and a ruling on Heath in Texas, which allows the judge more discretion as to what type of actions they can take in these sort of situations. And he felt that one of the remedies was to possibly toss out the testimony rather than having to declare a mistrial. And he did cite that other case. And perhaps our legal expert knows more about Heath. I'd never heard heard that particular case cited in court until this trial.
Yeah, and what Mike Howard explained yesterday is what Heath did is previously the courts had to be malicious, right? And
there had to be some intent.
Right, there had to be intent.
Mm-hmm.
And then Heath allowed the judge, even if it's not intentional, it gave him kind of a caveat that if it's just negligence, they could still toss the testimony out.
Correct. And that's, for both sides, that's probably the more equitable response and the more equitable approach, because every trial is different. Every set of facts is different. And obviously the trial judge is the person that's best situated to decide, hey, what punishment is going to fit for this particular violation. And I think Judge Howell did a good job of explaining very concisely, coming up with his ruling. And obviously he has a lot of credibility in that area, since he was the one that had to personally participated in the Michael Morton case. So he has a lot of credibility. I mean, a lot of deference to him. And I personally think the Heath decision is important, and it's going to be very valuable, because a trial judge is the one that's in the best position to see which remedy is warranted for this particular case in this particular set of facts.
Yeah, and what Mike Howard was saying yesterday is that prosecutors' offices hate that ruling.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
They absolutely dislike that ruling.
Yeah. See, well, Monday morning quarterbacking at the end of the day is what that is. Yeah.
Well, and will be very interesting to see. And I do think, Rebecca, I don't know if you agree with this, that if another incident of this comes up, I shudder to think what the judge would do.
Oh, yeah. This judge did not seem happy at all with the prosecutors, which is why he said that they were negligent at worst. But it's after we hear from this witness today, we do expect that there is going to be some really difficult testimony that the families are going to have to listen to as well. And they've been really preparing themselves for that, Tanya. They are going to, the 911 tape that was played was the first witness was the gentleman who saw the shooter drive into that culvert in front of the funeral home and then begin shooting. And I will tell you, Tanya, I have covered a lot of trials, a lot of very emotional trials, horrific things that have happened. I've never recalled a trial where the entire media pool was in tears. The jury were wiping away tears. The families were sobbing. It is, and that is not even the worst of what they are going to hear and see in the next coming days. And so they're prepared, they're ready, but they also said, we're hearing things and seeing things that we've never seen before. And one of the things that the defense says, anyone who watches this trial and sees what is happening in this courtroom are not going to leave the same.
No, I don't think any of us will be the same after this trial, Rebecca. Well, we appreciate you joining us. We're going to let you go so you can go ahead and get into the courtroom. We appreciate you joining us this morning. Well, so, we're going to start off this morning. They're going to put the teacher back on the stand. They're going to play that statement. When she was testifying on Tuesday, before things got complicated with this, differences in her original statement to police or to the Texas Rangers and what she testified to. And again, as I've said yesterday, memory is a funny thing. And she may and probably in fact believes that, but maybe she didn't tell them that originally. It's hard to say, or she's watched so much coverage that now she thinks that she saw that. It's hard. We want to believe our memories are photographic, but they're really not. It's not a
especially in a stressful situation, it's compounded. Your processing of what you saw then is complicated by the fact that you have adrenaline going. And now, like Rebecca said, she's been interviewed numerous times, so she knows the importance of what she says. And even if she doesn't know from an evidentiary standpoint what the ramifications are of what she says, she knows that she feels the pressure of that as well. So not only the traumatic, stress of going through the event itself, but also the stress of, hey, I am a key witness in this case. I mean, even though this prosecutor may not have used those exact words, I'm sure she feels the pressure. Every lay witness feels the pressure of being subpoenaed to come to court, whether they're being forced to come or they're coming voluntarily. They know that the role that they play is very important. So she's also got that additional stress on her as well.
Well, and when she testified when she was testifying on Tuesday, one of the things that really just ripped my heart out was she was describing how the kids were out on the playground. She had her class and there were a couple other classes out on the playground. Think about this. I have a kid. We all have kids, and your kids are out on the playground, right? And this situation starts to unfold, and she is getting the kids inside, and she's describing that she's kind of placing herself in a way to get them all in, and that really kind of places her in danger. And then she talks about getting scissors, and then how later she realized that all the kids had gotten safety scissors because they're gonna protect themselves. I mean, these are babies, right?
Right.
And they're getting safety scissors.
They're following her lead. I mean, she's their leader. They know that she's there to teach them, protect them. So yeah, that is very touching and so sad.
I know. And those are the things that when you think about what happened here, it's really hard. I hope I never have to imagine being in the shoes of these parents, because I've mentioned this. My kid at the time of this was the age of these kids. And, I, as a parent, just, it hurts my heart what happened here. And I'll in no way justify the police response on this. I've read a lot of the after action reports. I've watched a lot of the body cams. The response here was abysmal, and of course the question the jury will have to answer is that conduct criminal? And I don't know, it's going to be a really interesting question to see. Now, let's assume the jury finds him guilty. What implication do you think that has?
Well, you and I were kind of discussing this earlier this morning. I mean, you have to accept that, what is the chilling effect that's going to happen? I mean, police officers, they have such a stressful job as it is. Recruitment is something that is so important. I mean, you cannot go to a jurisdiction. I mean, I practice in Tarrant County, Rockwall, Waxahachie. I mean, every agency is hurting for recruits,
Right.
for people to join the force. It's going to have it may have a chilling effect on that. I mean, yet again, not only are you signing up for a dangerous assignment, but now if you make a mistake at work, if you make a mistake in the line of duty, you may be, what are you going to do? That's going to follow you forever. You have to think about what the civil ramifications are. Professionally, what are the ramifications of that? They're asking you to voluntarily sign up for that. There's no amount of compensation that I think the average human would say is enough to be able to sign up to stick your neck out even further in a professional sense than you already are by signing up to be a police officer in the first place. And you've also got to think, I know that as a defense attorney, whenever there is an adverse ruling or an adverse consequence to a police officer on a force, there's ramifications for the entire force for that. You have to, you're allowed to cross-examine about that. If you have a police officer from that same agency in another trial, you're allowed to ask them, hey, isn't it true that, one of your own has been reprimanded for not following proper training? How do we know that you did that in this case? So it's just going to start a whole wave of things that would happen if they do find that the actions were criminal.
We've got a live look in the courtroom as we wait the trial to restart this morning. It's slated to start at 9 a.m. and there's former officer Adrian Gonzalez, and I have to say he looks like he's got the weight of the world on him.
He really does. I mean, there's no telling what's going on in his mind. I mean, I just can't even imagine the whole world. Essentially, the whole world is scrutinizing that day you had at the office.
Yeah. Well, and it was a horrible day. And again,
Absolutely.
No justifications here.
Absolutely. But I can't even imagine.
Well, and the interesting thing about him, and it seems like the reason that he is, one of two officers charged. We also have the former chief of the Uvalde School District charged, which is Peter Arredondo. Adrian Gonzalez is the first police officer to arrive on the scene. At the time of the shooting, he was assigned to the high school. He hears a call out over the radio, and we haven't heard the dispatch recordings yet as part of the trial, but I think the defense's argument seems like what I remember from opening statements is going to be that it was kind of unclear, what's happening. Some of this is, I think, going to go down to what did he know and when did he know it, which is why they're arguing he didn't have line of sight. And of course, the prosecutors are saying, look, he had an affirmative duty to go in there and act, and that if he had acted, he could have stopped the shooter from, if not getting in the building, being able to take over a classroom and kill 19 kids, wound 10, and kill 2 teachers. So, it'd be interesting to see how that.
Right. And I'm sure the defense will probably have police officer witnesses that say, look, every police officer approaches every scenario and every particular type of call differently. Their training that you are to utilize, whether you're responding to a domestic violence case, is different than if you're responding to a disorderly conduct or somebody being loud or like a fight at a bar, things like that. I mean, a police officer can tell you just common sense. They're going to approach a situation if you need all of the information. And if you don't have all of the information, you are at a distinct disadvantage.
Right. And he's, he is outgunned, right? He's got a pistol or revolver. I'm actually not sure which kind of weapon he had, a duty weapon. The shooter had a rifle. And one of the things that they brought up in the testimony, I think it was from one of the DPS investigators who testified, is that a rifle round will, as one person told me a number of years ago after a horrible police shooting downtown Dallas where officers were killed, is that a rifle round will go through a regular bullet-resistant vest like butter. We say bulletproof vests, but they're really not bulletproof for a rifle round. And that's why, there's now a move towards the heavy vests. The heavy vests are the ones that'll protect against, and so they were waiting for shields and helmets and stuff. And of course, the argument from the prosecutors is every moment you waited is a moment kids died.
Right.
And that's
and did he know that? How are you going to paint the picture that he knew that?
I don't know.
Did he know that? Or when did he know that?
Right.
More importantly.
Well, and the body cam does show that he goes in the school. I mean, so what happens is he's the first officer there. Then other officers respond, Arredondo, and I think it's Sergeant Coronado. When Sergeant Coronado is the main body cam that I've seen. They enter. They hear shots. They enter the school. You see them go in, and I'm assuming they're gonna play this body cam as part of the trial. And you see him, them going down the hallway, and approaching that classroom, and then he's kind of messing with his radio. What's happened is the radio is not working inside the building for, whatever the signal, the walls, I don't know, but it wasn't working. So he goes outside to call for tactical. And then, of course, you have this ensuing extraordinary amount of time that the police officers do not enter those classrooms, which is, I find hard to justify. I mean, I don't think there is a justification for it. I've read through it. And as I was watching the body cam, Stephanie, I couldn't understand how they decided this was a barricaded person, right? Like, I'm like, how do you decide to handle this as a BP and not an active shooter?
I think that goes back to the fact that I told you I saw this in another program, that there was silence. I think the fact that there was silence at the elementary school, and I've seen the police officers interviewed about this, they thought that there would be screaming.
Right, but the kids are taught to keep quiet.
Exactly. And I think under the stress of the situation, maybe you're not processing everything like you should be in an active shooter situation. But I think, consistently, every one of the officers that were interviewed in this particular documentary program said, we were just thrown off because it was complete silence. Right. But yes, just like you said, the children are taught,
to be quiet.
Exactly.
Well, in this, we're seeing defense and prosecution entering the courtroom, and we're supposed to kick off here pretty soon. This judge runs a pretty tight ship. There's, of course, Adrian Gonzalez again, as we await the start of day 3 of the trial. The first, because we had opening statements on Tuesday, and then we had this situation yesterday where we had this hearing, and then we're expecting the teacher to go back on the stand this morning here pretty shortly, and then they're going to, our understanding is, based on what we heard in court, is they're going to play the statement that she gave to police, and then there's going to be cross-examination, and then what's called redirect from the prosecutors, and then the judge will make a decision. I'm guessing at that point, then the defense will decide whether or not they want to ask for her testimony to be stricken.
Correct.
And can a juror really forget what they heard?
Common sense would tell you no. Just natural human response. Everybody keeps using the analogy of the unringing of the bell. There's going to be no unringing of the bell. But as far as the defense goes, they've got to do their certain steps to make sure that they are preserving the error for future appeal for their client. They've got to not only think about the strategy for this trial, but they've got to think ahead to his appellate rights in protecting the record for any type of appeal should he be found guilty and convicted. So they have to think about that too. They have to, and that's where the judge comes into. I'm sure he's admonished the jury and told them before, look, anything that these lawyers say or when they object, that's not evidence.
Right.
Don't get irritated if we have to stop or take breaks or whatever, because this is, that's them protecting their clients' rights. So, it's very artificial, but there is a rhyme and reason for everything that they're going to be doing.
And I know from having interviewed jurors after cases that jurors really take the responsibilities so serious. I interviewed for a case I worked on. It was a big case. Interviewed several jurors afterwards, and the enormous responsibility they felt. And the jurors are instructed not to discuss the case while the trial is going on, and they were talking to me about how they talked about everything under the sun but the trial, which that would be enormously difficult. But in the course of that, you actually get to know each other.
Yes.
Because you can't talk about the thing that you're all sitting in all day, so you learn about each other's kids and families and everything else, which probably leads to some bonding, right?
Yes, very much so. They become very, very bonded. I mean, as you've seen, like high profile cases, some of them go on to write books, if they're in really popular cases. Yes, they become very bonded. I mean, they're hearing a lot of traumatic things. I mean, how can you not cling to the people that are in the same situation that you are? I mean, there's nobody else in the world that's going to experience the case the way that you experienced it being a member of a jury. So you're right. I mean, it's only natural that you take that common thread and you do become bonded with somebody, because there's nobody else that sat in the same position that you did.
No, and the responsibility here is big, because this is the first time in the state of Texas that an officer has been charged under this statute in this way. The only other similar case that we are aware of is, of course, from the Parkland shooting, where the officer in that case was charged and tried and found not guilty. Now, it was the laws in Florida are a little bit different, but the circumstances this is the closest thing that I'm aware of to what we're seeing here in this courtroom in Corpus Christi. But one thing I thought was really interesting was when all this situation arose with this teacher, Rebecca texted me some information about Judge Harrell, and I was shocked when I realized, we were both shocked when she figured out that he was the judge in that Michael Morton case, because of course Michael Morton is what leads to a sea change in the way that prosecutors' offices are required to disclose discovery.
Absolutely. And just to kind of bring everybody up to speed, practically, I mean, I've been a defense attorney since, I started out as a prosecutor from 1997 to 2002 in a smaller rural county, which is actually not small anymore, Parker County. And then I went on to be a municipal court judge, so I signed warrants and things like that. But the rule used to be, and this is why it's so different and why a lot of people, maybe old habits die hard, is every county had a different policy about whether they had open files or not.
Right.
Before that, we all had to file motions. And not only did you have to file a motion for discovery, but you had to have a hearing and you had to get a ruling. So all of those were steps that had to be done, because if you didn't do those things, then obviously the prosecutor wasn't in any obligation, because you didn't do your due diligence to ask for those things, to follow through, to get a hearing and get a ruling. Well, once Michael Morton came on, the burden shifted to the state to do those things for us. And not only did they have to just open their file and make it available to us, but they had to affirmatively tell us, here's what the situation, here's how much it is. Here's where we've got the copies in here. A lot of jurisdictions, Collin County, for example, really good about first setting. They've got your discovery there for you. They're telling you everything. I mean, there's some.
Well,
counties,
that doesn't surprise me. Bill Worski's in charge up there. Well, not in charge. He's the second in command, and I've known him for a long time. That doesn't surprise me.
There are some counties that are very, diligent about it and get it done like right off the bat. But as far as, and I can tell you too, Dallas County, if there is anything that they're disclosing, it is not uncommon for us defense attorneys to be presented with something in writing saying, can you please sign this, acknowledging that you received this, that we've told you there's been a problem in the lab, or there's been a problem with this particular police officer. Not only is there written disclosure of it, but they will have us as defense attorneys acknowledge that, so that they can.
It's protection for them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So there's mechanisms in place for people to avoid arguments like this being made.
Well, and I think that, under the old system, there was, and it's not to say that some of this doesn't still exist, there was such a get the conviction almost at all costs. And it led to some pretty horrific wrongful convictions. And of course, Michael Morton was a man who spent decades in prison for the murder of his wife that he didn't commit. And, evidence that should have been turned over but wasn't turned over, could have led to him not spending all those decades in prison. And of course, we saw over the years, like you have been doing this a long time, and when I first started, covering law enforcement, the way lineups were handled was very different. It wasn't uncommon in the old days for, the detective to show a 6-person lineup and the person that was the suspect to look really different than the other ones. And of course, okay, we're starting to get sound in the courtroom. I think we're about to start.
Ma'am, could you come on up, please? Have a seat back in the witness stand. I appreciate it. Good morning.
Is that your screen? I know, but it has to sync to the thing. It's syncing because you're up. No, because it also, so this is a new one. So like, if you're
Okay, we good to go?
not yet, sir.
That should sync it right there. You should be able to put it in here.
On Saturday, May 28th, 2022, Stephanie. And now 12:58, senior and Josh Wilkins. On Saturday, May 28th, 2022, Stephanie and Josh Wilkins. With special agent.
Okay, we ready for the jury? I'm going to bring him in. Let's go ahead. Yeah, I'd like to get the jury in sometime this morning. So what do we have? Come on up.
Just take a second.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated in the courtroom. When we recessed, the witness had been passed for cross-examination, so I'll ask the defense to proceed, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Hill, last time we left the day before yesterday, the jury left the room, and then now they're back today, and so I kind of want to go through a few things. I think the first thing I want to talk about, though, is just you weren't there when we picked the jury, but we asked them if they gave us permission to ask tough questions of witnesses that are like you, have gone through trauma, have gone through tragedy. And so I just want you to know that we've asked them if we could do that, and every one of them there has agreed that we
I
could.
object to being outside the record, not proper for this witness to respond to.
Well, it's just that I'm about to go into some difficult stuff.
Okay, well, go ahead and ask a question, then I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Hale, you and I have gone through that statement that you made to the ranger, and we talked about that, and I played it for you the last time that we were here together.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to play the statement that.
All right, you may proceed.
And Ms. Hale, just to center it, this was a statement that was taken 4 days later when you were being interviewed by the ranger about your experience and what happened that day at Robb Elementary. Is that right?
Yes.
.58 p.m. on Saturday, May 28, 2022. This is Texas Ranger Josh Wilkinson. I'm here with Special Agent of the FBI, Sean Curtis, and we're here today interviewing Ms. Zook. You correct your now. Zook, I'm sorry, Ms. Zook. Hell, it's now Hell or it was Hell?
No, it's now Hell.
Now Hell. Okay, so Mrs. Hell. And so what I'll do, ma'am, and your first name is Stephanie, correct?
Yes.
And it's Stephanie?
Yes.
Okay. Hell. And your date of birth, ma'am?
5693.
No, you're fine. You're fine. All right. And what's a good contact number for you, ma'am?
830-688-6856.
All right. All right. So as I discussed just a moment ago, I'm just going to have you kind of walk us through from start to finish, what you remember.
Okay. I picked up my students from the 4th grade building at the library. Before that, I guess I was in room, I think it's 130, with an interventionist. We were going through her manipulatives since she's retiring. So I was a little late picking up my kids, but the librarian had them outside because I'm usually very early. So I walked out around, I'm going to say 11:26 or 27 with my students. And we headed to the playground, with playground B is what we call it. As we were walking over there, I heard a loud boom, what sounded like a dumpster truck picking up trash. And so I get there very early, so I know that they do that in the morning, and I thought that was strange. Looked around, didn't see anything. We get to the playground, and I had just gotten to the little bench where I watch my students, and I heard two sounded like fireworks, and I again looked around. I was like, that's weird. There was a coach leaving to, I guess, have lunch, and I saw him turn around as well, and he has the campus radios, and I guess he heard something over the radio because I saw him pick it up, and then he just started running towards the gate. At that time, I knew something was wrong, so I told my students, like, run, let's go, let's go. We were pretty far from our classroom, so we went into a 2nd grade classroom where I was in there. Miss Wally ended up in there, and I don't know the other teacher's name off the top of my head since we just integrated campuses. But we were in the first room on wing D, closest to the playground.
Is that room 9?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, if I have a map.
Yeah, that's fine.
We were in Miss Rodriguez's room, so room 19.
19. Okay.
That's where we ended up, me, Miss Rodriguez, and Miss Wally. I only ended up with 4 of my students in there with me. The rest of them were in other classrooms here on this wing as well. Wing D.
Okay.
Once we got in there, we secured the room. Her kids were watching a movie. They paused it. They got under the desk. My kids huddled in the back behind one of her circle tables. The students kind of didn't take it seriously. I mean, they did, but they didn't because we've had so many bailouts lately that they thought, oh, here we go again. It's just another bailout. I didn't receive the alert through Raptor system until I was already in the classroom and secured.
Okay.
So if I would have waited until we got a Raptor system alert, we would have been outside like the whole, pretty much for a while. So we were in the classroom and I got a text message saying that, because my husband works with the volunteer fire department here and he has a radio. So he said, don't go outside, there's something serious happening. But he wouldn't tell me what. And then a few minutes later, he said, there's a active shooter. Don't go outside, don't open the door to anybody, those sort of things.
And so you learned of the active shooter situation from your husband then? Okay. And what's his name?
Tristan Hale. And then at that time, I was like, hey, I just told the other teachers, like, hey, there's somebody on the campus with a gun. We need to get the kids into the back of the room more secure. The teacher whose room we went into, she was unsure if her door was locked or not. So they got, Miss Wally and her got, I don't know if it was an extension cord or a piece of rope that they tied off the door while I'm huddled in the back with the kids, making sure that they're getting down and stuff. The second graders started getting a little, I don't want to call it hysterical, but they were crying. So I'm crawling around the floor teaching them breathing treatments on like strategies, how to calm their crying so that way they weren't making a lot of noise. At one point, the teacher, Miss Rodriguez, handed me a pair of scissors to defend ourselves if we needed to, or the best we could anyway. And we waited, and then we heard a knock on the door. We did not answer. And then a few minutes later, another knock on the door where that's when I don't know if it was a state trooper or border patrol, they told us that we were going to exit the room and we were going to run to the parking lot. So we got all the kids out and we just sprinted to the car parking lot. I think we were the first class out. And when we got there, we huddled behind a car. These poor students, they were all carrying their scissors too, because I guess they saw us have them. So I went around and collected them and put them in my back pocket. And then we walked over to this empty field and stood with some trees. At this time, I walked up closer to the parking lot. So because I was worried about my other students and having my class together, because I wanted to make sure they also got out of the classrooms. Once I had my class all together, counted, made sure everybody was there, we got on a bus and went to the Civic Center.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what time you left to go to the Civic Center? I know timeline's probably a little shaky.
I have it on my phone.
That's fine. Yeah, if you just want to just kind of look at it and kind of
the
rough
Life
timeline.
360 app, and it actually told me when I left the campus. But my to say anything.
No, you're fine. It don't have to be perfect. It's just approximation.
I left the campus at 12:21.
12:21.
Is when I said I left it.
Okay.
And then I got to Civic Center at around 12:40.
Okay. And I'm not familiar with the Raptor system. Is that something that's on your phone? Or?
It's
Okay.
a alert system where teachers can call an alert, admin, outside neighbors, police departments, they can send it and it comes to our phones.
Is that something that's kind of protocol set up to where they should have notified? Or is that something y'all kind of put your heads together on and just try to?
We just started using it at I don't know if it was the beginning of the year or right around the beginning of the year. So we've only been using it this year.
Okay.
But it just sends us notifications rather than coming over the intercom and saying, hey, we're on lockdown, or giving a code word or something like that.
Okay. And I know you've kind of brushed it a little bit, but what is the policy on the school regarding locked doors?
They do have to be locked all the time.
Okay. And that's for every building or? Okay. And do each of you have keys individually to access in and out of the
Yes.
building? Okay. So you don't?
I mean, I do have them. I think everybody does.
Okay. All right. Do you know if someone has I'm sorry, what were you going to say? Do you know if someone has a master key, and if so, who would be the holder of the master key?
There are a couple people, the principal, assistant principal, counselor, the front office staff, Miss Jeanette has a pair, and the custodians.
Okay, so quite a few people then. Okay. Okay, you've already answered that one. And so is there any protocol on what y'all do during an active shooter situation?
We make sure the door's locked, cover windows, the windows on the door. We huddle in some sort of secured area in the classroom. So.
Okay. To your knowledge, were there any issues with any of the doors, both exterior and interior doors, that they were having issues with locks or anything of that nature? Where they weren't, the doors weren't locking like they needed to or anything of that nature?
I know that there's an ACE room, and this lady just started, I don't even know her name, but there's an ACE room in the 4th grade building that does not lock. It because there were teachers in there last year that I knew, and it doesn't lock.
Okay.
I'm not sure why, but it doesn't. And then the ACE room is right next to the room where I was at. Oh, it's right here. But it's 131 actually.
131?
Yeah.
Okay.
But as far as like exterior doors to enter buildings, no. I always only come through, I don't even have to go through doors. I just come through the parking lot to my classroom most of the time.
Okay. And so with 131, are there any students that are typically taught in 131, or is that just kind of a spare room?
I think it's a spare room because it's the after school program. I think maybe that they have speech in there sometimes. I know my students go to 132 for speech during the week.
Okay. And does 132 conjoin with 131? Do you know?
I've never been in the classrooms.
Okay.
But I think the buildings in the 4th grade have that door in
the classroom itself.
That leads to the other classroom.
Okay. Do you know if it's common practice at all by teachers or students to prop doors open or anything of that nature?
Like, do we do it often, or
Yeah,
is it done? I mean,
yes.
I feel like we've all done it at some point because we are by ourselves most of the time, and if we're trying to bring items into the school, especially if they're heavy or awkward to hold, I mean, we've all done it. So,
yes.
I mean, we're not supposed to, obviously, but I mean.
But it happens through daily, like you said, care. It makes sense that
but
you
our
would have to.
custodian is Jaime. He's very religiously locks and make sure the gates are locked whenever everybody comes in, the doors, and he's always going around making sure that they are locked, the exterior doors.
Okay. On the, say you have an issue with a door handle, it's having issues with locking it. Do y'all keep is there any type of records that are kept on reporting it, or is it more like word of mouth? You go to Jaime and say, hey, there's this issue with this door, and
Because it will get done faster that way, yeah, that's pretty much
more word
it.
of mouth.
We either go to the front office and say, hey, this is happening, or we let him know whenever we see him pass on campus. I don't know of any reporting like document that we have to fill out. I know there is probably one on the district website for major things like ACs and whatnot. But yeah, word of mouth pretty much.
Okay. With that, would that come in an email directly to Jaime, or is it more of you actually approach Jaime and tell him what you have, what approach you have? Okay. Is there anything that I haven't asked you that you think's important or that you feel is pertinent to this?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Sean, anything you think of?
I have two, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So when you said that when you all were in the play area and you ran into Ms. Rodriguez's classroom, you said you only had 4 of your students.
Yes.
Did you have 4 students going in the play area B?
No, I have 10.
Okay. And then is it just the assumption that they just found?
Oh, I stood out and I did not go into the actual classroom until every student was inside of the classroom.
Gotcha.
I was
Okay.
standing at the door, making sure, and I checked the playground, and then once I didn't see any kids, shut the door behind me.
Okay.
And then my second question, when you said someone from, it was either Border Patrol or some agency came in, did they and get you to evacuate to the parking lot? Was that, did they get to you through a window?
Through a door.
Through the front door?
Of the classroom.
Okay. Do we know how they entered?
We opened it.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, gotcha.
After they said Border Patrol and Miss Wally looked through the, to kind of remove this stuff a little bit just to make sure. Just because we were hearing, because I'm in a large group text with people from Uvalde saying that they were starting to evacuate kids. And so we just checked, I guess. We were not supposed to, but after you identified it,
Yeah, check to make sure. Well, I'm glad. Do you have any others?
No, that was my 2.
I'm glad you brought that up. Regarding the locked doors, are you able to lock them from the inside of the classroom so they have to be locked from the outside?
and then you can only lock it with a key.
Okay. Is there a reason why they have it structured that way? But no, it's just how it is.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
In the old school, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot lock it from the inside.
Okay. All right. I think anything else you can think of based on any of the follow-up questions he just had and that one that I just asked you?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. All right. Would you be okay if something comes up in the future, we learn something additional, if we reach out to you and follow up? Perfect. Well, I appreciate your time today, Ms. Helen, and we'll let you get out of here. We'll get your property real quick and let you get out of here. And we'll conclude the interview at this time. And at 1:15 p.m. on Saturday, May 28th, 2022.
Yes.
With your permission, Judge, I'm going to move this easel to make it demonstrative.
Go ahead.
Ms. Hale, as just to kind of go back to what we were talking about the day before yesterday, when Mr. Turner was here and he was questioning you, part of the things that you told the jury was that you saw a person dressed in black with long hair and a long rifle when you were out from the playground going into the room. Is that right?
Yes.
You also said that this person, Mr. Turner showed you this map. And you said that this person that you saw was on the south side area, I guess on the sidewalk next to the south entrance.
Closer to the parking lot.
Closer to here.
Mhm.
Okay. And but I guess you would agree that he was person that you saw, you told Mr. Turner he was completely on the south side.
I'm sorry?
On that south side.
Yes, and I was pointing with the pointer.
Right. And just so I can be clear, I mean, this is the south side here, and you were pointing at this
Yes.
at this area. And you also told Mr. Turner that when you were on the playground, there was like dust that was kicking up, that you put 2 and 2 together and realized you were being shot at.
Correct.
Okay. And then I think Mr. Turner at that point said, so if anybody were to say that there was no evidence that you were being shot at, or the shots were coming in your direction on the playground, they would be wrong, and you agreed with him on that. You remember that? I objected.
I
to
do
leaving.
remember answering yes, but that's not my job to prove it.
No, I understand.
Okay.
I understand. And really what I'm doing is I need to go back through what we talked about before we talk about your statement to the ranger. Okay, so when we heard that statement, we talked about the fact that it was, and I can back up and go sit down. You would agree with me that in that statement that you gave to the ranger 4 days later, 4 days after this happened, you made no mention of anybody dressed in black carrying a rifle or with long hair. You'd agree with that?
Correct.
And you would agree that you also didn't say anything about piles of dirt being kicked up on the playground?
Yes.
And since you didn't say anything about a person in black, you didn't say anything about seeing him on that south side of the building to the ranger?
Yes.
Now, those would all be important details. You agree?
Yes.
And I think when hearing the ranger as he interviewed you, you were given multiple opportunities to say whatever you knew or whatever you remembered about what happened, and honestly, the traumatic, tragic thing that happened to you 4 days before. You were given the opportunity to say anything that you heard.
Yes.
And then I want to talk in particular, when you came from the playground with your kids, you had 4 kids at the time, and I think you said total to the ranger that you went to the playground with 10 students.
Yes.
So how many students did you have total normally?
About 22.
About 22. And I think we talked about that. So, and I think the day before yesterday, you said that you thought you had 12 and 10 had gone home, but it seems like you had 10 and 12 had gone.
I said it was about 10 to 12.
Sure. And which is fine. I mean, that's not the same kind of detail as seeing a person with a gun. You would agree with that?
Correct.
Okay. So, but regardless, it seems like more than half of your students had left after the award ceremony.
Yes.
Or perhaps, and I don't know, because maybe you remember or not, that perhaps they didn't come at all to school that day because they were sick or on vacation, something else was going on.
Possibly.
Possibly. And I would expect you to remember the attendance, of all the students and who was there originally in the morning and things like that. But
One of the things you told the ranger when you got into the room, from the playground, you get into the room, that you had second graders, right?
Yes, I went into a second grade classroom.
Got it. And your kids, and I'm sorry, I just forgot, your kids, were they in third grade?
Third grade, yes.
All right. Because one of the things you said, you specifically talked about the second graders. And you said the second graders, they weren't taking it seriously. And the word you used was, here we go again, it's just another bailout. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I remember referencing the bailout.
Yes. And so could you tell us, because that, I guess that phenomenon or that experience is common to Uvalde, but may not be common in other places. So could you tell us what you were referencing when you referenced that?
When an illegal person, I guess, comes over and bails out of their vehicle or whatever they're in and is around, I guess, running around town possibly, there could be possible danger. So we would go on lockdown.
Right. And thank you for explaining that. And, you know, and I do want to tell you this too. I think you deserve a lot of credit for acting on your own when you saw the coach running in. Because one of the things you said is you didn't get the raptor alert. If you would have waited out there for the raptor alert, you would have been out there with those kids. And I will agree, if you had waited, then that shooter would have been near or around in that area. But and I think you doing that saved your kids' lives, honestly. So you do get credit for that, and we appreciate that. But getting in the classroom and now talking about those bailouts, illegal. We talk about illegal people who are undocumented that come over, and I guess it was a common thing at that time in Uvalde. It was a common thing that these bailouts would happen, where there would be some sort of accident or wreck or some criminal activity or something that would cause people to bail out, and it would cause schools to go on lockdown, like yours, if it happened, I guess, in your area.
Correct.
And I don't know if you know this, but since you were a teacher there for that year, and you were a teacher there in like February to May, there's some estimate that there was about 50 bailouts.
Objection, Your Honor, back outside the record.
Well, I'm asking her if she knows.
You can answer if you know, ma'am. I'll overrule the objection.
About 50 bailouts from that February and May time period. And the reason I'm asking if you know is because some of those bailouts would be causing the schools to go on lockdown, right?
I'm unsure of how many there were.
But there were a lot.
I mean, it depends on how you or what you consider a lot. I don't know.
I guess I'll ask what you consider a lot. Did it seem like you were having to lock down for bailouts a lot?
Not an excessive amount, but enough to be noticed.
Right. And I think that's why when you talk to the ranger, here we go again, it's just another bailout, right? Those are the words that you used.
That the kids said, yes.
That the kids said, okay, the words.
I believe so, yes.
Right. The words that you used to the ranger about what the kids said, right?
Yes.
So there are second graders going, here we go again, it's just another bailout at the time, right?
Correct.
Now, you also told the ranger that you were safe. Well, I mean, nobody was safe, but you were at least in the classroom and kind of had started barricading when you got a text message from your husband.
Correct. In the statement, it says that.
Right. And in the text message, you said at first, because he's a volunteer firefighter, you said at first he told you there was something going on, and he's warning his wife, which any husband would. He's worried about her. He's telling you, be careful, like be aware something's going on, because he was hearing, I guess, something over a police scanner or something else. Is that?
Yes. Or he was on the phone. I don't know.
Sure. And then you told the ranger that after that you got a text message from him saying that there was an active shooting.
That's what I said at the time, yes.
That's what you said at the time. And that was a true statement, what you said at the time.
What I thought to be or what I remembered to be at the time. I mean, was still in shock. You could hear it in my voice.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you were, but there were, let's talk about some of those details. Your husband, you were communicating with your husband inside the classroom.
Correct.
And you knew enough to say that he told you that that there was an active shooter. And then the officer or the ranger asked you, so that's how you found out there was an active shooter from your husband, and you agreed with him. You heard that.
Yes. I don't know. Can I speak?
Well, so the prosecution is going to get an opportunity to ask you questions after, but at this point, and I know it may be hard, but I have to ask the questions, and I'm just asking for the answers to the questions I'm asking. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So when you, 4 days after this had happened, and you sat down with the ranger, and he said, based on that text from your husband, that's how you found out there was an active shooter, and you agreed with him. Is that correct?
Based on that statement, yes.
Yes, and that's what I'm asking, what we heard in the statement.
Yes.
All right. The, as far as I want to talk about the sound, because there was also things that you said in that statement that you also said here and you testified to. You talked about the scissors. You had the scissors, children had the scissors. Maybe in mimicking, you were trying to do what they could as well. And that you said that in the statement, and you also testified, correct?
Yes.
And you were in shock back then, but you remembered that detail, and you talked to the ranger about it after.
Correct.
I also think that you talked to him about the cord, I guess maybe an extension cord or rope that was being thrown over the top of the door to prevent the door from being able to be opened. You talked to the ranger about that, and you told him about that detail.
Yes.
Even though you were obviously, and of course you had gone through that traumatic event, that's a detail that you remember.
Yes.
You told him about hearing the sound like a dumpster truck. And we the last time you and I were here, we talked about that, about what that sounds like. And would you agree, I guess it sounds something like metal being slammed down on concrete?
Yes.
Like a huge metal on concrete.
Yes.
Now, you know now that the shooter wrecked into that culvert. I guess that concrete culvert that's, if you kind of go out front of the school and past that field, there's a fence and then there's that concrete culvert. And you know now that the shooter wrecked into that culvert.
Yes.
Okay, so what I want to ask is now knowing that the shooter wrecked into that culvert, meaning flew off the road and slammed down into the culvert, is that consistent or similar? The truck doing that, a metal car doing that, is that consistent or similar with the sound that you heard of the dumpster truck?
Possibly, yes.
All right, because it would involve the same type of action that you were talking about, which is heavy metal being slammed down on the concrete.
Yes.
And then you said in your statement to the ranger, you said after that you heard two fireworks, like two fireworks. What it sounded like to you?
Correct.
Do you know now that after the shooter wrecked into the culvert, he took shots at the people who were coming out to the culvert to help him?
Yes.
All right. And so is that consistent, hearing the dumpster truck slam into the concrete or hearing the dumpster truck sound that you heard, and then hearing the fireworks sound, is that consistent with what you know now, that after the wreck into the culvert, the shooter was shooting at people who were trying to help him?
Yes.
All right. But you did not tell the ranger 4 days after this incident that you heard any other shots or any other fireworks sounds but those two.
I'm sorry?
In this statement, you did not tell the ranger at the time, 4 days after the incident, that you heard any other fireworks sound other than those two, the two fireworks sounds that you heard.
No.
And when the coach, you told the ranger that the coach, I guess what you did was you observed the coach on his radio, because the coaches, I guess, have radios.
Yes.
Okay, teachers don't. Typically, right?
No.
The coaches have radios, and you said you observed him. What you told the ranger was that you saw him saying or hearing something on the radio, but then you saw him tell the kids to run, and he started running.
I saw his face, yes, and then him moving quickly.
Right, and I'm sure seeing his face, you saw alarm, concern, fear.
Yes.
Right, and I'll go back to that, and intelligently on your part, you assessed the situation, saw the fear on the coach, saw him running, and you took your kids and you got them out of there, right?
Correct.
But you didn't tell the ranger that you heard the coach saying anything, like there was something, whatever was going on. You just observed it, and you followed your instincts and your training, and you ran with your kids and tried to get them to a safe place.
Yes. I mean, he could have been yelling something. Now he was saying get inside, but I guess I just blocked it out at the time whenever I gave my statement.
Well, I'm not, something like that, to me, whether you did hear something or not, the point I really wanted to make was that you were able to assess danger and get your kids to safety based on on the observations that you were making. That's what you told the ranger at the time.
Yes.
Which again, we're glad that you did. And and at the point that you were talking to the ranger, you knew that the person, the monster responsible for doing this to these children, you knew that person was dead.
I'm sorry?
The monster responsible for doing what he did to these children and hurting these children, you knew that he was dead when you talked to the ranger.
Yes.
Right. And you understood that the purpose for you giving the ranger information, the reason they were talking to all of you.
I'm just assuming what's in the ranger's mind. That's something you couldn't possibly know.
Well, okay, if you'll rephrase it, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. I want to talk about what's in your mind, right? In your mind, when you're going to sit down with the ranger after something like this has happened, that you were a witness to part of this, in your mind, you understood that you were sitting there to give information as part of an investigation into what happened.
Yes.
Right. And in your mind, you knew that it was important to tell the ranger everything of any significance that you saw or experienced during that time.
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
No, it's okay. You knew and understood while you were sitting with the ranger that it was important for you, just like everybody, I'm sure, who sat with any law enforcement after this happened, you knew and understood that it was important to tell the ranger, to tell this person any relevant information that you knew about what you experienced.
I knew that it was mandatory and a requirement. Yes. But
let me ask you this, right? Even if it wasn't mandatory, even if you weren't required to do it, you would have sat down and talked to them about it. You would have participated in the investigation.
if I had to.
Well,
if it was not mandatory, I would not have gone. No.
Because it's hard to talk about.
Yes.
It's traumatic. I understand. But I think on balance, ultimately, you would know that it's important that they go through this investigation, try to find out what happened, how it happened, and to try to prevent it from happening again.
Correct.
And so we do appreciate that you did participate in the investigation. An hour later, I guess after you spoke to a ranger, you came in and you testified to a grand jury.
An hour later?
No, later,
Oh,
after.
sorry.
Because it wasn't an hour later.
Yeah.
It was years later.
Yes.
Years later, you sat down and testified to a grand jury. And in your grand jury testimony, you did say, I don't know if you've seen it, but you were there, but you did say that you saw clouds of dust. You didn't say it to the ranger, but you said it in the grand jury. Did you know that?
Yes.
But you never said to the grand jury that you saw anybody dressed in black with long hair carrying a long gun. Did you know that you also did not say that to the grand jury years later when you were in it?
Yes, I just heard him say it up there or somewhere. Maybe we talked on the phone, but yes.
Sure. So, and then, I guess in December of 2024, so, I'm sorry, 2025, we're in 2026 now. In December, which probably close to a month ago, came in and talked to the prosecutors. And there, for the first time, if you understand it, you gave them a description
Yes, from what I can recall.
of a man in black on the south. Well, did you tell them he was on the south side of the building?
They didn't ask, and I didn't say because I'm not very great with directions.
So, right. And I'll tell you what, I'm not either. Judge Mayor, first witness.
Yes.
I'm not either. But I think that's why they have these. This is the south, and I'm not asking you to be great. West, south. Did they, in their interview with you, did they ask you to point to a part of the map where you saw this person?
Not that I remember.
Okay, and you said that they didn't ask at all.
Not that I remember, because I would have answered it or asked to show. I mean, they might have, I don't know, but I don't remember telling them where.
But you understand now that that would have been in December, that would have been the first time that anybody involved in the case would have heard you say that you described somebody that looked like the shooter.
Yes, but from what I have in my memory, I said it during the grand jury. I thought that I did.
Right. It turns out that you did not. But I think ultimately what I want to be clear on is when you spoke, are you saying that when you spoke to these people and you said for the first time when you saw the shooter that not one person in that room asked you where he was?
From what I recall, I don't remember being asked where or to show. I don't remember.
And I guess, and you also know that information was never given to us.
Now I know that, yes.
So, and I'll tell you, that's not on you, it's not your job, right? Just like you said, your job's not to do the investigation, obviously. You're a witness, you're a victim, just like everybody there that was at that school that day. Were you aware, or did you know, because the ranger was asking you questions about the locks at the school. And you said, yeah, sometimes we're alone, or, we prop it open. I know we're not supposed to. And just so we can be clear, I mean, nobody's alleging you had anything to do with an unlocked door at any place in the school, first of all, right? That has nothing to do, but I'm asking more about the past
were you ever aware of the school district officials, like the, I don't know, the principals, the administration, issuing magnets to teachers that would defeat the door law?
No.
Okay. Did you, and what I mean by that is, well, I guess, were you aware of any teachers or substitute teachers using magnets instead of keys to cover up the part where the door would lock so that the door could be open?
Possibly, but I don't think that the school district gave them the magnets for that purpose.
And so, as far as, and I think what I hear you say is, as far as you know, as far as you're aware, you don't know that they were doing that.
Yes.
You said possibly, is that something, I'm just trying to explore, is that something that you had seen before? Have you seen these magnets being used in that way at the school?
I've heard of people doing it, yes. I've never physically seen any other teacher at that school do it.
Okay, right, but you heard of it as a practice with some teachers, but you hadn't personally witnessed it or seen teachers do it. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Judge, I'll pass it.
Redirect. Thank you. I just want to be a little bit more specific on information provided to the defense.
Okay.
Okay. Of the three things that are up there, saw clouds of dust. You told the grand jury about that,
Yes.
and that was provided to the defense.
Correct.
And you were also asked where the shooter was. Is that correct? Where the shots were coming from? Is that correct?
Here today?
No,
Or
in front of the grand jury.
I don't remember.
Would you like to refresh your memory?
Please.
May I approach your arm? Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it says on there.
And so were you asked where the shots were coming from?
Yes.
And did you tell the grand jury?
Yes.
And was that provided to the defense?
Yes.
But you were not asked how the shooter was dressed. Is that correct?
Correct.
In front of the grand jury?
No. Well, I don't believe so. Not in that part that I just read.
The questioning that's been occurring. Today's question has been very specific. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes. Sorry.
In front of the grand jury, was it very specific?
Not like this, but I don't know. It's a little more specific here.
Okay. And with the Rangers, did they just simply ask you to tell them what you knew?
Yes.
Were you conducting the investigation?
No.
Did you know what was specifically important to them?
No. I didn't think that what I had to say was as
So they asked you to explain what happened? Is that
They
correct?
did, yes.
And you told them?
Yes.
And when they asked you, is anything else important, did you know what was important to them?
No. I was ready to get out of there.
Was it your job to know what was important to them?
That was subjective leading.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Was it
No.
important for you to know what was important to the law enforcement?
No, it's not my job.
And now I want to go back to those events if we could, okay?
Okay.
You hear a sound? Did you hear a sound?
Yes.
And did you attribute it to something that you were familiar with?
Yes.
And what was that?
The dumpster.
And now Mr. Goss's questioning very well could have been a wreck instead, correct?
Yes.
So you attributed it to something you were familiar with.
Correct.
Then you hear what you found for firecrackers.
Yes.
So you hear a sound
Yes.
attributed to something you're familiar with.
Correct.
And according to Mr. Goss, now that very well could have been gunfire at another human being, correct?
Correct.
And then you have a coach, correct?
Correct.
That tells you to, or what is your testimony? Did he tell you to go on lockdown, or what, did he say anything to you?
I don't remember if he said anything. I just saw his face and I saw him pull up the radio and
But at that time,
I knew.
I believe you said to Mr. Goss that you were thinking bailout.
no, when I got into the classroom, the kids said that they were not taking it seriously because of all the bailouts.
Okay.
But I didn't think that it was a bailout. like based on the coach's face, I guess, and
Okay.
everything.
All right,
That never, I guess, crossed my mind.
very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Just a briefly, thank you, Judge. The prosecutor asked you out of the three things on here, and we talked about it, that you did say that there was clouds of dust to the grand jury years later, but not at the time, right?
Correct.
The three things, these two things were not given to the defense, and you understand that.
Yes, I do now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear what the last question was. It may be important.
Oh,
Did you say?
I said out of the three things, the two things, you said the three things on the board, I said out of those three things, those two things weren't given to the defense. One and two.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard that.
And just because Mr. Turner asked you, was it important to you to know if it's important to law enforcement? And you said it's not your job, and I agree with you. It's their job, right? But you agree that seeing a man with a gun on your campus is an important detail that you would recognize instantly that you would need to talk about.
I mean, I know that now, yes.
Well, and you would have known that then.
Possibly.
Because I think what you were saying when he was talking was that you didn't think that what the information you were providing was, in the scheme of things, I guess very important. I didn't hear you because you were talking.
Yes, I didn't think that what I had to say was very important. I didn't think that it mattered based on or compared to everything else.
I understand, but seeing a shooter and being shot at are important details. You would agree with that?
I mean, it depends on who you are. I don't know, I guess. Possibly.
I'll pass.
Just one more question, Your Honor. Of the three things, Mr. Dawes agreed that you did tell the grand jury it was provided to them that they saw clouds of dust on the playground, correct?
Yes.
But he said that you did not, or the information was not provided, and you did not say before that you saw the person on the south side of the building. Is that correct?
Correct. Oh.
But you were asked that question from the grand jury,
I
weren't
just
you?
read that. Yes, sorry.
And would you tell us what you told the grand jury?
Yes, it was towards obviously the building indicating. So I'm guessing I was pointing at that time or something. At that point, the coach had yelled, "Hey, get in the room."
No further than that. I'll just the whole point. So the specific question was asked where, and you said obviously toward the building, and then it says indicated. So you pointed to something. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that information was provided to the grand jury
Yes, sorry.
and the defense.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, Judge. All right. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this to you. I'm sorry he keeps doing it. Saw this person on south side of building, and I'm not irritated with you. It's them. Saw this person on south side of building. Now, what you just read from the grand jury, you agree with me. You never told the grand jury that you saw the person on the south side of the building, however he's trying to make it seem. You agree with that?
Yes.
Shots coming from a location is not, I saw this person on the south side of the building. You would agree with that as well?
Yes, but wouldn't it be, I don't know, it's kind of implied?
You're saying that it's kind of implied, but it's this phrase right here, I saw a shooter and he was on the south side of the building. That was never said to the grand jury or at any other time, except in December when you told the prosecutors and they didn't tell us.
Yeah.
Pass it.
No further questions.
Okay, ma'am, would you do me a favor, if you'll go with the bailiff momentarily, don't leave, and we'll call you back in shortly. Members of the jury, I'm gonna give your recess a little early. Take 15 minutes, and remember my instructions, whenever everyone rise for the jury.
That's for the jury.
Be seated in court, please. All right, let the record reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. The witness has completed the testimony.
Where are we at on motions?
Yes, Your Honor. After considering the testimony of the witness, we are asking the court to avail us, the defense, of the remedy of instructing the jury that they cannot consider her testimony at all for any purpose in its entirety. The failure to turn over the specific that specific piece of critical evidence has put us into a disadvantage with this witness, has put us to a disadvantage with our theory, as I've kind of outlined to the court in the ex parte brief that I provided. And we do not believe that, again, the court has denied the mistrial, but we do not believe that that allowing the jury to consider her testimony for any purpose, we believe that it'll affect the due process rights of the defendant and our ability to continue in the defense of the case in the way that we had set it up and prepared for in the first place.
State.
Yes, Your Honor. The accusation yesterday was significant. It gave us significant pause. The three very important things were left out. Number one, the shots flaring up around her. Number two, where the shooter was. And number three, the clothing that he was wearing. That gave us significant pause. But lo and behold, yesterday, we were able to find out they did actually have the information about the shots being fired up behind her. The evidence has been developed today that they did actually have the evidence that she said that the shots, I agree, not the gunman, but the shots came from the building and then indicated. So they do have information that she was aware of where the shots were coming from. That does leave, though, Your Honor, still that disturbing point about the clothing not being turned over. We agree that is improper. We should have done it because it was new information. Didn't seem all that significant since we had photographs of the shooter in black. But nonetheless, we believe, number one, it has all been cured through cross-examination. He's pointed out that she didn't say it originally. The jury is aware of the truthful nature of her conduct all the way, and they weren't ready and prepared to do that. It has not caught them off guard as of now because of the court granting a continuance. Second of all, Your Honor, we believe that if the court does believe some kind of measure is appropriate, we ask the court not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and that is the only surprise that they're addressing is the black hair and the gun, and it would be appropriate if the court feels like that caught them off guard and has affected their defense to instruct the jury not to consider that portion of the testimony.
Your Honor, may I respond? I feel like I'm getting gaslit with this clothing thing. That is not the issue about black clothes. It is the fact that she said that she saw a man who matched the description of the shooter with a gun. That's the key issue. It's not his clothing or the fact we know that he was wearing black. And ultimately, I think what the defense, what the prosecution doesn't know about the defense strategy, the court does know. There's things that we could have done and investigations we could have made.
Mr. Goss, I've heard enough. Again, Mr. Attorney, you don't have the benefit of the ex parte brief that Mr. Goss filed, and I think you'll probably gleaned issues from the arguments, but there's no doubt that this was critical to the strategy. And I don't think I have any choice, having denied the mistrial, other than to craft a remedy that will protect the due process rights and hopefully avoid any appellate review that would result in this case being reversed. So I am reluctantly going to instruct the jury to disregard her testimony in its entirety when they come back out. If we could bring her back in momentarily, the witness. Ma'am, could you come up to the bench here very quickly? We're going to let you go here in a minute. I hate to talk to people from the bench. You don't have to sit down, just right here. I just want to tell you, you may hear later on that I will instruct the jury to disregard your testimony, but I want to emphasize to you, you did absolutely nothing wrong. It is not on you. And I want to tell you just from personal experience, memories of traumatic events change, are different, or you recall more or less. I had a personal experience many years ago. My wife and I were hit by a drunk driver, and I spent 2 months in the hospital. Apparently they almost lost me in the emergency room, but revived me. And I remember that event very clearly, that truck coming at us and trying to get out of the way. But every time I think about it, it's a little different. And that's because of stress and trauma. So nothing about this is on you. We appreciate your bravery that day, and we appreciate your testimony and being brave enough to come in here, and you are excused with our thanks. Take care. All right, we're going to take the rest of the recess till the jury comes back out. So I think they got about 5 more minutes or so. We're in recess.
Okay, so the judge has
Court is on a short break.
I really liked
Don't
what the
go
judge
anywhere.
said
The
to
action
her,
will be
you know,
right
really
back
making
on
it clear to her
at
that she
Southern
didn't do
Sin.
anything wrong. And even talking about his own personal experience with memory and just how complicated memory is. And so that's kind of what we've been talking about over the last few days, is that, again, memory is not a photographic thing. We think it's a VCR, but it is not. And it's not to say that that didn't happen that way.
Right.
It's hard to say. But what did you think about what happened, what transpired? I mean, it was a little bit extraordinary.
It was interesting. I could see what the defense, well, first of all, because you and I talked about, let's talk about this. It's always a very delicate situation when you have a victim, because she is a victim. She's still a victim of this incident as well. It's hard to cross people like that, and her demeanor. She has a very delicate, very soft-spoken demeanor, and especially if you're a male defense attorney, defense attorney, regardless, when you cross-examine a witness, you don't want to come across like you're attacking this person and re-victimizing them,
Right.
because that's certainly not your intent. It's not going to get you to where you need to be as far as testimony. But I thought that the defense attorney did a really good job. Anytime you can lay out what you think your 3 best sellers are, and he did that. He got his whiteboard out and he did that so that the jury would be focused when he was asking questions too. That helps. Anytime you can do that, that's helpful. But I could see what he was trying to do. He was trying to say, look, you remember things about the scissors. You remember how many kids were there and weren't there. You remember where you went, yet you don't remember this one specific detail that's pretty darn important now. I mean, it's important now. You didn't tell the grand jury. You didn't tell anybody else. Why didn't you do that? And I mean, and that's cross-examination 101. And I was telling you, it was almost like he was cross-examining her like a police officer, because when we cross-examine police officers have specific training, writing reports,
Right.
Taking statements. They do that. They practice that. They know what their bullet points should be. Make sure you get the elements of the offense. Make sure you get all the relevant information, because they know what's relevant. When a lay witness is relaying what they saw, as she testified, she was asked in a narrative form when she gave that statement to the Rangers. She was asked, tell us what happened. She wasn't asked pointed questions. So she didn't know what was relevant. She simply told them, her recollection of how everything.
Well, she basically says she didn't know that it was important. And she says
Right.
he did, with regard to the Rangers, she said he didn't ask and I didn't say.
Exactly. She was a good witness in that she answered the questions that she was asked. Now that she's been questioned numerous times about the event, she's starting to see the writing on the wall. Oh, this is important. And these things I didn't say before are important. But she's also saying she didn't know that. She didn't do it intentionally.
And that's really believable. I mean,
she comes across. She's very credible. That's a very honest
She has no
response.
reason to lie, right?
Well, exactly.
And she doesn't know that the defense's strategy is that, because as a witness she's under the rule. She doesn't know that their strategy is, that Adrian Gonzalez never has line of sight of the shooter. So when she says this in court, she doesn't realize, oh, I'm saying he's on the south side of the school and I see the shooter with a rifle. She doesn't know, wow, that's really important, right?
Right. And she even goes so far as to say, hey, I'm not good with directions. I don't know what direction was, was north, south, east, west. She specifically says, I don't know anything about direction or how the building is set up. So she's very candid about that. And I think it is very good that the judge tells her, look, you as a witness, you came in here, you did your duty. You showed up here today. You told the truth. You told it as best as you remember, or as best as you can recall. And that's really the purpose of a witness. That's all a witness can do. We as defense attorneys, and I'm sure prosecutors too, we always tell witnesses, look, I don't remember or I don't recall. That is a truthful answer. If you don't remember, and don't make stuff up.
Right.
Don't fill in the blanks, because you're going to paint yourself into a corner. And, that happens sometimes. When they asked her, do you remember the relevance of that, or telling the grand jury? She's like, well, I understand it now, but I didn't understand it then.
Right.
She's a good witness.
Well, and it's not unusual when people come in and they give a statement to police a few days after an incredibly tragic event. Again, you want to think people are going to go, it was this, and then it was this, and then it was this, but our brains don't work like that. And even the judge said, every time I think about this traumatic event with this DWI driver, I remember it a little differently.
Absolutely.
And that doesn't surprise me, because again, memory is a funny thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely it is. And, I've had people who told me, even after having COVID, I can't tell you how many people I've had. My memory is just not the same. It's just not the same, whether I had it and got sick and it was affected by that, or it's not the same. Or, I'm 54. I'm not 44 anymore. I don't remember things the way that I used to remember. Exactly.
If I don't write it down, it really didn't happen.
Exactly. Exactly.
I have to take really good notes, because you're right. I don't, I have friends that seem to have really great memories. Mine is not necessarily one of them. And I have to really kind of keep track of stuff, because, right, you kind of, a lot of times you might remember the gist of something. Right. Not necessarily. And with something like this, something that is so traumatic, there's also a human desire to kind of almost put it out of your mind. Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You don't want to relive that. Just like Rebecca was saying in the our precursor to all of this morning, she was saying, just listening to that 911 tape, literally these people, the witnesses, the people who are in the courtroom, everybody is having to relive this trauma again, and so you've got to think about that too. The pure emotion and the pure stress of reliving that trauma it has an impact, an everlasting impact. So the judge is to be commended for thanking her for doing her due diligence and her duty.
Well, and beyond just the question here of, did she remember correctly, and the way the judge, all that stuff, this really shows the importance of that court ruling. Because prior to this, the judge's options would have been mistrial or just let it in. Because under the prior rulings, he would have had to find that they did it maliciously, that this was intentional. But because of that court ruling, all it had to be was that it was negligent.
Right.
And it feels really sloppy, is the way I would view it.
Right. At the end of the day, the prosecutor stood up in court yesterday and admitted that she didn't go over it as thoroughly as she should have. What we don't know what the ramifications of that are going to be either. But she did stand up and say that she didn't go over it as thoroughly as she probably should have.
How do you think the judge would view it if we have another incident like this?
I don't think he would be as generous and as forgiving as he appears to be. I don't think he's excusing what happened, but I think he's looking at the spectrum, on the on the spectrum
watching
of
at Southern
particularly
Sin, your
egregious
home for
and
true
maliciously
crime.
done.
Court will
I think he's
begin
going to be like,
shortly.
you know what?
Don't go
To do
anywhere.
it once, I could understand, but now that you've gotten a feel for how I feel about these things, it shouldn't happen again.
I want to reset for people that are joining us. So we heard testimony from the teacher. This is the teacher that was on the stand Tuesday that led to this whole issue of calls for a mistrial. On Tuesday, she had testified that she saw a man in black with a rifle on the south side of the school. That's really important because the defense's argument is that Adrian Gonzalez, who was on the south side of the school, never had line of sight of the shooter. The prosecution had interviewed her back in December. Well, she had not mentioned this originally in her Texas Rangers interview, but when she was being re-interviewed by the prosecutor, she mentioned having seen the shooter, although in that interview, she didn't mention the South Side. She also had not brought this up in her grand jury testimony. So today she takes the stand. They play the statement she gave to the Texas Rangers, and she's questioned by both defense and prosecution. And she basically is saying, I didn't know this was important. And as Stephanie and I were talking about, she's a layperson. And it's a traumatic event. And so ultimately what the judge has done is he has said this testimony will be excluded. He's going to instruct the jury not to consider it in their deliberations. And I guess they're trying to unring the bell here. But again, we talked about this. Can you unring the bell? Will the jury really not have this testimony in the back of their minds?
And I mean, it's going to come down to whether they're going to follow their oath. And that's why when you do jury selection, you ask people, if it gets back there and it gets tough, and by that I mean it's 11-1 and you're the one holdout, are you prepared to stand there and say, hey, I took an oath and I don't believe that evidence, or we were told not to consider that evidence,
right?
So we shouldn't even be discussing it. I mean, it just going to all come down to whether that's going to happen or not, and how seriously they are about their oath. I like to ideally believe that they take it very seriously and that they adhere to it. But everybody's human. I mean, this is a horrible case, and as we were talking about before, death demands accountability, and it's hard to not have that in the back of your mind. Like, I want somebody to pay. Unfortunately, the person who is the most culpable is gone, and
Right, so he can't be put on trial.
Who didn't stay here for him to have his due process, and for us to have, our, shot at him, punishing him. So yeah, hopefully they'll take that oath very seriously and follow it, and not consider it.
Well, and like I said, I have interviewed, and I'm sure after trials you've talked to former jurors, and I am always impressed by the gravity and the way they approach these things. It's kind of amazing the way our system actually does work.
It really is. It really is.
What do you think of this judge?
I was just telling you that he reminds me of another district judge who's since retired in Tarrant County. He's very even-keeled. As a defense attorney, you like being able to walk into a courtroom and, knowing that he's going to keep things moving. He's going to make rulings. He's going to be decisive.
Okay, so we're going to, let's go take a listen. Okay, we're waiting for sound to come back on in the courtroom. We're expecting the jury, the judges. The audio is still down in the courtroom. We're not, because we're here, it's difficult to know exactly why. The judge is talking to someone. I can see it.
It looks like he's addressing the jury.
I expect you to follow it. So listen carefully to this instruction, if you would, ladies and gentlemen. We have just heard testimony, as you know, from the witness, Stephanie Hale. The court, outside your presence, after a hearing mandated by law, has ruled that the witness's testimony will be and must be excluded as a matter of law. Therefore, you are instructed to disregard any and all testimony provided by Stephanie Hale, and her testimony will play no role in your analysis, deliberations, and decision in this case. With this instruction, you are reminded that you are bound by your oath as a juror to follow the ruling of the court as provided. So please remember, ladies and gentlemen, mandated by law, don't speculate about it, don't wonder about it, don't hold it against either side, just follow my instruction. All right. Good morning. Will you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony you're given this cause will be the truth, so help you God. You can have a seat over here. Thank you, ma'am.
Name for the record.
My name is Emilia Amy Franco Marin.
Good morning, Ms. Marin. In May of 2022, where were you employed?
At Robb Elementary, Uvalde CISD.
Okay. And what was your job position at that time?
I was the ACE coordinator.
Okay, and for the jury and for the record, can you explain what an ACE coordinator is?
It is an after-school centers program. So I ran the after-school program for the children there at Robb.
And approximately how many kids were in your program?
150.
Okay. And what campuses did you work at, or was it only Robb?
I've worked for the district for 25 years. So I have worked at different campuses.
Okay. And just for the record, where is Robb Elementary located? In what town and what county?
Uvalde, Texas.
And how long had you been at Robb Elementary as of May of 2022?
I had been there for a month.
A month. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And what room number did you work in? What was your room number at Robb?
132.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I? So the witness has previously been admitted as exhibit number 1. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put it over there so the jury, so you don't have to get up too far. So, Ms. Marin, approximately where is your room number with regard on this map? And for the record, what we're looking at is a map of Robb Elementary, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's an aerial view of the school.
Correct.
So where on this map is your room?
My room is located.
Okay. And what we're looking at is the west side of the campus, the northwest building, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's slightly southeast of the street of Geraldine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, had you previously been trained as far as a lockdown with the Uvalde CISD?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know what to do as far as what you're supposed to do in a lockdown situation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And for the jury, can you explain what that is?
Because I am in a classroom, turn off the lights and lock my door.
Okay. Now, are you still employed with the Uvalde Independent School District?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you back to May 24th of 2022. What time did you arrive at school that day?
Approximately about 7:30 in the morning.
Okay. And is that the time that you usually arrived on campus?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So why did you arrive early that day?
My grandson attended Robb Elementary that year, and they had award ceremony. So I arrived early so I could be there for his ceremony.
Okay. And what grade was your grandson in?
He was in the 2nd grade.
Okay. And approximately when did his award ceremony end that day?
I'm going to say maybe about 9:30.
Okay. And what were your plans for the rest of that morning?
Every other morning that I would have to show up to work, I was always at another campus.
Mm-hmm.
And that morning I wasn't scheduled to go anywhere else. So I stayed there and I began to plan the celebration for my students for the next day. So I went to my classroom to prepare.
Okay. And this celebration, what kind of celebration was it?
It was an end of the school year celebration. So we were going to have a dance for the students and their families.
Okay. And were you coordinating the celebration with another teacher?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was his name?
Gabriel Gonzalez.
Okay. And what were you and Mr. Gonzalez's plans for? Was he supposed to be doing something?
He was the one that was in charge of purchasing food, snacks for the dance. So he came over to my classroom and we spoke about what we were going to serve, where we were going to serve it. And he had a list of what snacks and food he was going to get. And so we spoke about that. And then he left to the grocery store to go purchase the items.
Okay. And while he was at the grocery store, were you still in your classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, did you hear back from Mr. Gonzalez?
He texted me and said, hey, I've already got the groceries. Can you go and unlock the gate so we can deliver everything through the back and not have to carry everything from the front?
So if you were pointing at the back, when you say the back, can you tell the jury what area you're talking about?
We called this the back of the campus, and that was considered the front.
Okay. And for the record, you pointed to the far northwest side of the campus off of Geraldine Street.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there a gate there?
Yes.
Okay. And is that gate usually locked?
That gate is always locked.
Okay. So when he called you and said, meet me at that west end gate so we can get the groceries in, what did you do then?
I unloaded the stuff that was on a cart in my classroom, and I pulled the cart out to the door, and I left it there, and I went back inside my classroom. After a few minutes, I said, he's probably on his way. So I pushed the cart out of the door as I'm going out. I go out and I put the rock on the door, and I go out to the gate.
Okay, let me stop you right there. Approximately what time did Mr. Gonzalez contact you or text you?
It was probably about 11:20.
Okay. And you put the rock in the door for what reason?
So I wouldn't have to lock it and unlock it, lock it and unlock it, because it's always supposed to be locked.
And you thought it was locked that day? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you took the cart out you were going to meet Mr. Gonzalez there, did you have to unlock that far west gate, that exterior gate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was your experience with that gate?
I have employees that would always unlock it when we were releasing the students. But that day I was by myself, so I went in. It has a lock. So I went and I unlocked it, and it's always hard because there's part of that, like a pole that goes into the cement, and you have to kind of jimmy it, and then it'll come up, and that unlocks it completely. 2 other times that I had tried that, I couldn't do it. So that day, I unlocked the lock, and then I said, I hope I can pull it up. So I jimmied it a little bit, and I pulled it up, and I said, I did it. So it was unlocked, and so I pushed the cart against the gate, and I said, I can't leave this spot because the gate is unlocked. So I'm standing there waiting for him to come.
Okay, you were concerned about leaving that area with an unlocked gate.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And after that, what did you hear?
I'm standing there waiting for him, and I'm facing east because he's coming. He's going to come from that direction. I'm standing there, and I hear a loud vehicle from behind me, which is the west side. I turn around and I look, and I see a vehicle going real fast, and I see him crash into the area of the ditch. There's like a poles there, and the truck crashed. As it hit it, it kind of went up, and then it went into the ditch.
Okay, now I want you to go back to that map and point to the area on the map where you're saying you saw this car hit the ditch.
The truck was coming from here, and it went in this way, and it hit the rail right there, and then crashed into the ditch.
Okay. And for the record, you pointed to Grove Street, so the vehicle was traveling south on Grove and hit the ditch off of Geraldine and Grove Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you saw that accident, what did you do, Miss Mudding?
I ran inside.
You didn't have your phone with you?
No, I ran inside to get my phone. I kicked the rock. The door closed as I ran in. I dialed 911, and I ran back outside. When I ran outside, I put the rock back on the door. The call went through, and I'm running to the scene of the crash.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling the operator, a truck crashed on the west side of Rob's school. It crashed into a ditch.
Okay.
I kept saying that over and over because I knew that they needed the location.
Okay. And when you're on the phone with 911 and you're telling her where this accident happened, what do you see then?
I'm still running as I'm telling her the location. So I'm running to where the truck crashed. As I'm running, I'm holding the phone with my left hand.
And let me stop you right there. Why are you running towards the crash?
To help whoever had crashed.
Okay. So you're running, and what do you see?
As I'm running, I see on the right side of me 2 men running from the funeral home. They were running towards the crash, and then I see them stop. When they stop, I'm still running. And then I see them turn around. One of them falls as they turn around, and they run back. And he yells, "He's got a gun." And I turn around and I start running back. And I tell the operator, "He's got a gun."
Okay. Did you see that gun at this point?
Not at that moment.
But you heard the funeral workers or the people from the funeral home say that. Okay. So then what did you do?
as I'm running back, I run into the building. I kick the rock and I close the door. And I run to the classroom and I bang on the teacher's door across from me. I'm banging on the door and she opens the door. She says, "What is going on?" And I said, "Call the front office. There's a shooter on campus." She closed the door and the operator asked me, "What is he wearing?" I ran back to the door.
Okay.
I'm holding the phone with my left hand and I'm looking through the window and I tell him, black hoodie, black hair. He threw a gun. He threw a bag. He threw another gun. He jumped the fence. And then I told her, he's coming. When he jumped the fence, he jumped it and then he like shakes himself off. And he picks up what he threw and he's walking towards the campus.
Okay. You say walking, not running.
No, not running.
Okay. Now, at this time, had you seen if he was shooting or?
He was shooting.
Okay. And what area was he shooting at?
He was shooting towards the south area where the children were at in the PE area.
Did you see children out there in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, again, I want you to point to the board behind you, and if you could point to the area where you saw the children playing.
They were playing here in this area, right here.
Okay. And for the record, you pointed to the southeast area on that map between the south end of the fourth grade building and what's that building below the very bottom on that map?
The pavilion.
Okay.
This right here.
Okay.
The pavilion, and that's where the PE classes are.
Okay. And what can you hear from the kids at this time?
They're screaming.
Okay. So, and are they running into the building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So once you go back into the building and you start banging on your coworkers' doors, what did you do then?
After I told the 911 operator what he was doing, I run back to her door and I bang on the door again. And she opened it and I said, "What did they say?"
And when you say they, who were you referring to?
The office.
Okay.
Because I had asked her, call the front office. There's a shooter on campus. So when I banged on the door again, she opened the door and I said, "What did they say?" And she said, they didn't answer. And I said, "Oh my God." And I turn around and I see the kids from the south door already running in and screaming.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there, Miss Bunny, and I need you to point to the board and show the jury when you say that you kids coming in from the south door, where are you talking about?
I'm still right here, and the kids are coming in from this door,
Okay.
the south door, from the PE area.
Okay, and for the record, you pointed to the south end of that building.
Yes.
And so the jury understands where your classroom is, that length of the building. Is that a hallway?
Yes.
and then then the hallway goes south.
Yes.
So it's almost like a shape of a T.
Yes.
So you go to the middle of that hallway, running from east to west, and you can see the hallway going north to south.
Yes.
And that's where you see kids running in.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And they're running in from that south end.
From the south end.
Okay. And what are you telling the kids as they're running in?
I run up a ways into that hallway, and I'm yelling at them to come in and to get in their rooms.
Okay. So at this point, you know the shooter, you saw him shooting at the south end, and did you see him after that, after you ran to the door?
When I was at the door, I just saw him like getting near the cars that were parked there.
How far did you see him come up?
It was a little bit past the half mark.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, the cars were parked there, so I couldn't see after that.
Okay. But you did see him shooting towards the south then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you're staying in that hallway and you're trying to get the kids into their rooms, okay, then what did you do?
I kept asking the operator, where are the cops? Where are the cops? And I tell her, there's kids running everywhere, because I looked down towards the east hallway, and there was an area out there where the kids could play as well, and they were running into their classrooms.
Okay. And that call that you made to 911, have you reviewed that call? Okay. I think we played it for you. Have we?
No.
I can't remember. Okay. But you did make a 911 call to an operator.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
The state would tender state's exhibit number. State would admit state's exhibit number 9, which is a 911 call recording of Miss Money.
All right, submit.
The state would ask to publish it to the jury.
Please.
We're going to play that 911 call for you, Miss Money.
Uvalde County 911. Yes, there was something accident right there behind our school. Behind our school, she ran into the ditch. What county did is a pickup. It is one truck, it's a pickup truck. It's a pickup truck now. I just, Uvalde, I started to come here. Oh my God, they're running. I don't know why. Oh my God, it's one time. I don't have you around to 715 Old Carrizo Road. Have a one vehicle accident. White pickup truck crashed in the ditch. Have a caller and light in Mount Pleasant Canada. Ma'am. Hello? Yes. Okay, ma'am. How many people running? 3 people running. 3 people running? Hello, ma'am? Yes. Okay, ma'am. What is your name? Amy. Yes. Okay. Miss Amy, how many shots were fired? I don't know. Several. I think he came on campus. He's over there on campus. Okay, ma'am, he's on campus. Oh my God. I think there was kids like in the area. Okay, he's not how. Hurry. Miss Amy, can you give me a description of the man with the gun? You took it? Okay, can you remember what he said? Ma'am, can you remember what he was wearing? No, I can't see him. He's away from the door. Okay, I just want to make sure that you guys know where it is. Oh my God. I think he came on campus, ma'am. He came on campus, ma'am. Come on, darling, hurry, come on. Okay, now can you remember what he was wearing? I don't see him, ma'am. I did not see him. Can you remember what he was wearing when you saw him exit the vehicle? No, all I saw was the truck. Oh my God. Ma'am, where was he running towards? You said he ran into the school? Yes. Okay, ma'am. Are you going to be away from the building already? Okay, ma'am. Where are you going to be at? Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, he's too strong. Where are the cops? Okay, ma'am. I do have units already pulled up. He's in the back area of the school. Okay, now can you tell? Have you getting the virus college? Miss Amy, can you see him now? Oh. Okay, Miss Amy, you can't see him anymore? Oh my God. Okay, ma'am, he went inside the building? Okay, ma'am. Oh my God. You. Okay, ma'am, we do have the officers on scene, okay?
Now, Ms. Modine, we see and hear you trying to relay information at the same time that you're trying to get the children into the classroom. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after the 911 call ended, what did you do?
I'm sorry. I had ran inside my room to go call the front office from my intercom. And then I was going to run back out to make sure everybody was safe. But something stopped me. And I looked at the door and I looked at the counter and I ran under the counter. When I went under the counter, that's when the call hung up.
Okay. Approximately how long were you in your classroom?
During the whole time, it was about 45 minutes.
And during that time, what were you thinking or what were you doing?
The shots wouldn't stop. They were just going round after round. A round would go off, and then there was total silence. And then another round, and total silence. And one of those times that it was silent, the AC kicked on, and I said, "Don't turn on. I'm not going to hear him when he comes this way." And you just hear more shots. They were like nonstop. And I thought, he's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I said, as I'm in under the counter, I think, I'm looking at the floor and I'm thinking, I'll tackle him from his ankles and knock him down with my shoulder. And then I said, get up on the counter. When he comes in, jump on his back, poke his eyes out, take the gun away from him.
So you were anticipating how you would confront the shooter if he came into the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, just one more question. How do you explain that feeling, just so we understand what that feeling is?
The feeling of that type of fear is something that only someone can understand who's been through a mass shooting. You won't understand it if you haven't experienced it, and I don't wish it on anybody.
Is it an ugly feeling?
It haunts me to this day.
Okay. Pass the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Ms. Marie, my name is Rico. Have you ever testified before?
No, sir.
Okay. This is called cross-examination. I'm going to ask you some questions. We're going to go as slow as you want, okay? I'm not going to attack you. I'm not trying to hold you accountable. You did nothing wrong. I'm just going to ask you some questions on your observations. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. If you don't understand my question, ask me to repeat it and I will. Okay. I think you told the government that you had gone outside to meet a gentleman named Gabriel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Gabriel Gonzalez?
Yes, sir.
And I understand what you're saying. I think we all do. You prop the rock there because teachers were not given kind of a key system, key fob system where you could just click in and out of a door, correct?
Correct.
And not every teacher had a key.
Correct.
And I'm gonna talk to you about that. Yes, ma'am.
I won't say correct because I don't know who had a key.
Fair enough, because you'd only been there for how long?
A month.
A month. You didn't have a key.
I had a key.
You had a key. Okay. But it's still faster to use the rock.
Yes.
Okay, because it's just really quick. Okay. And when you went out to see Mr. Gonzalez to get the supplies, and then you went through the crash and you saw that going on and you came back inside to get your phone, correct?
Correct.
And then you go back outside and then we hear you on 911 with the operator. I'm real curious before we get into those details. Did you realize, what did Mr. Gonzalez do?
When I was waiting, of course, he wasn't there yet. Can I show you where I was at?
Yes, ma'am.
When I ran,
Please.
I was running to help him, so I ran to about right here. I came out of the sidewalk and I ran all the way to here.
So that's a good distance.
Yes, sir.
Because I've been to this location. So you came from the west, and for the record, I'm pointing to the west door entrance and exit, right?
Correct.
And so you went from the X, do you mind if I'm this close to you?
No.
Okay, thank you. You went from here all the way down Geraldine to where the blacktop ends near Grove Street.
I ran on the outside of the campus, not the inside.
And what's
I ran
the
from the
difference?
sidewalk. There's a fence.
Correct.
Here.
Okay. And so you came out here and you got to the blacktop here on Geraldine?
No, not to the blacktop. I was about right.
Okay. And by that time, had Mr. Gonzalez showed up by that time?
No, sir. I'm outside and I'm asking the teacher to call the front office. I'm in the hallway telling the kids to get inside. When I go into my classroom, that's when I see Mr. Gonzalez drive off. So he came in through the U and he drove off.
So at some point, Mr. Gonzalez came in and you don't know what he saw or didn't see?
No.
You have no idea if the government spoke with him?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you stay in contact with Mr. Gonzalez today?
No, sir.
Okay. And practically, you put a rock at the door because you thought the door was locked.
Yes, sir.
If you thought the door wasn't locked, you wouldn't have to put a rock at the door.
Correct.
So you get back inside and we can hear you and I'm very sorry you went through that. I think we all are. That sounds very traumatic. But we hear you on 911 and you're giving a description of what you're perceiving from that door.
Mm-hmm.
And so just, may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
And so that west side door, and we'll probably see a picture of it. There's not a big window here.
No.
It's a door. I don't know which door you came in, and it has a window strip, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So your view is limited to that window strip, correct?
Correct.
So you can see in front of you fairly decent, but you definitely can't see to either side without opening the door to check.
Correct.
Is it an outward swinging door or inward swinging door?
Outward.
Outward. So if I'm outside the building, I would pull to open it.
Right.
So is it fair to say that your view from that door was limited?
It was limited, which is when the shooter jumped the fence, I could see this way. When I had ran to her and the operator said, "What is he wearing?" I ran back and I'm seeing him, and from where he's getting to the vehicles, that's when I'm going like this in the window because I can't see him anymore.
Yes, ma'am. Judge, just for procedural purposes, would you prefer me to ask before I approach every time? Because I might have to come back and forth.
No, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to make sure it's clear because I don't know if it's been explained yet. So when you say he jumped the fence, so the crash is here at Geraldine and Grove, correct?
Correct.
And that's kind of a culvert, and there's a railing here, and he went over the railing into the culvert, right?
He went through the railing, like crashed into the railing.
And I don't want to make you stand up again, but is the fence you're talking about here?
No, the fence is right.
What fence did he jump?
He jumped this fence.
Okay, is that the perimeter for the school?
Yes.
Okay, so he jumps this fence. Now, by this time, you're already back to the door
Yes.
and you're on 911 by this time.
Yes, sir.
And then he's walking. I think you testified previously that he was running, but
No,
he was walking, right? Have you seen the video from the funeral?
No.
You have not seen that? Okay. What have you reviewed in preparation for your trial today?
I'm sorry, I have seen the video like on the news where they show some of the
Yes, ma'am.
funeral. Yes.
And that's something we're going to talk to a lot of people about because the news has shown a lot of these things.
Right.
And so I'm going to ask respectfully if you could, if we have to take some time, distinguish what you saw at the time versus what you saw later on the news. Okay. Thank you. And so you have seen the funeral view.
Yes.
Because there's some videos from here.
Yes.
And so he's walking, but at one point you described him as running. And that's not, it's okay, it's normal to do that, but you described him as running at one point.
I don't think I did, but.
In the grand jury testimony? Maybe, okay, well, regardless, he's coming to the school. You testified that you perceived, because you're looking through the door, you perceived that he was shooting towards the south side of the building.
Mm-hmm.
Would you also agree that from where the door is, the perception is everything to the left of this door is the south side is towards the south side of the building? Is that a fair
Correct.
statement?
Yeah.
So if he was shooting out these windows, that could be perceived by you, understandably, through that little window of him shooting towards, because it is towards the south side of the building, but hitting these windows. Is that a fair statement? Anything to this side of you is the south side of the building, right? Towards the south side. Because this is the south entrance.
Right, correct,
This is considered the east entrance.
correct,
There's no north entrance, but this is the north side of the building
correct,
of the school. And this is actually the front of the school.
correct.
Okay. So this is considered the west side of the school.
Mhm.
And so anything to this side of this entrance appears like the south side.
Right.
Because it is actually, right?
Right.
It's towards the south side.
Mhm.
And you didn't know at the time, but you knew he was shooting, and later you found out that he was shooting out these windows.
He was, when he was here, walking here, he was already shooting to the south direction.
Right, to the south direction. You just
Right.
couldn't tell which were part of it.
Right,
Okay, so he was shooting in this direction.
correct.
Okay. And we'll ask somebody else about shell casings, if there's any evidence of that, okay? And so when he did that, you're in here, and have you seen the video from inside the school?
Yes.
Okay, and we're gonna go slow on that one, okay? And so while you're on the phone, you are yelling down for everyone to get in their classrooms. Yes?
Yes.
And is there a system to warn other teachers of incidents like bailouts on the phone? Is it like a texting system?
They have a Raptor system, the school district does.
Raptor. And was that, but you were notified of you knew about the Raptor system, right?
I knew about it, but I wasn't on it.
Fair enough. But the purpose of the system is for teachers to text each other incidents.
I don't know if they text each other. If
I'm gonna
they're,
object as to speculation. She's already said she didn't have it on her phone and she didn't got it. So at this point, any testimony about Raptor speculation on her part.
Well, just she answered the question. That's fine.
Okay, proceed.
But you know that things like a bailout could be communicated between teachers.
I'm gonna object as to bail out. I mean, he's got to lay the predicate that she even knows what a bailout is.
I was about to do that.
Okay, I'm gonna overrule the objection. Ma'am, these questions, if you know the answer, you can answer them. If you don't, just tell him. Okay, proceed.
And if you don't understand any of my questions, you say, Nico, I don't understand your question, and you know I'll ask you again, okay?
yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. And don't answer a question that you don't know.
Okay.
There's a rule of evidence that you have to have personal knowledge. I'm gonna do my best not to ask you a question you don't have personal knowledge of, but you can check my homework and tell me if I'm wrong, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so do you know what a bailout is?
I do.
Okay, will you please describe to the jury what a bailout is?
It is when a vehicle is being chased by a police officer, police vehicles. And if the people being chased get out of their vehicle and run out.
That is correct. And that school had dealt with a lot of bailouts.
Objection calls for speculation.
Judge, if she knows.
If you know, ma'am, only if you know.
I don't know, not
Okay.
that school.
Okay. But you'd only been there a month.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But what you do know about that school is that school did not have a full-time officer assigned to it.
They did not.
And that's not your decision, that's more of a school district decision, right?
Correct.
Do you know if anybody had complained about that school not having a specific full-time officer or officers?
I do not know.
Did you have occasion, or did you know if any of the teachers down the hall heard you when you were screaming at them to get in the classrooms?
I know I saw one teacher standing in the hallway when I was screaming for them to get in their rooms.
Do you know if the individual classrooms have the ability to be locked and secured from any type of intruder?
I do not know.
How long have you worked in the school academia?
25 years.
Is it fair to say that most schools have locks from the inside to stop someone from entering?
I'm going to object at the speculation as to most schools.
Just, I'll clean it
Can
up.
you rephrase it?
Have all the schools that you've worked at over the 25 years have locks to be able to lock from the inside?
I do not know.
Most of the schools you've worked at.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
You can say no.
I do not know.
You don't know. Fair enough. I want to ask you about the specific doors at this school, Robb Elementary. Are you aware that there was issues with teachers locking doors?
I do not know.
Are you aware that there were issues of doors not being able to lock in the first place, even if someone wanted to lock them?
I was not aware.
But it was your impression, and you fully believed that that west side door was locked.
Yes, sir.
Did you later come to find out that that door was not locked?
I didn't find out until about a year after.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I said later. So later on, and let me just be very clear. That's not your fault. You didn't unlock that door, okay? So I'm not saying that or suggesting that in the slightest, but later on you found out that that door had not been locked. Correct?
Can you repeat that?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Later on, you found out that that west side door was not locked. You were treating it like it was locked, but it was not locked.
Correct.
And that was not your fault.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Pass the witness.
No more questions. Judge, and may this witness be excused.
Subject to recall.
No, Judge, you can.
Okay, ma'am, you are released from the subpoena and you're not subject to recall. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Mr. Hill?
Randy?
Okay, so we're waiting to see. They're probably going to call put another witness on the stand. Her testimony was really compelling.
Yeah, she was a very vulnerable witness. Bless her heart. She was really in the thick of things. You could tell she's still reeling from all of this. It's so sad. The story she tells, they were getting ready for some type of celebration.
Well, it's an end of the year awards ceremony, you know, just kind of very typical thing you would do on the last day of school.
Right.
And describing, you know, seeing this car wreck and going out there, and then the funeral guy saying, oh, he's shooting, and running back in, and she thinks the door is locked, but the door isn't locked, and then she doesn't find out till a year later. And I believe this is going to be the school district employee they initially tried to say didn't lock the door, you know, or left the door propped open. But, you know, she didn't prop the door open. She kicked the rock and was trying to do what she thought was right to protect the school. And she's knocking on teachers' doors and trying to get everybody's attention. I mean, she's calling 911. She's really showing a lot of bravery trying to protect these kids. And that 911 call was hard to listen to.
Very much so. Very much so.
And she describes seeing the shooter on the south side. And that was the whole issue with the other teacher, which they've been told to disregard her testimony.
Right.
So I don't know. What importance do you think you're going to place?
When they first put her on, I thought that's what they were going to do. I thought since the other teacher's testimony was stricken and is going to be excluded, that I thought, well, maybe they're going to use this particular witness to kind of, you know, make an end run around that and see that. But I don't think they did that if that was the intention, I don't think that came across very clearly that she was the one that happened. She too, like the other witnesses, kind of disoriented, I think, about the directions. And I think from the way Nico questioned her, the configuration, it's hard for us to see because we don't see the exhibit. We don't see where she's pointing. But I think from what Nico said when he crossed her, the configuration of that building is, even though the direction is south, that's the front of the building and it's also the west side. So it's confusing. And I did see somebody on the chat saying it's hard to interpret all that when we can't see the exhibit that she's pointing to.
Okay, well, we're going to...
Good morning, Mr. Hill.
We're going to take a listen.
Feeling?
Good.
Nervous a little?
Yes, sir.
Did you come over from Uvalde?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived there?
Since I was born.
So that's your whole life?
Yes, sir.
And back in 2022, what part of Uvalde did you live in?
The same place.
The same place you live now? And is Uvalde in Uvalde County, Texas? I need to ask that too, I guess.
Yes.
Thank you. And tell me what you live next to or near.
Right in front of the school.
Right in front of the school? Which school is that?
Rob.
Okay. And is there a funeral home close by too?
Yes, sir.
And where is it from where you live?
Towards the west.
Okay. And the place that you still live by Robb Elementary School, were you home?
Yes, sir.
On that morning of the 24th?
Yes, sir.
And what were you doing?
Getting ready for work.
And that was about 11:30 or so?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did something catch your attention out of the ordinary though?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell the jury what that was?
At first I thought it was construction, but kept going on for a while, so just thought it might be gunshots.
So at first it sounded construction. Can
Maybe
you describe that a little more for me so we kind of understand the sound?
A nail gun, someone banging on their house. I don't really remember.
Like a nail gun?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you attached it to construction. Are you in the construction business?
No, sir.
Okay. And after you heard that for a while, then you changed your mind?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what did you change your mind to?
I thought maybe that's a firearm.
Okay. Where were you when you heard these things?
In the restroom, getting ready for work.
Inside your
my
home?
house. Yes, sir.
And you could still hear those sounds?
Yes, sir.
It sounded like a nail gun and then like a gunshot. So what did you do?
I went to my window.
And where is your window?
I don't really know how.
Is it on the first floor, second floor?
Second.
Huh?
Second floor?
On the second floor?
Yes, sir.
What did you do from the second floor?
Looked out the window.
Okay. Did you do anything other than look out the window?
Not right away, no.
Okay. Well, tell us what you saw as you looked out the window.
At first, nothing really. And then I looked out again and I saw someone about to go into the school.
Someone what?
About to go into the school.
Okay. Could you describe what he looked like?
I don't remember.
Okay. Other than looking out the window, did you do anything else?
I took a video
And how did you take the video?
on my phone.
And is it a relatively short video?
I believe so. I don't really remember.
Okay.
Judge, we don't object to the video.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, then, Your Honor, we'd offer State's Exhibit 18.
It's a minute.
And I'm going to ask not to play it at this time, but to finish my direct and pass the witness and then play it. That's okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. Thank you.
Did you eventually turn that video over to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Hill, I'm Nico LaHood. I represent Adrian, one of the lawyers who represents him. Have you testified before?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you questions. I'm not going to go at you, but I do want your full name for the record. What's your first name?
Jose.
Jose Gil. And Gil, is it G-I-L or H-I-L-L?
H-I-L-L.
Okay, because Gil can be G-I-L, right? You should spell it a different way. So you look out the window, and from your window, you can see the parking lot of Robb Elementary, or a corner of it.
No.
No? Well, you can see the west side entrance, maybe?
Yes.
Is that fair enough to say? Okay, and the west side entrance from your window, what's behind your view from the window and behind the west side entrance?
It's just an empty field next to the alley.
Is there something between the empty field and the alley and then the west side entrance?
A ditch?
Okay. There's not a parking lot. Is there, let me ask you in general, is there a parking lot on the west side, outside the west side?
Yeah, I guess so. It was just gravel, but yeah, I guess.
Was it paved back then?
I don't remember.
Okay. But did you watch the person that entered the west side entrance for a while, or was it just more kind of
It was just
momentarily?
quick, momentarily.
Why did you get a video? Why did you start your camera?
Because I can't see very well, so I was like, wait, is someone actually going in there? Is someone actually holding a firearm? That's pretty much it.
And I know you don't want to watch the video, and I respect that, but what will the jury eventually see from that window, from your recollection, from your video?
Just like 2 seconds of him go into the school.
Thanks for being here, Mr. Hill. Pass the witness, Judge.
No further questions.
Recall, anybody?
No, Your Honor.
No recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're excused from the subpoena. Thank you. Safe travels. All right, Mr. Turner?
May we display Exhibit 18 to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, you publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next call, Agent Gwen.
All right. Sir, would you raise your right hand? You just solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat over here. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
May I proceed?
Please.
Would you tell us your name, please?
My name is Huy Nguyen. That's Huynguen.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm currently a special agent with the FBI in San Antonio.
How long have you been with the San Antonio FBI office?
I got to the San Antonio division in 2012.
And what do you do for the FBI?
I'm a human agent. What I do is I go out and collect informants. But one of my auxiliary duties is also evidence response team.
And would you tell us what an evidence response team is?
The evidence response team is a crime scene team, right? We go out and we process crime scene, collect evidence, take photographs, write reports, and present it to juries and law enforcement.
And prior to working for the FBI, could you tell us what your background was?
I worked for 10 years with the Texas DPS Crime Laboratory as a DNA analyst. Then from there, I went to the FBI in 2004.
And what is a DPS analyst with the FBI? I mean, with the DPS, excuse me.
So there's several different types of forensic scientists with the DPS Crime Lab. Some do drug analysis, some do alcohol analysis. I did a DNA analysis, meaning I worked with body fluids to determine the origin and match them to suspects or victims.
When you started working as the evidence collection team, is there any special training that goes along with that, or is it all experience?
It's a combination of both, right? You get certified in the beginning. For the FBI, there's a 2-week course close to Quantico, Virginia. You go there and you learn all the basics of forensics, crime scene reconstruction.
And could you also tell us about your familiarity with firearms and ammunition?
Well, I'm currently a special agent, so I do carry a firearm. I've been trained in the use of firearms.
And as far as ammunition at the crime scene, what kind of parts of ammunition is important to you as you collect evidence at a crime scene?
Well, when you go to a crime scene, you look for anything that's, maybe shouldn't be there or is pertinent to the scene. So in this instance, regarding the question, spent casings, right? When a bullet gets fired, the casing is left behind. The casing could have evidence on there that could identify the gun. If the bullet that gets shot could be used to identify also what type of ammunition was used. So all this evidence can be linked together and provide like a profile of what happened.
And just generally, how is ammunition classified, or bullets, casings, cartridges? You said you can identify it. Can you identify it by caliber?
Oh, sure. So they come in different sizes, right? The calibers. You can identify them by mainly the caliber, how powerful the weapon would be, whether or not you can fire it from a pistol or a rifle. Just the marks that are left on the casing after it's fired, whether it's rim fire or center fired. So there's different characteristics you can look at with ammunition.
And also, do the manufacturers of those casings, do they attach their symbols or emblems to the casings?
Typically, yes, on around the rim of the casing.
So that can also tell you whether or not a similar round has been fired multiple times as opposed to different types of ammunition. Is that correct?
Well, if you see a bunch of casings on the ground at a crime scene, you can probably link them together by the manufacturer. Sometimes they have a number on it, which also corresponds to could be the year that it was manufactured. So you can take a look and see if the rounds are similar that way.
And based on your work, are you familiar generally with the difference between a rifle casing and a pistol casing?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious, the size of it.
By size alone. And describe for us the difference in the sizes.
Well, if you take a pistol, like a handgun, it's the casings the bullets are much smaller, right? And they could be wider. The rifle rounds, depending on the caliber, are typically longer and more narrow than a pistol round.
And tell me, there's been a little bit of discussion about when you find a casing, is there any scientific specificity as to when you find a casing that tells you where the shooter is?
Oh, so, okay, so you're asking where I find the casing, could I tell where a shooter could possibly be? Is that the
Yes.
question? So when if a round is fired, if from a semi-automatic, right, a gun that will automatically eject the casing. So when somebody shoots a gun, the bullet will be propelled out of the gun, correct? The casing is left behind. The casing is what holds the gunpowder, okay? The casing will get ejected out and get tossed, depending on the gun, depending on how much gunpowder is in it, it'll get tossed a certain distance away. So typically, when you see casing on the ground, you can sort of guess as to how far away a shooter could be from that.
But there's a lot of things that affect being specific about that. Is that correct?
Sure, if you hit
But there's a lot of things that affect being specific about that. Is that correct?
Sure, if you hit if a casing hits the grass, it's not going to roll anywhere. If it hits concrete, it can bounce. It could roll away. If it's on a gradient, it could roll down. So a lot of things, you got to factor the whole condition of the scene.
Fair enough. Does the position of the gun when the casing is ejected, does that also affect where the casing would end up?
The position of the gun.
How the gun is being held, I suppose is a better way to say it.
Well, the ejection port on a gun is usually on the right-hand side of the gun, right? So if you hold a gun here, the casing is going to get ejected to the right. So how the gun is held, I guess if you mean if it's pointed up or pointed forward.
Let me kind of demonstrate. So
Okay.
if you point the normal gun straight ahead, the ejection usually is to the right.
Yes.
Since I'm left-handed, that means it comes to my face, right?
Well, it'll come away to the right, not at your face.
But by the same token, if you turn the gun down, would that affect where the gun was in comparison to where the casing ends up?
Okay, so if you shoot with the gun sideways, so the ejection port is pointed down, that's where the casing is going to get ejected. It's not going to go as far if it was pointed with the ejection port going this way, right? It would go out, pointed down, it would go down.
And by the same token, if the ejection point is pointed more up, that's going to change the trajectory too.
How far the casing would go?
Yes.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so as far as being very specific, do you believe we can be very specific about where a casing lands as to where the gun was fired that left that casing?
I wouldn't say specific. I'd say more generally you would know where the shooter would probably be at, but I don't think you can say with a definite degree, oh, he has to be standing right here.
And if you have a grouping of casings in a specific point, that assists too, I suppose.
Yeah, a grouping of casings in the same area together gives you a better idea rather than just one casing, okay? Because there's multiple shots being fired and they all land in the same spot. Well, typically the shooter would be around that radius, or, distance around that, the casings.
And I want to move to the second stage then, after the casing is originally deposited.
Mm-hmm.
Are there things that affect its movement thereafter?
Well, like I said, if you're on a gradient, it could roll down. If it's on grass, it's going to stay right there because, the grass is going to keep it from rolling. If somebody comes along and kicks it. So there could be other factors that could influence where it could be by the time we get there to see it.
Okay. And so if it's a high trafficked area, then that could also affect where the casing started versus where it was when you picked it up.
Yeah, the time between when it was shot and the time that when we get there, anything that goes through that scene could change how that scene is.
And did you investigate a scene on or about May 24th, 2022?
We did.
And what scene was that?
It was at Robb Elementary in Uvalde.
And how did you get involved in that investigation?
I was actually in San Antonio at the time, and I was the acting team leader for our team. Got a phone call saying, hey, our assistance is being requested to go out to Uvalde to process a scene.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And when did you get there?
By the time we mobilized, let's see, this is approximate. It takes about, an hour and 15, depending on how fast you drive, from San Antonio to Uvalde. So we probably got there closer to around 2:00, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a few years.
And can you describe the scene as just in general terms when you got there?
Lots of police cars, lots of activity. We're trying to figure out where to go. First, we were told to go to the hospital to pick up evidence from victims there, and then plans changed, and we were told to head to the elementary school, and that's where we went. And then we, tried to figure out, where do we begin? What are our taskings? What is being asked of us, right? So we were being asked to support the Texas Rangers, and we were asked to process the outside of the school.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Would you tell us how you did it?
Well, it's pretty large property, the school with the grounds of the school. So what we did was we have to take photographs first, right? Before we start anything, we take photographs of the general scene. In order to start looking for evidence, because we were looking for casings, right? We knew the general idea of what happened. So our main focus was, okay, let's find the casings. We knew where there was this truck on the far side of the school. So we started from there, did a line search. And what that means is you stretch out in a line, we get all your personnel in a line, and you slowly walk together, and everybody's looking down to the ground to see if they can find any evidence. And if you find anything, you place a flag there so that we can come back to it later. Before we pick up any evidence, we take a picture of it in place so we know what it looks like. And we take it like medium range, long range, close up. So we have an idea of where the evidence is in relation to the rest of the scene, right? So there's a lot of documentation before we actually pick up the evidence.
But as far as the flags and the photographs, that accurately depicts where y'all saw it at the time or before it was picked up.
Yes.
You can't tell us what happened to it if it was kicked or moved around beforehand, but as far as the photographs, they're going to accurately tell us where you located them. Is that correct?
The flags indicate exactly where we saw it when we got there at that time.
Okay. May I approach for a second, Sheriff?
Yes, sir.
Could you step?
Okay.
I'll give you just a second to orient the ditch that you were talking about, where the truck was. Robb Elementary School, the fourth grade lanes, south grounds, and the west grounds.
Okay.
Do you recall that same?
Yes.
Okay. And if you use this pointer, and we do have zeros going all the way across, so that's why I have the pointer, so maybe just go over just a touch from it. Could you show the jury what area you conducted the line searches?
Okay. So when we arrived, this is the funeral home across the street. We parked our vehicles here. And then the subject vehicle is over here to the west of the school. So we started our line search from over here and walked slowly towards the school. And anytime we saw any rounds or any casings or any other evidence, we put a flag there to mark it, so we'd come back later and take more detailed photographs of it. And we slowly made our way through the school. We also line searched all this area too, and around here.
So the line search was the west side of the school?
Yes, and also out here too.
The north side or the northwest side of the school?
Yes.
The south side of the school,
Yes.
at least above this pavilion?
Yes.
As well as you looked on the east side of this fourth grade wing?
Yes.
And that was all conducted with line search?
Yes.
Did you find any casings on the east side of the building?
No, we did not.
And so your testimony is going to be concerning what you saw on the west side and the south side. Is that correct?
Yes, around here and around here. We did find some evidence. I think there was a round right over here. And then we also found something over here.
And were those fired or unfired?
Those are actual bullets. So the bullet was still on the casing, so it wasn't fired.
So those were two that were unfired?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And did you have a chance to review the photographs that your team took as part of this crime scene investigation?
Yes.
And as you looked at them, was it a fair and accurate representation of the crime scene that you conducted?
Yes.
Pretender takes exhibits 85 through 149 for grant to the defense. '85 through 149. I didn't have that turned on.
Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Thank you for subscribing to at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Hit that Cash App code or become a member today for all new exclusives.
Hit us in the chat if you think the defendant is guilty or not guilty.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
Hit us in the chat if you think the defendant is guilty or not guilty.
Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live.
May we display the rest of the jury here?
Yes, please.
a second to load up. This may assist you as we go on through this.
Okay.
Okay, could we start with Exhibit 85? Can you explain to us what we're looking at here?
This is the west side of the elementary school.
Okay, and at the very top of the photograph, Exhibit 85, is that the south side of the building?
Yes.
And toward that top side of the building, y'all did the line search across there, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you this time, not what you found, but what you didn't find. Did you find any casings of a pistol on the south side of the building?
No.
And there was a thorough search?
Yes, we did it multiple times.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 86. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
The same west side of the building.
And if we will, would you approach the TV and show us on the north or the top right-hand corner, if you see any vehicles, the very top right-hand corner?
Oh, this is right here?
Yes, sir. Is there a vehicle over there?
Yes.
White in color?
Yes.
Did you search all the way to that vehicle?
Yes.
And all the way from that vehicle back through the parking lot?
Yes.
And were there any pistol or handgun casings found in that location?
No.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 87, do you know who Kirby Howell is?
Yes.
And would you tell the jury who he is?
She is our
She, I'm
photographer.
sorry?
Yes.
She's your photographer?
Yes, our full-time FBI photographer in San Antonio.
So does this document that these are the photographs that she took?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 88, could you tell us in general terms where we're looking now?
This is the west side of the school building.
And is there anything specific there as far as red flags that you have marked?
Red flags denote anything that we believe was evidence. And you can also see a backpack there.
And when photographs are taken, are they taken in a series? By that, I mean, do you start wide and then get closer to close-ups in general terms?
So typically, yes, when we see evidence, we take a long-range shot. So we see where it is in relation to the rest of the scene. We do a medium-range shot to get a better look at it in relation to the rest of the scene. And then we do a close-up shot to see what it actually looks like before we pick it up.
Okay. So with Exhibit 88, could you tell us where the photographer is standing and what direction they're looking?
The wall, if you're looking at the wall, that's the west side of the school building. So she's standing looking at the west side of the school building.
And that whole west walkway or that whole area there is fairly unobstructed, is that correct?
Unobstructed as in
I mean, there's
obstacles?
no trees?
No, you're correct, yes.
It's a wide open space?
Yes.
Until you get down to the very end?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see any of y'all's red flags there?
Yes.
Would you point those out?
You see one right here. There's one right there, there, and there.
Okay. Thank you. And State's Exhibit 89.
Yes.
Would you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a more medium range shot. So now you see a little more detail. There's a backpack. There's a number 1 placard. So when we do our search, we find what we believe it's evidence. We put a flag to note the location. When we come back later, we start assigning evidence item numbers to it to differentiate it from everything else. So in this particular instance, the number 1 was assigned to the backpack.
And that, how do you decide which number gets what piece of evidence?
It's sequential. As we go along, as we see, and we start documenting each item, we lay the numbers down in sequence.
And to be clear on sequence, we're not talking about when a shot was fired. We're talking about as a sequence when y'all found the casing.
It's not when we find the casing, it's when we start picking up the casing or the evidence. Because as we're doing the search, we could find a whole bunch of evidence and we start placing the flags. As soon as we start collecting, the first item we collect gets the number 1, and everything after that is in sequence.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 90. Could you tell us about that exhibit?
It's the same shot, except a little bit closer.
And what are we looking at as Exhibit 1?
It's a backpack.
And in general terms, what was the condition of the backpack?
It was on the ground open with the pockets open.
State's Exhibit 91.
Okay.
Would you describe State's Exhibit 91?
You see the backpack is open, but you also see, can I get up?
Yes, sir, please.
There's also a magazine with, you see a bullet at the top of the magazine.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 92.
This is,
go ahead.
I apologize. So this is inside the interior of the backpack. So you can see additional magazines with bullets in them.
So in general terms, this backpack was full of magazines with bullets in them?
That's correct.
Exhibit 93.
Okay.
Would you tell us about that?
So now we're moving on to the next item of evidence. So you see a number 2 marker, and that's what we collected after that backpack.
And as we close up on it, does that show you what the marker is marking?
Yes.
And what was that marker marking?
There's a casing there.
And State's Exhibit 95, does that show a close-up of that casing?
Yes.
Turning next to Exhibit 96, is that once again one of these kind of wider views so we can tell where the casings are located?
Yes.
And would you tell us what exhibit numbers are depicted in State's Exhibit 96?
In this particular photo, mind you, this is again the west wall. And you see 3, 4, and 5.
Okay. And just to make sure, I think you've made it clear, but the fact that casing may be labeled 3, another one 4, you're not trying to tell us what order those casings were fired in, are you?
That's correct. That's not the order, it's the order in which we pick it up.
In other words, 3 could be deposited first or before 5, or 5 could be deposited before 3.
We don't know when the items were deposited.
Okay. And the last question I'll have generally about casings being deposited, that is at a specific point in time. Is that correct? That the casing could have been deposited there?
Yes.
So that where the gun was 5 seconds before or 5 seconds after, you can't tell from looking at the placement of a casing.
No.
That is, a gunman could move from left to right, right to left, or up to down, down to up. Is that correct?
Yeah, we can't make any inference like that.
At some point, we have to also listen to eyewitnesses or witnesses to the account. Is that correct?
Sure, you take everything into account.
Thank you. And so Exhibit 97.
This is a closer view of that, those 3 items that we saw in the last picture.
And this is consistent with how you photograph each of these exhibits, correct?
Yes.
So generally where it's located and then close in?
Yes.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 98. Can you tell us what that is?
That's another rifle round.
And State's Exhibit 99.
An additional rifle round.
And it's labeled as tent number 4. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Evidence item number 4.
State's Exhibit 100.
That's evidence item number 5, another rifle round.
And would you
A
kind of
casing.
point out where that casing is? And just in general terms, the casing that we're looking at, is that consistent with the other casings that you picked up to this point?
Yes,
And how are those casings all inconsistent with a handgun round?
they're longer and more narrow.
So it's obvious to see from an investigator.
Yes,
State's Exhibit 101. Could you tell us what that exhibit is?
that's another view. That's the west side. Can I get up one?
Yes, please do.
This is still the west side of the building, and this is the walkway going up to the parking lot.
And there are flags and tents markers there for evidence, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you point those out?
See one here, you see one there, see one there, one here.
And in addition to that, before you sit down, do you see that the white car parked in the same place we saw earlier?
This one right here.
Thank you. Exhibit 102. Would you describe that for us?
That's evidence item number 6. There's a flag marking where it's at, and it's about to be picked up because that's when it got its number.
And just to be clear, that's on the southwest side of the 4th grade wing.
Yes,
State's Exhibit 103.
this is a close-up shot of it. The casing, you can see a casing.
And I think we can close up a little closer, maybe. Could you point out then where that casing is? And let me just interject here. Of all these, so I don't have to keep asking, are all of these casings that you picked up then on the south and the west side, were they all the same type of casing?
The casings, yes.
Now, there were unfired cartridges, is that correct?
There was 2, I believe.
And they were not the same as these fired casings, is that correct?
That's correct.
But all of the fired casings were, in general terms, the same
Yes.
casings. Thank you. And we just looked at marker number 6, and so I'm going to keep up with that numbering system. Would you tell us what Exhibit 105 is?
It's a black glove.
Okay. And did you know the significance of that at the time?
No, it just stood out because it was in the parking lot by itself like that. So, we don't know what the importance of it is, but it stood out. So we marked it and we collected it.
And it's not your job to determine if it belonged to the gunman or a police officer, is that correct?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 106 is just a close-up of that.
That's correct.
And State's Exhibit 107. Could you tell us what we're looking at here, the general area we're looking at?
That's a southwest corner of that parking lot that faces the west side of the building. And you see some flags marking where some casings were found. And then you also see the number cards so that we're about to pick up those casings.
May I approach you? Just to be, I just want to make sure because it's not quite wide enough for us to know exactly where we're talking about. So let me just hold this up. And could you show us, this is once again is the Robin Elementary 4th grade in the parking lot. Could you show us where those?
So this is the parking lot right on the west side of the building. Most of our attention was over here where we collected most of our evidence. And in this particular last shot, the evidence is around here.
Right here, kind of where there's this elbow in the parking lot.
Yeah, you'll be able to see the corner right here.
We can see the elbow.
Yes.
So some casings are behind the elbow and some are in front of the elbow.
Correct.
Excuse me? Did you say something?
He objected to leading, I sustained it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Jeff. And I'll ask you if then the photographer zeroed in, closed in on these casings.
Yes,
So showing you Stacy Exhibit 108,
that's evidence item number 8.
similar casing.
Yes,
And Stacy Exhibit 109,
you can see where item number 9 and item number 10 are in relation to each other.
and Stacy Exhibit 110,
That's another casing, item number 9.
and 111.
An additional casing, number 10.
And would you tell us, describe for us what Exhibit 112 is?
This is a photograph of the same parking lot and the grass bordering the parking lot and additional rounds that were found, casings that were found there.
And those the white vehicle, is it there?
You can see, can I point it?
Yes, sir. Please point those out. And is there a second vehicle there also?
Yes.
Would you point that out too? Thank you. So closing in now, Stacy Exhibit 113.
That's a casing.
And Stacy Exhibit 114,
Another casing.
as marker number 12.
Yes, casing.
Stacy Exhibit 115,
Is it another casing that we found?
marker number 13.
Yes.
And Stacy Exhibit 116, does that close in on that casing?
Yes.
Okay, taking you to a new area then, that is not on the west side, is that correct?
This is actually on the north side.
And that has the next number, Exhibit number 14, is that correct?
Our evidence item number 14.
Evidence
Yes.
number 14. Does that indicate that that's when y'all found that one?
No, it just meant that that's the next item in line that we were collecting.
Okay. And closing in on Exhibit 14,
You can see that's an entire bullet. This hasn't been fired yet.
and closing in on it.
It's a close-up shot.
And is the casing, could you describe that and any differences that there may be between that and the other casings that you found?
This one's actually black, and it also has the bullet that's still attached at the front.
And Stacy Exhibit 120,
This is item number 15. This is in the northwest corner across the street from the school at the funeral home.
and closing in on that Exhibit 121.
You can see that's a bullet also. There's a casing with a bullet attached to the front still.
And it's a little difficult to see. Would you kind of point that out for us? Both the cartridge and the bullet part.
So here's the casing, and you can see right here, that's the bullet part.
And that was evidence marker 15, is that correct?
That's correct.
Returning now to the west side, showing you Stacy Exhibit 122, would you describe what we're looking at here?
You can see 2 more flags showing that there's 2 more pieces of evidence that need to be collected.
And Stacy Exhibit number 123.
That's evidence item number 16, a casing.
And 124.
That's evidence item number 17, another casing.
And Exhibit 125.
Additional casings that were found. So we marked them again with flags and also with the number cards.
And as in relationship to the building, what part of the building are we looking at there?
This is the western side of the building. The air conditioning, those 6 units are on the south side.
So it's the southwest corner.
Yes.
And those exhibit numbers that we can see from that photograph, Exhibit 125 are?
Item number 19 and item number 18.
And State's Exhibit 126?
That's a closer up view of it.
And 127?
You can see the casing
Exhibit number 18
That's correct.
and 128.
Uh, a close-up shot of number 18, another casing.
Exhibit bounce back. Exhibit 129.
That's item number 19, another casing. Just another close-up shot of it.
Thank you. And exhibit 130. I was on 130. That's a close-up of it. Thank you. Exhibit 131.
Additional items that we've found. That's still the west side.
And are we looking down toward the south or toward the north at this point?
You're looking down towards the south. See where the little metal gate fencing is? That's where those 6 air conditioning units were.
And can you read from where you are the evidence marker numbers and generally what we're looking at?
I see 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24.
Thank you. Exhibit 132.
It's just another shot of the same items.
And 133.
You see items 20, 21, 22, and 23. Now we see the close-up of each item. So this is item number 20.
That's exhibit 134. Excuse me. 135.
That's item number 21, another casing.
Exhibit number 136.
That's our evidence item number 22, another casing.
Exhibit 137.
And evidence item number 23, another casing.
130. It's bouncing back on me. Exhibit 138.
That's evidence number 24.
And exhibit 139.
You can see now the casing for number 24.
Would you describe for us what we're looking at now as exhibit 140?
Okay, this is still the west wall, but now we're moving northward. Okay, so those 6 ACs that you saw are on the far end of the picture. Now we're moving towards the north side.
And are you able to identify any of the evidence markers from where you're sitting?
I see number 25 and 26.
Exhibit 141. Uh-oh.
So now it's a more medium range shot of the items 25 and 26. Item 25, that is a casing.
And item 26.
That's an empty magazine, rifle magazine.
Indicating all the casings had been expanded.
There are no bullets in there.
Exhibit 144.
Item number 27, and an additional red flags.
Okay. So we're back over here to the southwest side, but once again, this evidence marker means that's when it was actually collected.
Yes, and you can see why we're going back and forth is because it's in grass, it was rainy that day. We were doing additional searches as we were going. So as we were taking pictures, somebody would say, "Oh, we found another one over here." So we would backtrack to where we were before.
Okay. So that's an additional casing on the southwest corner.
Yes.
And once again, the white car is in view there.
Yes.
Exhibit 145.
A more medium range shot of 27. There's your,
And 146.
and that's the close-up of number 27, another casing.
147. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
You can see a flag, but you can also see a like a red biohazard garbage bag.
And is there a doorway there?
Yes.
Is that the west doorway into the 4th grade wing?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see here? In Exhibit 148.
Evidence item number 28.
And a close-up of that.
There's actually a bullet. You can see the bullet that's still attached to the casing.
So this was also an unfired cartridge casing, is that correct?
Correct.
Just have a few more questions. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 19, which is 20 envelopes, and ask you if you recognize your name as well as the description of the evidence.
Yes, my name is on them.
State on for Exhibit 19, Your Honor.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
Okay, wait a minute.
Just for the record, State's Exhibit 19 of the 20 fired LC-22 casings that you recovered at Robb Elementary that day. Is that correct?
Were there 20? I didn't count them.
That was unfair, wasn't it?
Uh, 21.
21. Thank you for correcting me.
Mhm.
We offer as amended, Your Honor, 21 casings.
This one exhibit, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 19, it's submitted 19.
Pass the witness.
Tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, it's a little afternoon, so I don't want to keep you too long from lunch. So let's take my problem, I don't think there's a whole lot of places to eat around here, so let's resume at, wish you, they usually get an hour and a half. Let's make it 1:45. You can be back at 1:45. Please remember my instructions. Agent, you can step down. The rule has been invoked. You're familiar with that.
Yes.
Please don't discuss the case with anybody other than the lawyers until you're released from the subpoena. All right, we're recessed. We'll everyone rise for the jury. We're going to let them get out first, ladies and gentlemen, since they have to go eat and get back by 1:45. So if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, so, well, this particular testimony wasn't particularly titillating, but we did have a fairly momentous morning. We had that teacher back on the stand, her statement played to the Texas Rangers, and then ultimately her testimony excluded. And then we had this other teacher who testified about, opening the door and just putting the rock there and then seeing the guy and seeing him jump over the fence and then kicking the rock away and door shutting and her, I guess, thinking that the door is locked. And then she's the one that makes the 911 call. And what do you think about the events of what we've seen this morning?
I think everybody's doing what they need to be doing as far as dealing with the evidence as it's being presented. This last bit of evidence, even though it's very tedious, I think the underlying purpose is to show the shooter's path, that he made a pretty circuitous pathway around the building, plenty of time, for himself to be seen by whoever was in the building. Not necessarily directing that to Officer Gonzalez yet, but I think they're laying the foundation for all of that. And even though it was tedious, it's got to be done. You got to get in all those, all the real evidence that was gathered.
Well, and that's the thing, the sausage making of a trial. There is the really interesting testimony. Normally when I do a story on TV, we're going to pick the best moments, the most interesting stuff, and put it on TV. But when we're doing gavel to gavel coverage, people are seeing the other testimony that's laying the groundwork for the more interesting testimony. And that's what this DPS analyst, of course, he's now with the FBI, was doing and showing the trajectory and where they found the evidence. For you, what was the most compelling thing we heard this morning, Stephanie?
I think probably that poor woman that was doing the after school program, Ms. Marine. Hers was just she was just such a vulnerable witness. I mean, only worked at the school for a month. Right off the bat, they, laid the groundwork that she hadn't had any active shooter training. That wasn't her role. I mean, she wasn't even though she's an employee of the school district, she's not somebody that's there like in a regular capacity all the time. They were planning a celebration. It was supposed to be like a jovial time. She's doing a jovial activity, her and this other teacher.
It's the last day
right. And then the other thing that was heartbreaking was her running to that car thinking she wanted to be of help, and then all of a sudden realizing I'm feeling sorry for this person, and this person is essentially like a monster, is a bad guy, and the whole shift she had to do with all that. It really kind of put us there, like with the tension and the uncertainty and all of the stress that they must have been faced with. I mean, they didn't essentially know what was going on. I mean, when she said banging on the other teacher's door and how the teacher opened it, like, what is going on? Like she was, like she's like, I'm in the middle of something, not realizing, she's trying to make her aware of this horrible set of events that are about to unfold.
And she saved lives, I would say.
She really did. And she was, whether she knew it or not, she was a very good communicator about what happened.
Do you think that when, obviously this trial is going to go on for probably at least another week, it's hard to say because trials unfold as trials unfold, that we will eventually see the prosecutor say, and look at the bravery of these teachers that didn't have a vest, didn't have a gun. Look at their bravery, and then look at Adrian Gonzalez.
Definitely. Definitely. I wouldn't be surprised about that at all. But to the defense's credit, they're being very gentle and very compassionate with the witnesses that are on there, especially these last few today, the last couple that are vulnerable. They're educators. They're not police officers. They don't have any police officer training. They're just basically recounting the horror that unfolded as it unfolded, for them as they saw it. So I think the defense is doing a good job of trying to keep it even keeled. And even though they had to make the accusations against the prosecutors yesterday, everybody's, doing, which is what you do when you're in trial, even though it's adversarial, everybody has a side to represent and everybody's doing their best.
Right.
So I think that that's a good thing. I think it's a testament, like you were saying earlier, to our justice system, that everything is unfolding the way that it is supposed to unfold. And there's just no way to get around it being emotional. And this, as you and I were talking about this morning, there's no bright line for this one. Not at all.
No, this is a hard one, and it's hard all the way around. The families who have waited 4 years, there are no winners in this, not at all, and it's just horrible what happened here. I will say I do continue to be impressed by this judge, by Judge Harrell, and I want to kind of harken back to what he said to the teacher whose testimony that got thrown out, that just telling her, look, it's not your fault, this is and then telling her, hey, we've all had issues with memory, and how he'd been involved in an accident, a DWI driver had hit him and his wife, and that every time he thinks about that accident, his memory is a little different. And I think that was really powerful stuff for her to hear, that, hey, I didn't do anything wrong. So I liked that, and I find him to be pretty impressive. And knowing his background, the role he's played in these sorts of cases, I find him to be very impressive. Okay, folks, we're gonna take a break. The judge has got the jury coming back around 1:45. We'll be back a short time before that to start chatting and talking about it. If you guys want to place any questions you have for Stephanie in the chat, or you can email me, and I'll say it out loud: TEISER@WFAA.com. And I do enjoy answering questions, and we've done that in prior trials. Again, I'll say my email one more time: TEISERER@WFAA.com. And we will look forward to seeing you here in just a bit over an hour. Thank you.
May 24th, 2022. Police respond to a school shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. Video released of the response garnered outrage when police took 77 minutes to kill the gunman.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear me? Please put your gun down, sir. Please don't hurt anyone else.
The shooter entered Robb Elementary at 11:33 a.m. 3 minutes later, 11 law enforcement officers arrived inside. Officers at several points delayed gaining access to the room by clearing other classrooms and negotiating with the shooter. After 50 minutes, the team begins to move towards the classroom. A little over 20 minutes later, rapid gunfire, and the gunman is killed.
I just don't know what was going through those policemen's minds that tragic day, but everything said, there was just no action.
19 students and 2 teachers were killed by the gunman, and 17 survivors were hurt.
Somebody's error was made there, and they gotta pay for that error, because we're paying it for the rest of our lives, not seeing our kids grow up.
Nearly 400 officers waited before confronting the 18-year-old gunman, and only 2 officers have been charged. One of the 2 senior officers in charge is now going to trial for the failures of that tragic day. Former school officer Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 counts of abandoning and endangering a child. If convicted of all charges, he could face up to 58 years in prison. Gonzalez pleaded not guilty to the charges, and the judge granted his request for a change of venue for the trial. Defense attorney Nico LaHood said, quote, "It would be impossible to gather a jury that would not view the evidence through their own pain and grief."
I think in this case, it was just negligence. Who waits 77 minutes outside? Who does that? Because I guarantee if it was their children, they would have ran in. And that's just all there is to it. They failed us. They failed our kids. They failed our city. They failed our community.
Soon after we received the news that our daughter was among the 19 students and 2 teachers that died as a result of gun violence. We don't want you to think of Lexi as just a number. She was intelligent, compassionate, and athletic. We stand for Lexi, and as her voice, we demand action.
In response to the shooting, the Texas Senate passed the Uvalde Strong School Safety Act, improving the way police deal with active shooters.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Teenager Sarah Grace Patrick went public on social media after her mother and stepfather were shot and killed in their own home. But what happened next has everyone shocked. And it's chilling. Sarah was just 16 when tragedy struck. On a February morning, her 5-year-old sister discovered the bodies of their parents, Kristen and James Brock, both shot in bed. Moments later, Sarah called 911 and then posted tearful TikToks and a haunting eulogy online, ending with the words, "I'm sorry." Now, authorities say the story isn't so simple. Sarah faces 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault, and she'll be tried as an adult. Investigators say a mountain of physical and digital evidence points to her involvement. Her social media activity, reaching out to true crime TikTok influencers, has only fueled suspicion. With no clear motive, the community is left asking the same question everyone's asking. Why would a teen allegedly kill her own parents? The case is far from over, and prosecutors claim they have evidence no one has seen yet. Follow the live trial daily on at Southern Sin. True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Rapper YNW Melly, whose real name is Jamel Demons, back in a Broward County courtroom Monday as the state prosecutors and the defense are going over a number of different motions filed to see what will be admissible for Demons' retrial. Demons is accused of murdering Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams, both childhood friends, back in 2018 after a late-night recording session, and then allegedly made it look like a drive-by shooting. His first double murder trial ended in 2023 in a mistrial after jurors failed to reach a unanimous verdict. That trial, with twists and turns that included allegations of witness tampering, passing messages in jail, and alleged plans to escape. All issues brought before the judge today to see what would be permitted to use in his new trial. Demons faces a number of charges that include 2 counts of premeditated first-degree murder and witness tampering. And he is expected back in court January 12th on Monday at 8:45, where the judge will hear additional motions. That trial has been set for January 21st.
May 24th, 2022. Police respond to a school shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. Video released of the response garnered outrage when police took 77 minutes to kill the gunman.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear me? Please put your gun down, sir. Please don't hurt anyone else.
The shooter entered Robb Elementary at 11:33 a.m. 3 minutes later, 11 law enforcement officers arrived inside. Officers at several points delayed gaining access to the room by clearing other classrooms and negotiating with the shooter. After 50 minutes, the team begins to move towards the classroom. A little over 20 minutes later, rapid gunfire, and the gunman is killed.
I just don't know what was going through those policemen's minds that tragic day, but everything said, there was just no action.
19 students and 2 teachers were killed by the gunman, and 17 survivors were hurt.
Somebody's error was made there, and they gotta pay for that error because we're paying it for the rest of our lives, not seeing our kids grow up.
Nearly 400 officers waited before confronting the 18-year-old gunman, and only 2 officers have been charged. One of the 2 senior officers in charge is now going to trial for the failures of that tragic day. Former school officer Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 counts of abandoning and endangering a child. If convicted of all charges, he could face up to 58 years in prison. Gonzalez pleaded not guilty to the charges, and the judge granted his request for a change of venue for the trial. Defense attorney Nico LaHood said, quote, "It would be impossible to gather a jury that would not view the evidence through their own pain and grief."
I think in this case, it was just negligence. Who waits 77 minutes outside? Who does that? Because I guarantee if it was their children, they would have ran in. And that's just all there is to it. They failed us. They failed our kids. They failed our city. They failed our community.
Soon after we received the news that our daughter was among the 19 students and 2 teachers that died as a result of gun violence. We don't want you to think of Lexi as just a number. She was intelligent, compassionate, and athletic. We stand for Lexi, and as her voice, we demand action.
In response to the shooting, the Texas Senate passed the Uvalde Strong School Safety Act, improving the way police deal with active shooters.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Every trial has a story the jury never hears, where the truth lives outside the courtroom. Join our host Dara Kennedy and the sharpest legal minds in the business for a new riveting show, Reasonable Doubt, What the Jury Doesn't Hear. No grandstanding, no spin, just the arguments that could change everything. Tonight, one question dominates the Rob Reiner murder case. With a diagnosis of schizophrenia, will Nick Reiner plead not guilty by insanity or be ruled unfit to stand trial at all? This isn't speculation. It's strategy. It's reasonable doubt. What the jury won't hear, you will. Tonight at 9 p.m. on YouTube at Southern Sin.
Rapper YNW Melly, whose real name is Jamel Demens, back in a Broward County courtroom Monday as the state prosecutors and the defense are going over a number of different motions filed to see what will be admissible for Demens' retrial. Demens is accused of murdering Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams, both childhood friends, back in 2018 after a late-night recording session, and then allegedly made it look like a drive-by shooting. His first double murder trial ended in 2023 in a mistrial after jurors failed to reach a unanimous verdict. That trial, with twists and turns that included allegations of witness tampering, passing messages in jail, and alleged plans to escape, All issues brought before the judge today to see what would be permitted to use in his new trial. Demmons faces a number of charges that include 2 counts of premeditated first-degree murder and witness tampering. And he is expected back in court January 12th on Monday at 8:45, where the judge will hear additional motions. That trial has been set for January 21st.
Mr. Murray, if you take a 300 blackout, such as this, and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Good, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
May 24th, 2022. Police respond to a school shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. Video released of the response garnered outrage when police took 77 minutes to kill the gunman.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear me? Please put your gun down, sir. Please don't hurt anyone else.
The shooter entered Robb Elementary at 11:33 a.m. 3 minutes later, 11 law enforcement officers arrived inside. Officers at several points delayed gaining access to the room by clearing other classrooms and negotiating with the shooter. After 50 minutes, the team begins to move towards the classroom. A little over 20 minutes later, rapid gunfire, and the gunman is killed.
I just don't know what was going through those policemen's minds that tragic day, but everything said, there was just no action.
19 students and 2 teachers were killed by the gunman, and 17 survivors were hurt.
Somebody's error was made there, and they gotta pay for that error because we're paying it for the rest of our lives, not seeing our kids grow up.
Nearly 400 officers waited before confronting the 18-year-old gunman, and only 2 officers have been charged. One of the 2 senior officers in charge is now going to trial for the failures of that tragic day. Former school officer Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 counts of abandoning and endangering a child. If convicted of all charges, he could face up to 58 years in prison. Gonzalez pleaded not guilty to the charges, and a judge granted his request for a change of venue for the trial. Defense attorney Nico LaHood said, quote, "It would be impossible to gather a jury that would not view the evidence through their own pain and grief."
I think in this case, it was just negligence. Who waits 77 minutes outside? Who does that? Because I guarantee if it was their children, they would have ran in. And that's just all there is to it. They failed us. They failed our kids. They failed our city. They failed our community.
Soon after we received the news that our daughter was among the 19 students and 2 teachers that died as a result of gun violence. We don't want you to think of Lexi as just a number. She was intelligent, compassionate, and athletic. We stand for Lexi, and as her voice, we demand action.
In response to the shooting, the Texas Senate passed the Uvalde Strong School Safety Act, improving the way police deal with active shooters.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on At Southern Sin. You're watching At Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on At Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back. Teenager Sarah Grace Patrick went public on social media after her mother and stepfather were shot and killed in their own home. But what happened next has everyone shocked, and it's chilling. Sarah was just 16 when tragedy struck. On a February morning, her 5-year-old sister discovered the bodies of their parents, Kristen and James Brock, both shot in bed. Moments later, Sarah called 911 and then posted tearful TikToks and a haunting eulogy online, ending with the words, "I'm sorry." Now, authorities say the story isn't so simple. Sarah faces 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault, and she'll be tried as an adult. Investigators say a mountain of physical and digital evidence points to her involvement. Her social media activity, reaching out to true crime TikTok influencers, has only fueled suspicion. With no clear motive, the community is left asking the same question everyone's asking. Why would a teen allegedly kill her own parents? The case is far from over, and prosecutors claim they have evidence no one has seen yet. Follow the live trial daily on at Southern Sin. True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Mr. Murray, if you take a 300 blackout, such as this, and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Hey Jody, Detective Steve Flores with Main Service on the Police Department.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good. You need to talk to me about something?
Well, I just wanted to offer any assistance that I might have. I was a really good friend of Travis's, and I know that I don't know a lot of anything, but
What have you heard so far?
I heard that he passed away, and that I don't know. I heard all kinds of rumors. I heard there was a lot of blood.
When we first arrived on scene and started talking to people and some of his closest friends began mentioning your name. You know, hey, you need to call her because she probably knows what happened to him, or she possibly had something to do with it.
Looking for a good binge? The Jodi Arias murder trial is back. Relive the stunning testimony, explicit evidence, courtroom meltdowns, and the circus that surrounded the case. From sexual obsession to betrayal, this is the true crime case that captivated the world. If you think you know the story, watch it unfold again, raw and uninterrupted. The Jodi Arias trial. Re-airing only on Southern Sin. True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
May 24th, 2022. Police respond to a school shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. Video released of the response garnered outrage when police took 77 minutes to kill the gunman.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear me? Please put your gun down, sir. Please don't hurt anyone else.
The shooter entered Robb Elementary at 11:33 a.m. 3 minutes later, 11 law enforcement officers arrived inside. Officers at several points delayed gaining access to the room by clearing other classrooms and negotiating with the shooter. After 50 minutes, the team begins to move towards the classroom. A little over 20 minutes later, rapid gunfire, and the gunman is killed.
I just don't know what was going through those policemen's minds that tragic day, but everything said, there was just no action.
19 students and 2 teachers were killed by the gunman, and 17 survivors were hurt.
Somebody's error was made there, and they gotta pay for that error because we're paying it for the rest of our lives, not seeing our kids grow up.
Nearly 400 officers waited before confronting the 18-year-old gunman, and only 2 officers have been charged. One of the 2 senior officers in charge is now going to trial for the failures of that tragic day. Former school officer Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 counts of abandoning and endangering a child. If convicted of all charges, he could face up to 58 years in prison. Gonzalez pleaded not guilty to the charges, and a judge granted his request for a change of venue for the trial. Defense attorney Nico LaHood said, quote, "It would be impossible to gather a jury that would not view the evidence through their own pain and grief."
I think in this case, it was just negligence. Who waits 77 minutes outside? Who does that? Because I guarantee if it was their children, they would have ran in. And that's just all there is to it. They failed us. They failed our kids. They failed our city. They failed our community.
Soon after we received the news that our daughter was among the 19 students and 2 teachers that died as a result of gun violence. We don't want you to think of Lexi as just a number. She was intelligent, compassionate, and athletic. We stand for Lexi, and as her voice, we demand action.
In response to the shooting, the Texas Senate passed the Uvalde Strong School Safety Act, improving the way police deal with active shooters.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Heard this morning in that situation.
I thought she came across as very credible. Points that she needed to concede, she did if she didn't remember. I thought she was very forthcoming about whether she, she was actually very adamant about not realizing the relevance of her line of sight and exactly what she saw. I felt like the parties tried to make, and rightfully so, tried to make a big deal, the defense did, about the fact that she remembers all kinds of minute things, but doesn't remember something that, is at the crux of their defense.
But memory's a funny thing.
Absolutely. And the judge was very forthcoming with her about that as well, telling her not to take her testimony being stricken. Don't take that as any kind of commentary on the fact that she didn't do what she was supposed to do, that it was a legal nuance that was the reasoning for his ruling. He can't actually explain to her, at that time what it was. But as we know, it was the defense asked for a mistrial, and the judge was not willing to go that far. He feels like there was a violation of Brady. At the most, it was negligent. It wasn't intentional. So he, as we concluded with testimony yesterday, he stated there were other remedies available to everyone. And so that's why he stopped short of declaring a mistrial and instead let them recross her, let the state represent her testimony today. And what he ended up doing was he kind of split the baby and said, okay, I do think it was negligent that they didn't turn over the evidence to the defense, but I'm going to stop short of declaring a mistrial, and I am going to exclude her testimony. So that's kind of what he did and where we came from there. So when they put the further witnesses on, it was my feeling that there were probably, and they are, I think, ultimately going to try to prove that point through some other witnesses and some other evidence.
Because she was talking about the other teacher was, I think she was actually an aide maybe, talking about that, describing him being, seeing him on the south side too.
Right. And then before we concluded for lunch, they showed the real evidence, the
DPS,
analyst,
they had the DPS analyst.
Yeah, the FBI guy who gathered all of the shell casings. But before that, they showed a very short snippet of video of the witness who lived across from the school, who basically took like a cell phone video that I don't even think it was 30 seconds. Very short, but I think they did that to corroborate the description that was given by the witnesses whose testimony was excluded, in that he had black clothing on and long black hair. So they are trying to, the state's not giving up on that point. They're just trying to find another way to get that in, since their other witness that had direct testimony, her testimony has been stricken.
It's also the first visual that this jury had of the shooter.
That's correct.
We've heard a lot of talk about him, but we
Right.
haven't seen body cams yet. I mean, we're really early into this trial.
Yeah, it was short, but you could definitely see him. He was male, young, dark hair, and dark clothing.
Right. And I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about what the judge told that teacher when he, told her that he was striking her testimony. He said, "You did absolutely nothing wrong. It is not on you." He talked about how he had been involved in it. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? We're going to go to Amanda Henderson. She's one of our reporters that's there in Corpus Christi, and we're going to talk to her about what she's seeing. Well, we're having technical difficulties, so we would have gone to her, but we'll have to wait. This is the vagaries of technology. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't.
We are at the mercy.
But I was impressed by the judge really went out of his way to let her know this is not your fault.
Absolutely. And, judges, in addition to calling balls and strikes for us, the parties, the defense, or the prosecution, they're also commanders of the courtroom. So they certainly don't want people who come down there to comply with, whether it be subpoenas or whether them coming down there voluntarily. He certainly doesn't want there to be any kind of them to have a bad experience. He wants to be fair to both sides at the same time, and fair to the witnesses too, because at the end of the day, he is not this particular judge, but he is normally our judges in Texas are elected officials, so they always have to be mindful of how they treat citizens who come into the courtroom, whether they're litigants or whether they're witnesses. Judges are always really good about being mindful of that, and yes, he did that in accordance with his duty to the decorum of the courtroom and respect for the bench and for his position.
Well, and she's she's a victim in all this. She's not a,
Yeah.
and I think that she's a lay person, and a lay person doesn't necessarily, you were talking about this earlier today, that when you cross-examine a police officer, it's a whole different kettle of fish.
Absolutely. Police officer witnesses, they have training, they have specialized training in report writing, evidence gathering, testimony. I know DPS troopers, when they go to the academy, they have a whole battery or a whole section on testifying. And I know that a lot of the academy cadets are probably experiencing that when they go through the academy here locally. But it's very different when you're dealing with a lay witness, and you have to be mindful that the jury is watching you. And even though the judge admonishes the jury and says anything the lawyers say or do is not evidence, it is for presentation and advocacy purposes only, you have to be mindful as a lawyer that's representing a party in the courtroom. You have to be mindful that everybody's watching you and seeing how you're presenting your evidence. And if you're attacking this witness, who, as you astutely reminded us, is also a victim, you attack them, you are undermining your presentation and undermining your credibility when you go about trying to present your evidence that way.
How do you think that the defense did in terms of walking that really tight rope, right? I mean, you're walking a tightrope, because if you seem like you're attacking this teacher, that's not whether the jury can consider the testimony or not. And obviously the judge instructed the jury not to. how did they do in terms of walking that tightrope?
I think they did a really good job. And I don't know if people watching picked up on the fact that they submitted an ex parte brief. They mentioned it a couple of times, kind of glossed over it. But what that means is the judge gave them, well, and the judge doesn't have to give them permission. Anytime you want to present something to the court, you can. And ex parte means they did not have to serve the state with their copy of what they presented. They presented an ex parte brief on this sole issue of violation of Brady.
Right.
And so even though the judge had made a ruling, still to protect their appellate rights, they had the right to present additional evidence, which it sounds like they did in the form of an ex parte brief. So I think once they did that, they kind of they didn't have to be so zealous in court, because they knew they had already presented the law and presented it in evidence in writing to the judge.
Okay, so we do have Amanda Henderson on the phone. Amanda, talk to us about the morning's events and what stood out to you. Well, still some technical difficulties out there, and we're not hearing your audio, Amanda. It's the story of my life. Let's see, we're working through this. Okay, well, we're gonna try. We were having some issues yesterday with Rebecca, so we're figuring it out. We're trying, guys. One of the things that one of our commenters asked, basically wanted to know if the defendant, if Adrian Gonzalez will take the stand. What do you think the likelihood of that is?
That is a really good question. And I saw some of the people in the chat discussing that. I think we have some law enforcement people in there discussing that. The decision about whether to testify rests solely with the client, with the defendant. They can consult you, and oftentimes clients do. They want to know what our opinions as their defense counsel. What do we think about that? The general school of thought is if the defense feels like the state has not presented enough evidence to make their case, and you think that you might have a good shot at winning a directed verdict or getting an acquittal at that point, were the trial to be concluded.
You're watching
after
at Southern Sin,
then
your home
you
for
leave well
true
enough
crime.
alone, because
Court
the law
will
and the
begin
jurors,
shortly.
when they were selected,
Don't
they
go
were
anywhere.
instructed and told that you cannot hold the fact that a client does not testify against them. That is the whole Fifth Amendment right. That is part of the U.S. Constitution and also part of the Texas Constitution. So once the state rests, there will definitely be discussion between the client and defense counsel about, hey, do you really think that I need to do that? Is there anything that only I can clear up, that the jury may have been left with the wrong impression or the wrong understanding, and I am the only person as the client who can get on the stand and clear that up? They will be talking about that. And I'm sure at some point, once it gets closer to the state resting, there's going to be more one-on-one discussion. So to answer your question without answering your question and giving the legal answer, it depends. It depends on how the rest of this case shapes up. And if it looks like the client is the only one that's going to be able to clear up these discrepancies or misunderstandings, and they are essential to his defense, then yes, he will probably testify. But so far, I haven't seen anything like that be presented. And at this point, if I were to say yes or no, I would say I would advise him not to.
Interesting. Now, I've covered, of course, we're early in this trial still. We typically, at least in my experience of having covered police officer trials, now this is a different kind of police officer trial, because the other police officer trials I've covered have involved, like a wrongful shooting type situation, like an Amber Geiger or an Aaron Dean, those kinds of things where use of force has been called into question. And in those cases, the general feeling is that the officer has to take the stand, right? That they have to take the stand. I mean, they don't have to, but the feeling is that they have to in some way take the stand, explain their actions, and show some level of remorse. But this is different because he didn't shoot anybody, and I don't know. It's a really hard one. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we get further into the trial and we go, okay, really needs to, but but part of me wants to hear from him and like hear his emotion and what is he, what does he feel? I mean, what was he thinking? When he got to the school, what did he know? When did he know it? I don't know. It's an interesting question, and I guess the question is, I know juries are not supposed to hold it against them, but they still want to hear from him.
Oh yeah, that's just human nature, because you think if it were me, of course I would get on the stand and I would defend myself and I would say something. But we have to remember that every human being is different. I mean, what is the number one fear that people have? Public speaking. And that's save and absent somebody that's faced with being labeled a criminal, which is at the end of the day with this police officer, that's one of the many things that he's going to be labeled with, is being a convicted criminal. And you have to wonder, not everybody presents themselves very well. And if they're nervous, if they stutter, if they hesitate, I mean, the jury and everyone in that courtroom is watching.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
So, I mean, that was one thing that we really hated, us lawyers hated during COVID, was that we were having all of this stuff done by Zoom, and it's just not the same. It's just not the same as being in the same room with a witness, the same room with the judge and with the jury. It doesn't have the same effect. So you've got to remember that not everybody presents very well, and it's not because they have any kind of ill, intent. They're just not good witnesses due to no fault of their own.
Right. And COVID did definitely create some difficult complications. And what I typically, whenever people have commented in the chat about how he looks very stoic and he looks emotionless, but that's kind of common, right? You typically, what do you, in a situation like this, if you were having your case live streamed, what would you tell your client to do? What should it? What would I say? What your demeanor should be?
Right, I would tell him the same thing. Like you're going to hear a lot of things that upset you, or a lot of things that are not may not be in fact truthful. That's why I'm going to give you this pad and this piece of this paper and this pen. And anytime something is wrong, or you feel like you just want to tell me right at that moment, don't tell me, don't turn to me, don't react. Write it down on this pad, and then when we take a break, we will talk about it, because it's very important to remain controlled, because like I said, the jury is watching you. And poor guy, he's damned if he does and damned if he does.
Well, if he smiles, then he doesn't care.
Exactly.
If he cries, then he's being melodramatic. I mean,
right.
Like,
he's trying to manipulate us by being emotional. So there's just no winning. So I would tell my client, look, you're going to hear a lot of these things. Just breathe in, breathe out. Okay. Try to keep your eye on the ultimate prize here, which is for you to get a fair trial, for the judge to be fair to you, for us to be fair to you as your defense counsel, for the state, my job to make sure the state abides by their rules, make sure that the jury hears evidence that's going to help them to make the right and just decision, and just keep your eye on that. Just be focused on that's the mission, to try to remain calm.
Okay. All right, the judge is back on the bench.
Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go
I'm
live.
assuming the jury will be coming back here in a moment. He does definitely run a pretty tight ship. And when he says, and we're going to
seated in the courtroom.
Okay, here we go.
Members of the jury, when we recess, the witness have been passed for cross-examination, so you may proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Adrian.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Great.
Good. My name's Gary Hillier. We've not met before.
No.
You know that I'm one of the attorneys here representing Adrian.
Yes.
And you've testified before, right?
Yes.
Probably a lot of times.
Yes.
So you know that I have to ask you some questions.
Sure.
There are no trick questions. So if I tend to speak fast sometimes, if I am, please just say, hey, Gary, slow down, and I'll repeat my question.
Thank you.
Fair enough? Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I want to go back to the beginning, right, of your testimony. So you said that, so are you still in the San Antonio field office?
Yes.
With the FBI?
Correct.
Right. And at the time you were doing a role, but your auxiliary role was evidence response.
Yes,
An evidence response team for the FBI.
that's correct.
And is that your current role still?
Yes, not so much anymore because I've been really busy,
Right.
but I'm still a member of the team, yes.
And you were the team lead back then?
I was the acting because our original team leader was out of the office at the time.
Acting team lead.
Yes.
Okay, cool. We'll talk about that in a minute. And before that, I think you said that you were a crime lab analyst for the Department of Public Safety.
Correct.
And was that at the lab in Austin?
No, it was a lab here in Corpus, actually.
Oh, so you worked down in Corpus?
Yes.
And I think that you said that your primary focus when you were doing that in Corpus was DNA analysis.
Correct.
And kind of that, I guess that kind of dovetails into one of your auxiliary roles now was the evidence collection.
Correct. Yes.
And it must inform how you go about your role now.
Correct.
Yeah. But let's talk about your time with your FBI forensics. So you said that you obviously went through the academy to become an agent.
Correct.
And then you had additional training. Is that fair to say in the crime scene investigation?
Yes.
And did I hear correctly? You said it was a 2-week course?
It starts with 2 weeks to get certified, and then throughout the years you'll get ongoing, education.
Right.
But yeah, it starts with 2 weeks. Yes.
So 2 weeks to start off with, and then you get continuing education and experience in that.
Of course. Yes.
And I guess by the time of this incident, you've been doing that for 10 years.
From what you're talking about, my crime scene experience?
Yeah.
It started in 1994 to 2022. So that's, my math, 30 something years, 28 years?
Oh, that's a lot of experience. So I appreciate that. So with the Bureau, from 2012, you've been with the Bureau.
No, I've been in the San Antonio division since 2012.
So
I've been an agent since 2004.
Right. Okay,
Yes.
that makes sense. And 10 years before that was with the DPS.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. That because the numbers went up. Okay. I get it. So you said one of the roles that you do, and well, you were an acting team leader at the time of this incident.
Yes, there's a team lead for every crime scene, right? So at that time, I was the acting team because our most senior team leader was gone.
All right. So that's a yes, right?
Yes.
So how many people were in your team?
Our office is pretty big, right? So we have a team up in Austin, we have a team out in McAllen,
Right.
and then we have a team in San Antonio. And so I can't even venture to get, I don't even know how many people are on the team.
Well, no, maybe that's the way I asked that was different. So how many people were on your team at this time?
During the initial response, if I remember correctly, and forgive me, this is 2022, there was probably around 8 to 10.
Yeah, an approximate number is okay. I'm not trying to tie you to
Yeah.
a specific number. Like, so it's not 200. It's 8 to 10 people are on your team.
About that time, yes.
Yeah, because we'll talk about it in time. But some of the search techniques you're talking about, doing line searches and stuff, that is you need a lot of people on your team.
About that time, yes.
Yeah, because we'll talk about it in time. But some of the
I do it
search
now.
techniques
I
you're
wasn't
talking
long
about,
ago.
doing line searches and stuff. That is you need a lot of people to do that effectively.
Sure, the more people, the better.
The more people, the better, because it's detailed and it's intensive work, right?
It's detailed, yes.
Yeah. So there's 8 to 10 people around, right, in your team. And you were supervising this team as an acting lead because the lead was out for whatever reason, right?
Yes.
And it doesn't matter what reason they're out for, but they were out. You were in charge for that time period.
We had other individuals come in from other offices to shore up the number of people that we had initially.
Right.
So in the beginning, the first day, it was a little tougher because we only had so many people.
Right.
But then we had people also come in from the valley, so that's a longer drive. So we had more people later.
So more people came to assist in your crime scene investigation later on.
Sure. Yes.
Right, okay. So I'm still trying to talk about your experience and your training right now. So you said that you did, you got some training and experience in crime scene reconstruction.
Yes.
Is that correct? Now, the jury's not heard any testimony about that. Do you use any scanners such as a Leica scan when you recreate crime scenes?
No. So you gotta understand, when I first started, it was in 1994, right? So the technology was more basic back then. So a lot of it is just more rudimentary, right? When I was with DPS, that's when I got the bulk of my crime scene reconstruction training.
Right.
We were doing everything with just 1 or 2 or 3 people in the lab, right? Most of our crime scenes were done with just a few people. Now that I'm with the FBI, everything's more specialized. We have more people, more resources. And so there will be somebody doing certain techniques. Other people would do certain techniques. Back then, when I first got my crime scene reconstruction training, it wouldn't be strange for an analyst to go and do the photograph themselves, then do the evidence collection, then do the lab work, and then write the report, everything from beginning to end. But we don't do that anymore.
Okay.
I don't do that anymore.
No, and I wasn't suggesting you do. I'm just talking about some of the techniques because my next question was based on whether or not you Leica trained. Was a Leica scan used in this case?
I don't think so. No, not by us.
Not by you.
We were asked to do one thing.
Yeah, and so what I want to do is explain what a Leica scan is. There is technology out there, and I understand your testimony to the jury is that when you did your training, the technology was a bit more, I think, and the techniques were a bit more rudimentary. Is that fair to say? And obviously now you know that law enforcement has access to some devices, and one of them is called a Leica scan, which is a scanning tool that surveyors use, and they use it in construction, right?
We have surveying, so we did a total station scan.
Right.
And we also have scanning equipment that we have, and we did a total station of the whole scene.
Right, okay, so you did a scan in this case.
Yes, like a survey of measurements.
So it's kind of like a Leica, it's slightly different. It would be, you're a man move around. Sorry? May I move around the world? Sure. So a Leica scan would be, or a total station is something you put on a podium or a plinth or something like this thing here.
Yes.
An easel, it's not an easel, but you put it on something and it will scan an area, correct?
Yes.
And it will identify where things are.
Yes.
And it will note that. And then you put it into a computer system and later on it will print something out and it'll be a map showing where all the evidence is.
Correct.
And so it's a total scan was done in this case, right?
Total station, yes.
Total station, which is
similar.
It's not a Leica. Leica's probably like a brand name.
Yes.
It's the same sort of thing. And that is, it creates a document and it shows where things are after you've marked it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you did use that in this case.
Yes.
All right. Good. We'll talk about that in a minute. So one of the things you also spoke about is, I guess when you process a lot of these things, is you're looking for evidence of firearms.
Yes.
And ammunition.
Yes. Correct.
And it sounds like in this case, you'd agree with me. Your focus was mostly on spent ammunition.
That's correct.
Right, and documenting that.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Because I think you said something along the lines of you can glean, and this is where your previous experience comes in, right? Mm-hmm. You can glean a lot of evidence from a used cartridge. Right?
Yes.
And sometimes that could be in your other focus previously, it would be DNA.
Sure.
Right. Not so much in this case because we know who shot that gun, right?
That's correct.
Right. Because the person who did this was already dead by the time you came and investigated.
That's correct.
Right. So in this case, you weren't investigating a suspect as such.
That's correct.
You were just documenting the scene for investigatory purposes.
Yes.
So in this case, it's slightly different to others where you're not worried about contamination as much because you're not worried about DNA being washed off of anything.
No, we weren't concerned about DNA.
No. And so that will change how you deal with things slightly, right?
Yes.
Because if you were concerned about DNA, which you weren't, right, hypothetically, there'd be more urgency to do this now, right? To collect it immediately or as fast as possible.
Well, we weren't under any time constraints, right? We still have to go through our process. Long range shot, medium range shot, close-up shot, you mark it, you pick it up, you do another close-up shot of it. So we weren't under any time constraints.
That's what I mean. So that's what I mean. You weren't under any time constraints because you didn't have the urgency to preserve DNA evidence as such as you would in other cases.
DNA is very stable. Depending on the environment, DNA could last a long time, right? Okay. So, but we didn't have that consideration in our mind.
Exactly. So you wouldn't, DNA is stable sometimes. It's funny, you'll hear different people testify to different things about DNA and how stable it is, but you wouldn't want to get washed off of an object.
No, correct.
No. So anyway, so in this case, your role was to come and document the scene.
Yes, outside. Outside the school, not inside.
And as outside. Yeah, because where I'm going with thank you, Jason, with that is because the next day it rained. This happened on the 24th, the next day, well, it rained overnight, I should say.
I think it rained that evening.
Yeah.
Because we were in the middle of doing this and I remember it raining. I think it was that evening.
We can look at it. I think one of the state's photographs I introduced, you can see this is some inclement weather. So like, yeah, normally that would inform how urgent you are with recovering stuff, but you're doing outside, right?
We were just doing the outside. That's correct.
And so the DNA thing, just despite the DNA thing, the shell casings can reveal other things. And you may approach the witness.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to use states very briefly. I think it's demonstrative 2 again. Bring this over. Because, so I know you already explained that, and I think it states 19. Where is it? Yeah, 19 is the shell casings, right? And these are the ones you recovered from the scene.
Correct.
Without going into the packets. And the shell casing, the jury's right. The projectile gets shot out the barrel, and this cartridge gets ejected out of the weapon.
That's correct.
Right. And so, and I think the testimony earlier was that when a weapon recycles or a firearm is fired, the firearm pin goes forward, strikes the primer.
Yes.
Right. Very fast burn. Some people call it an explosion. Happens, and the projectile gets fired out the barrel.
Correct.
Right. Because of the action of the weapon, it recycles, and the bolt action of the rifle or the weapon brings this cartridge back and it gets ejected out of the weapon.
Correct.
And like you said, we know that with a long weapon, it's to the right-hand side.
Yes.
And it can, how far that projectile or that spent casing could be thrown can depend on a couple of things.
Yes, like where it ends up could depend on a lot of different things.
Depend on a lot of things. And so, and what I'm saying is you can find evidence on this casing of tool mark. You're familiar with tool mark analysis, right?
Yes.
And so one of those things is the markings. Tool mark analysis, you'd agree, is the markings that are left on, in this instance, the casing by the metal inside that weapon.
Okay,
right?
so
roughly speaking,
yes.
without getting too deep into the science.
Yes.
Roughly speaking, because there will be the firing pin will leave an individual characteristic.
An indentation on the primer. Yes.
Because each firing, it's like a fingerprint for a weapon. Kind of.
Not so much with the firing pin, but
the totality.
Yes, yes.
Because the firing pin will some weapons they'll fire and strike in the same place, and also you'll find some markings that are similar on the cartridge from where the round is getting stripped and spent and shot out of the weapon by the ejector claw or pin.
You could, yes.
And that will, so depending on the configuration of that weapon is one of the factors when how far and where that spent cartridge goes, right?
Sure.
Right. And so, I mean, like I said, there's lots of variables that can affect that. And I guess certain batches of ammunition can be different from others, right? And so,
sure.
And that can affect how far a spent cartridge goes, right?
Yes.
But when it comes down to it, you testified that, case location is mostly an educated guess. Would you agree with that?
Depending, yeah, because there's a lot of variables.
Yeah, because of the variables.
Yeah.
And I should say where the case comes to rest is mostly a guess.
It's like an approximation. It's kind of like an educated guess, right?
An educated guess. Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what you said. I'm just using your testimony. You said you can guess how and where the shooter is.
Educated guess.
Educated. Yeah. Well, I agree with you. An educated guess. And it would depend on lots of factors, like you said.
Sure.
If you're standing on concrete and the round gets expelled, the cartridge gets expelled, it can bounce.
It can bounce.
It can spin.
Sure.
And it will move.
Sure.
Right. And if you're firing on grass, maybe it will stand still. It'll just drop and sit still.
Yes.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Right. And it's a guess, but you'd agree with me that the grouping of where these rounds end up, when I say rounds, I should say casings.
Casings.
A specific grouping of casings on the ground or on the floor is an indication, the best indication we've got of where the shooter was at the time.
That's a good indicator because it's consistent that, okay, why are all these in the same kind of location?
Yep. And I think you said the shooter is around that radius. Is that correct?
Sure.
Right. So I want to talk to you about your work in this scene, if
okay.
we can. So we've already said that you were the team lead, and I think you said when you first started doing this, did you say you had eight people assisting you?
I think around there.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll talk about the actual mechanics of your search in a second. But would it be fair to say that you go to a location, you speak to whoever's in charge, and they give you some parameters and instructions on what to search for?
Sure.
And you do a visual search.
Yes.
And then you'll do a physical search, right?
Yes.
And then while you're doing that, you flag. Is that correct?
Anything out of the ordinary, you would put a marker, you would flag it so you can come back to it later.
Yeah, and you know, if I may move, Judge?
Yes.
So you'll and when you say you do a line search, you did a line search in this case, right?
Correct.
And so when you're doing it on concrete, would it be fair to say that someone is in the middle, that's probably the leader?
No, it could be anywhere.
All right, anyone. So you will have a line, correct?
Yes.
And you'll stand line abreast. And you'll advance along a certain area.
Yes.
And I guess on concrete, you're probably standing.
Yes.
Right. And when you're moving onto grass, you're probably on your knees, right?
No, we're standing.
Standing all the time?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I've done that where you're kneeling. It's hard work.
You can do that too, depending on the surface that you're dealing with.
Yeah, depending on, because on grass, things might not be as obvious as they are when you're standing. Right?
Correct.
Especially if you've got bad eyesight. Right. So you do a line search. Okay. So you do a search. And so when, like you said, you see something out of the ordinary, here you're looking for spent shells, you'll put like a flag down.
Yes.
Because and the reason I ask that is because there's we can see in the state's evidence there's little red flags.
Yes.
And then there's a number card placed next to some of them.
Yes.
Right. And so these are two separate processes, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So first you walk your area. And I believe, Judge, may I approach again? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Let me use the state's demonstrative so we can just confirm this. I think that you said that this is obviously we know what we're looking at here. You started your search over by this area here on the left.
That's fenced off.
Yeah.
So we actually started on the grass side of that.
On the inside of it.
Yes.
So your line search would be inside this fence area here that I'm indicating
Yes.
on the demonstrative, advancing across the grass area towards the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And so as you're going across there, you're putting red flags or whatever color they are. They're red in this case.
If you see something.
If you see something.
Yes.
Obviously, you wouldn't do it if you didn't see something.
That's correct.
So, and there's 8 of you doing that.
We started with 8, but we enlisted other people's help, whoever was standing around to help. So I don't know how many people really.
Yeah.
But we started with 8.
And I didn't mean to talk over
you.
you. I'm not trying to tie you down to a specific number.
I understand.
Because this is a big area, right? We can agree on that.
Sure.
That's a big scene to go over.
No, that's correct. It was big.
So it's very detailed work.
Yes.
Right? So you're walking slowly across here. Anyone sees anything, they put a red flag.
Correct.
Okay, and then you've done that, advanced all the way to the building.
Mm-hmm.
And once you've done that, you then place markers down on significant items.
When you're about to pick up the evidence, if it's something that you think is important. So the red flag just identifies what we need to look at again. The yellow marker with a number is our actual items that we're going to collect. So in the beginning, you could have something that has a red flag on it, but upon closer inspection, that might not mean anything to you.
Right, so you'll put a flag down to see that's something of interest.
Yes.
Then you'll go back and you'll put if you're going to take a photograph of it and preserve it, then you put the card down.
With a number.
With
yes.
a number. And they're the yellow things with the number, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. And so you do that, and then the next thing you do is you'll document it with photographs.
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case.
Yes.
And after having photographed the scene, you then will collect those items.
Yes.
Right. Because I wanted to look at some of these photographs. Can we publish some of these photographs? Publish them? Yeah, can you publish them for you? Would you better go to States 96 first? Could you go to 96 first, please, Martin? Yeah. No, no.
Oh, he needs to know what exhibit number.
You're right. I'm going to, sorry, Judge, can I approach? Sorry, just do that anyway.
No, go ahead.
No.
No. He needs to know. They're not marked on there.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm going to put this map up again. So having established how your process, I want to look at some photographs here so we can see what we can deduce from the scene, right? So we're waiting for, I think the first picture we're going to look at has been previously marked as States Exhibit 96. So while we wait for the photo to be put up on the screen,
Okay.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 96.
Yes.
Right, and so I'll show you. This is States 96. We're going to show it on the screen in a second. So I made the witness come down and mark on the demonstrative where this is located.
Yeah, is that in evidence or not?
This is, yeah, so they're both in evidence. This has been admitted, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to mark on the
No,
chart?
just to show. Can you
Okay.
show whereabouts on the diagram here this is oriented?
Okay, so in this picture, you'll see the AC behind the fence.
So it's here, right?
And it's right here.
So this would be fair to say that, there we go, I think that's it there, right?
Yes.
There you go. Cool.
Okay, can I see a picture?
So we'll wait till we get up there. Okay. There you go. Right, okay. So we are, so that, you'd agree this is the southwest corner of the building, right?
Yes.
And I think that what we can see on the photograph there are these are AC units, you know, there.
Yes.
And they're big industrial ones, probably about 4 feet tall. Approximately.
I've seen bigger, but yes, that's good big. Yeah.
There you go. And so what we can see in the photograph here, if I approach, that's where we know it is. Are during your search and your line search, somebody has identified with red flags evidence that needs to be recovered, right?
Yes.
And then 3, 4, and 5 are the numbers that they're given, and they're probably projectiles we're going to see next. And then in a similar area, right?
Yes.
So, and in the background, we can see this thing that's been described as a pavilion, and we can see one police car. That's a police car. It's a white vehicle. You were there,
I
right?
think, yes.
Yeah. But so if this, and again, we don't, depending on the weapon characteristics and the ammunition, we don't know how far away the person was who fired this, but it'd be fair to say that if these rounds are found here, these cartridges are found here, whoever fired them would be to the left of it somewhere, right?
Well, it depends on like where you shoot, right? Because here you see the round sitting there. What if the person was shooting that direction and the ejection goes this way? Well, you don't know. I can't tell what direction.
Well, let's
shoot it with that.
Let's talk about that then.
Yeah.
So for them to be here, right, the person would either have to be over here, to the left of it.
Can I stand up here?
Of course you can. If you turn it like that, sure.
So if you have around here, so the person could be pointing this way, or that way, or that way, or that way, as long as the ejection port, as long as this is to the side of it, right? So you can't tell just from looking at this what direction the person was facing. You understand what
I do, and that's what I'm going to show you some more photographs, but let me get, so what my point of this is, well, I want to talk about that first, right? So I agree with you, you're correct. So the person who fires these rounds could be standing to the left of these cartridges, right? That's a possibility.
Yes.
And as you pointed out, the person who fired those rounds could also be firing them in that direction, up the side of the building.
Yes, I can't tell.
You can't tell. And they could, for them to be here, they could also be standing on here, firing them off into the distance that way.
Sure.
Right, that's possible. But this isn't the only photograph we took, right? So I want to look at some more. That's possible.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you look at 102 next, which is, I think, is a closer up version of that. Because Agent, one of the things, while we queue up the evidence, one of the things that we, one of the things that you testified to, this isn't an exact science, what we're talking about, the grouping of cases on the floor, right?
It's not exact.
It's not.
No.
So the best thing that you have is your educated guess.
Yes, if you look at, you have to look at the whole scene.
Exactly. And and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but what I'm saying is your educated guess is informed by the characteristics of the weapon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the ammunition it's using, right?
Yes.
And also by the grouping of these cartridges on the floor.
That's part of it, yes.
Yeah, and it's because, I mean, I guess someone could have, did you know if anyone testified this weapon?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Because, for example, it is possible, and it does happen, right? You'd agree that sometimes these weapons that are found at scenes are test fired?
Yes, if you're going to do ballistics, you have to test fire the weapon.
For ballistic analysis, that's right. But in this case, it could be, if somebody wanted to get a more informed, educated guess, this weapon could be fired and the ejection of the cartridges could be measured, right? Based on this weapon, because the weapon has individual characteristics, right?
Yes.
And there's class and individual characteristics when we're talking about firearms tool marks, right?
Yes.
Without going into that, an individual characteristic is this thing from my approach is where the ejector leaves a mark on the shell casing, right?
Yes.
So as this casing comes back, it will get ejected out of the weapon, whether it's a handgun or a long weapon, and the ejector will oftentimes leave the claw, or whatever you want to call it, will leave a mark on this, a tool mark on this shell.
It could.
It could. Sometimes it does, and that people look at that. And that specific ejector claw or hook will influence the way the shells come out of that weapon.
It could.
Right. So one thing that could be done, but it wasn't done. You didn't do it, right? Because that wasn't your job.
Yeah, that's out of what I
know what, but it is outside the scope of what you were doing because you were looking at the scene and preserving that. But somebody could later on have testified the weapon in a controlled environment, similar to this one, maybe on concrete, to see how far and where the rounds were flying after the weapon had been ejected from the cartridge. And just a second. Yeah, and so which one is this? This is 102. Right, and this is 102. And Judge, may I approach the TV again? So this is a different angle, and I guess, Agent, here, just if I can orient you on this big map here, Agent over here, is, will you agree with me, we're looking at this area, like kind of parallel to the south of the building?
Yes, along the AC units.
Yeah, and because we can see the AC units here.
Yes.
Right, we can see the AC units here. We've got a flag, red flag, if somebody's walked in close to something of interest, and a shell. The shell casing is number 6, right?
Correct.
So what somebody couldn't be doing is that they can't be firing that way and their arm going to the left of them, right? That's not the way that firearm works.
No, the ejection ports are on the right side.
Yeah. So either they're firing this way and it's going out to the right, is that right? Or they're somewhere to the left of this and it's being ejected to the right.
Well, you can't tell because somebody could be standing to the left of the shell and fire that way, or they could be standing to the.
They could be standing somewhere in this. This is a parking lot to the left here, right?
Yeah. Looking at the shell itself, you can't tell what direction the person was shooting. You would have to look at the entire scene in total.
And you'd look at the groupings, right?
That's part of it. That goes into the equation. Yes.
Because we weren't there, right? So we don't know.
Yes.
So all we can do is follow the evidential trail and make deductions from it.
Sure.
Right. Okay. So what we're seeing here is we're looking down this path, this pathway that goes around the south of the building. You agree with that?
Yes.
And here on the top left-hand side of the photograph, we see these AC units.
Yes.
Right. So it is possible that the person who fired this shot, this expended cartridge, was in this parking lot somewhere. Right?
That's a long ways for it to eject. Well, the parking lot is pretty far away from where that sidewalk is.
Remember what we said, but what is this thing here that's what is this made of here? This
That's concrete.
That's concrete.
Yes.
So if an expended cartridge bounces on grass, what will it do? Probably.
It'll probably stay in the grass.
Okay. If something lands on concrete, what's an ejected cartridge possibly going to do?
It could bounce, it could roll, or it could stay where it's at, depending.
It could bounce, it could roll, it could spin, right?
Sure.
It could keep traveling. Right?
Yes.
Can we look at 107, please? So what we're looking at now, Agent, is states 112, sorry. Right?
Yes.
Okay, and so just to orient ourselves on this, the map here, this is the same view as the last one, but further away, right?
Yeah, that helps, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a further back view, because you do like long range, medium range, then close, then super close, right?
Yes, it gives you a different perspective.
So this, I'm going to show you, I'll hand you the photograph here. You can see that there's multiple red flags with evidence being collected, right?
Yes.
Up here. So again, you'd agree this is kind of an indication this is a group of where the spent cases are?
Yes.
Right, and again, it's not an exact science where the weapon was fired, but it's an indication.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that these spent cartridges, well, how many did you see? One, probably 6, 7 in that photograph, right?
Yes.
Are all in a line just on the edge of this paved concrete parking lot.
Yes.
You agree with that, right?
Yes, of course.
So one of the things that we can deduce from this photograph is we're looking at this, is that the shooter could be to the left of that.
Sure.
We don't know how far because we haven't test fired the weapon. We don't know anything about the power of the ammunition other than what rating it is. So it's possible they're on the left-hand side, right?
Correct.
So this would be consistent, or this could corroborate evidence that the person might be to the left-hand side of this SUV here, right?
I wouldn't say, I mean, there's somewhere, but to me, it looks like they could be behind the SUV. I don't know if they're to the left of the SUV.
Yeah, okay, so they could be behind the SUV. So if you say the SUV is here, around here somewhere, right?
Sure.
Yeah. They could also be to the left of maybe, depending. If we, and again, like I said, we don't know, but if there had been, the weapon had been testified, we could have a better educated guess of where that round would have been fired from, right?
Sure.
Right. And by the same token, what it can't be based off this evidence, right? Where the shooter cannot be based upon where the breadcrumbs, if you like, of evidence are, the trail of evidence are, is to the right-hand side of these rounds. Because the cartridge, I didn't mean to give you more back, I'm sorry, gets ejected to the right, correct?
So if you look at the totality of this, and the broken glass is over there where the windows are broken and shot through, then chances are the shooter's on the left side because the rounds are getting ejected out the right of the weapon.
So let's talk about that for a second. That's interesting. So, and what you're alluding to is we'll look at a different photograph, but I want to pick up on that. I appreciate that, Adrian. So when you're saying broken glass, you're talking about on this side of the building.
You look at the entire picture.
Yep.
And so in order to get a better picture of where these rounds could have been shot in what direction, if there's no bullet holes or bullet damage on the, like where the white car is, then you can generally assume that it's not being shot in that direction. But if you're looking at these bullets and you see the broken glass, then I'm not saying that that's exactly how it happened, but you kind of can deduce this could be the track that he was going towards the school, shooting at the school.
And I appreciate that, Agent. We're going to talk about all of it. If I could just bring your attention back to the map here.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about that, because there was a lot that you just said then, right? I want to talk about it. It's important. So you said, I agree. We hear in law enforcement, we hear the phrase, or you hear the phrase in criminal investigations, totality of circumstances, right?
Sure.
And I agree. We've got to look at the totality of the evidence. And I agree with you that the indication is from your evidence is that, and the broken windows that we saw in some of the other state's exhibits, we can look at those, but the jury's already seen those. There are broken windows on the west side of this building.
Yes.
That appear to have been shot out by a round, which is possibly by these spent cartridges, right?
Sure.
And that's all along this building. So I agree with you that this is more of an indication of rounds that have been shot into this building, right? What we're seeing on that physical evidence up there that's been admitted.
You can't say for sure, but the indication looks like that could be, yes.
And that's 112. State's exhibit 112.
Is that 112?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah. And because, like you said, there is no physical evidence that you found over here towards this area here, the pavilion, all these vehicles, right?
Correct.
And because I wanted to talk to you about that next, the other thing I wanted to talk to you about. You said that you did several line searches, right?
Yes.
Because I guess that, is it the case that whoever is you, the team leader, or someone else devises a search plan?
Yes.
And you'll say, we're going to search from west to the school first, right?
Yes.
Maybe with the boundary on here, and then maybe you'll break up another sector later.
Yes.
And then you'll define that search area, and then you'll keep breaking it up into sectors.
Yes.
And like I said, that's what it's kind of painstaking.
It is.
Because you have to walk slowly, maybe like that, looking at the ground, keep it in line with everyone.
Yes, correct.
So that nobody misses anything. If someone sees something, we stop.
Yes.
Someone gets a flag, we flag it.
Yes.
Okay, then we keep moving.
Yes.
And you keep doing that. And in fact, I think the testimony was that you did it from sort of like Grove along Geraldine to the school, right? First.
Well, the fence line and the grass.
Got it. The fence line is here inside this culvert. But
Yes.
The fence line here. But then you also did it from the south north, right?
Yes.
And you did it. Did you go left to right, from north, south to north, and left to right?
We did so many directions, and we did it multiple times. Because after you do a search, you think, okay, we just did a line search, but then somebody will walk by and go, oh, there's another round.
Yeah.
So now we have to do it again.
Right.
So we did it multiple times.
So you did it multiple times.
Yeah.
You did it multiple times, but you didn't find any evidence of any shells being fired over here to the south of the building.
No.
No evidence at all.
that we saw. No.
The only evidence that you found of any shells being fired or a weapon being fired was consistent with it being fired into that building, right?
When we looked at it, now when we were on the back side, can I show the?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you take a look at the building where the windows were shot out, that's the west side. The east side of that building, there's some broken windows too, but we didn't. When we went, we didn't see any shells, right? But we saw the bullet holes.
Okay, cool. I'm going to put a different picture up so we can get a visual on that. Yeah. 86. Can we put 86 on? Because that's important what you're saying, Agent. I want to talk about that because you actually found some, Agent, if I could bring your attention to this. You actually found a couple of non-spent cartridges, right? A round of ammunition in a couple of places around.
Yeah, we found that too.
Found two, right?
Two or three.
And you, while we wait for the picture to come up, you'd agree that they appear to be different.
Correct.
Right? So these ones are all just, the ones we've got here that you took the photographs were just brass. They were brass colored.
Yes.
And I think the ones, there we go, we'll look at this in a second. The other ones they were a black jacket.
Only one of them was.
One of them was a black jacket. So
Yes.
it indicates slightly different ground, right?
Yes.
And can you show the jury again where you found that on the map?
Okay.
Judge, can you please approach?
So item 14 was found around this area along the sidewalk.
Yep.
Item 15 was found around this part of the funeral home. There's a parking lot here. It was found in the grass around this area.
Okay, I appreciate it. So, and these, which one? Do you remember which one was the black jacketed round?
I don't remember. I have to take a look, but
one of them was different. That's fine. So, and I wanted to look at this approach to television again. So, because this gives a better overview. This is, so you were saying this is the west side of the building, right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the building in question. And so, would it be correct to say that where I'm indicating now is the east side?
Yes.
And so you found would you describe it as a defect or just a broken window?
We thought there were bullet holes.
Bullet holes.
Yeah.
So it could be a couple of things right going on there.
Yeah.
Because we don't know, but it could be with this kind of ammunition that what is consistent. I don't need to give you my back is that you said that this is the same parking lot we're talking about, right?
Yes.
And you didn't find any evidence of any rounds being fired over here towards the south.
Yes.
Right, I don't mean to give you my back.
Well, that's okay.
But it could be over penetration, a round being fired from the west coming out the east.
It could be. There's a hallway in between, and doors and walls. So to me, I don't know if that would be, from this side.
It could be fired inside.
Or it could be, sure.
It could be that. I mean, we don't know, but that ammunition is certainly powerful enough to penetrate a building, right? If it goes through glass, it could certainly penetrate that whole building. Possibly.
Possibly.
We don't know. But it could certainly penetrate from inside out.
I didn't go into the building at that point.
Because you did outside, right?
Yes.
And I guess I haven't asked you yet, but you searched this courtyard area here, right?
Yes.
And you didn't find any evidence of any firing outside there.
We didn't, no.
So when I say evidence of firing, I guess we'd be looking at like the spent casing again.
If I remember correctly, yes. No, none of the cases. We saw bullet holes in the window.
Right. So the last question I want to ask you is after we spoke, you just I want to pick up what you said about the rounds that have possibly been fired inside that building. Did you do any kind of trajectory analysis?
We didn't do trajectory, no.
You didn't? because trajectory analysis would inform us to know by finding where the defect. So let's talk about a defect. A defect is where, or an apparent defect is the terminology that you would use to say this is apparently a hole or damage that could have come from a fired weapon, right?
Yeah, we didn't have access to the inside of the building, so that limited what we could do. And so we only looked for the evidence on the outside.
I know, but what I'm saying is to fully inform us to say, hey, these holes in this window go to this hole somewhere else would be to do a trajectory analysis.
That would help.
It's kind of like bullet path analysis where you would, it's almost like geometry, finding where the hole is and you backtrack to see where the round could have been fired from.
Sure.
But that wasn't done.
I don't know.
Because that wasn't your remit.
No.
But what we do know is that there were no spent shell casings found on the south of that building, right?
Yeah, we didn't find anything on that side. Or I think the east and the south.
And you didn't find any in the field from the line search from the culvert inside the fence towards the building, right? Let's look at the other map.
So if you're talking about the field between
this one here, I'm indicating here.
Yeah, no, we didn't find.
You didn't find any there. No, you didn't find any on the way here. They were just focused on this parking lot, and you didn't find any on the south, right?
Correct.
Just to confirm.
Yeah.
Thanks, Agent. I appreciate it. No further questions. Pass the witness.
Agent, I don't know if I need to show you the picture. I will if I need to. Your testimony was, I believe, that exhibit number 6, casing number 6, seemed too far to be from the parking lot. There was one exhibit that you said that.
Looking at that perspective, I mean, I couldn't see the parking lot from that picture. But if you look at it this perspective, I can see that, it could be. It's just a matter of perspective. I need to take a look at all the pictures together.
Maybe if you took a look back, can you tell us where exhibit 6 was on that photograph? About?
Like somewhere around here, there's a metal plate in the sidewalk. And so here's the parking lot. The ground was somewhere around here. If the person, if you're saying, if you're tying this to the broken window, because you got to look at the totality of everything. If you're thinking that maybe the guy was shooting here, or somebody was standing here for the round to be there, it's a little bit difficult.
Okay. May I approach her?
Sure.
So if my understanding is you have casings along here all the way up to here, is that correct?
I think so, yes.
And I'm not talking about correction because you said we're not saying 1 through 6.
Yeah.
I'm saying from here all the way up to here somewhere.
Yes.
Is that correct? And those can be shot, and it helps you a little bit if you know where the bullet ends up, right?
Yes.
I mean, if I'm shooting this way, then if it rejects right, the case will be there.
I'll reject to leading judge.
Is that?
Sustain, to rephrase it.
Could you tell us how the impact the bullet has on an object helps you place where a casing is?
Yeah, it sort of gives you a line, right? Because in order to have a line, what do you need? 2 points, right? So if you have a point of impact and you have a casing, you can use that to approximate, hey, that's your 2 points to make a line. What direction was the shot being taken? Okay.
And if the shot is being fired into an open field.
Yeah, that's a lot more difficult because now you don't know because you're not going to have an impact. So how do you know where the direction is where the shot's being taken? You only have the location of your casing. Where's your other point to see where it went?
So if we have impacts in the windows and we have casings along here, that can help you.
Yes, yes.
If you have casings here, does that tell you if the impacts in the windows came from those casings, or if those casings could be a result of firing into a field?
Well, you don't know, but your best guess would be that it was being shot into the window because you have a broken window.
If you have casings over here, would they explain the broken window?
Sure.
If they explain the broken window, then these casings could be fired into an open field.
They could.
And if you have impact over here, could that also tell you what direction he was shooting?
Sure, because now you have 2 points, right? You have your casing and you have an impact spot. 2 points can make a line.
But you didn't look for impact points, you looked for casings.
We were looking for casings. We didn't have much access to the school itself. So we tried to stay out of the Rangers' way. Texas Rangers were the lead agency.
So Brent, the Texas Rangers would be looking for impact along these other windows.
They had access to all the buildings.
Or other, I said windows, but I mean other buildings, parts of buildings. They would look for those.
They had access to the buildings. We were focused on the field and on the grass and outside.
Sure. And so casings plus impact would give you a better decision as to where those bullets were going.
Sure.
And that sometimes takes not just your testimony, but somebody else's.
Sure.
And the one thing though, about these 21 casings, can you tell us, does that indicate to you there's been 21 explosions?
Those are the casings we found.
That means a fired bullet, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Which makes a sound.
Yes.
And alerts law enforcement.
So 21 casings means there were at least 21 shots, because there could have been more. I mean, if we didn't find it, then we don't have it, right?
Right.
But 21 casings means there was 21 shots at least.
Okay. And you've been around gunshots?
Sure.
Audible?
I'll give Jake to lead in, Judge.
Are they audible?
Overall.
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Well, mate, very briefly, Adrian. Judge, my approach. Yes, very briefly. So I think you said that, so we're looking at state 6, right? I think, well, we're not. We're looking at let's look at what you got here. So your testimony is that your best guess is that these casings that were found to the southwest side of this parking lot here were fired into this building based on the evidence, right?
My best guess is that because there was a trail of casings, that the person was going that direction.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the whole scene, if you see impacts, then you gotta say, okay, where am I gonna attribute that to? Where can I attribute it to? What are the possibilities, right? And so that could be a possibility, yes.
Because you're just one piece of this whole part. Like Mr. Turner said, your testimony is the jury's gonna put it together with others. Because we know that unfortunately, eventually the shooter enters this doorway here. You know that, right?
I learned that later, yes.
Yeah. So you know that.
Yes.
So it's possible this person is traveling, shooting these windows before he enters through that door, right?
Sure.
Okay. And so the prosecutor talked to you about this walkway here, right? Do you know the distance between roughly, I don't mean to give you my back, Adrian, between the end of the building and that walkway?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, we did, no. Can you give me an estimate?
Looking at that, okay, if you take a look at the length of the cars are probably about 15, 20 feet, depending on so maybe about, how far to where?
In the building, this walkway here.
Okay, so it's about the length of a car, maybe about 10, 15, 12 feet, something like that.
Okay, fair enough. And so I wanted to pick up on something. I can do it from here. So hypothetically, right, the prosecutor was saying, because you didn't have access to the buildings, right?
No.
So you didn't have any access to these buildings. The prosecutor talked about, rounds went over here, right?
Yeah, good, yes.
I think he probably took it off the screen. I think that's what he did. So to know, let's pretend for a minute there was a round went from here. Without doing a trajectory analysis, I guess, that could have come from here, could have come from here. We just don't know, right?
Yeah.
Because like we said, the best guess is that from your evidentiary examination of the scene and the clues that were left behind is that these rounds were fired into this building.
It could have been, yes.
And we also know you didn't find any evidence of shots being fired on the east side of the building, right?
That's correct.
But you found evidence of bullet holes either exiting or entering these windows here on the east, right?
There were bullet holes in the windows, yes.
In the windows. So you don't know if they're coming in or out from the building, right?
That's correct.
But what we do know is you didn't find any evidence of shots being fired in.
That's correct.
So we could possibly deduce from that shots were being fired out, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so if rounds are being fired from inside this building, they could be going anywhere, right?
Sure. I was not in the building.
Right. From my approach again, Jeff. So my last question to you is so on this overview, we can agree that, roughly speaking, most of the shell cases are found along this border of the parking lot.
I don't remember if it's most, because there were quite a few along the windows.
Yeah, you're right. They're right. There were quite a few under these windows.
Yes.
Because you probably didn't recover everything that was fired because you did outside, right?
We recovered whatever casings we found on the outsides. We recovered.
And a lot of them were close up to the building.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there was, roughly speaking, a group of casings on the south end of this parking lot.
Yeah. So out of the 21, I think there were about 6 or 7 from there, somewhere around there.
I'll take that. That's fair enough. Yeah. So what we do know is that the person, that your best guess is they're fired into this building here.
Well, based on the broken windows, but that's, I don't have any more information than what I saw there at that point.
But you didn't find any spent cartridges to the right of this parking lot, did you? Further down to the south?
No, I don't think we found anything further south.
We found nothing further south of this. Nothing further south of this at all.
I don't think so.
All right. So the cartridges that are found in this parking lot cannot be the result of someone firing that way further south, right? Because that's not that.
Can you rephrase that?
So this is where your 6 or 7, I think you said,
yes,
spent cartridges were found in a rough group down here.
Correct.
And a rough group is going to give you an indication, of where the shooter was, right?
Yes.
And it's generally to the right hand side of where the shooter was.
Generally, yes.
Generally the shells are generally to the right hand side of where the shooter was.
Yes.
Right? So if the shells are here, and your best guess is that they've been fired into these windows because of the defects and the holes in the windows.
Sure.
Right. Then those shells can't be the result of someone firing further to the right, because you would have found shell casings further to the right, correct?
So
further south.
I can't tell where all of the shots went. Correct, right? I can't tell that. But I don't even know how many bullet holes went into the window, right? So out of those 7 shots, I can't give you a number of how many were shot towards the window, or I can't rule out either if any were shot out. All I can say is we saw casings and we saw broken windows. So you have to be limited to what you can say, right? I can't just make the leap and say, well, there were 3 shot this way and 3 shot that way, and I don't know. So we have to be measured a little bit in what we can say. So we have the grouping of casings and we have broken windows. Basically, that's about what we can say. With what my role was, I was not able to see inside the building. To go inside the building and see, okay, let's count how many impacts hit the wall, right? So I don't know.
So Adrian, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm kind of asking for a yes or no question. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you said a lot there, so I'm going to ask you some more questions. Right?
Sure.
So it's yes or no, right? Okay. Your evidence you collected, in your professional opinion, it looks like there's a group of spent cartridges at the bottom and the south end of this parking lot. Right?
Yes.
That's a yes. And so your best guess based on this evidence is that those rounds were fired into these buildings.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
Most likely, because maybe it was me. I wasn't asking you where the rounds went.
Okay.
I wasn't asking that. I was asking where the cartridges landed. Because we can agree that when someone fires a weapon, it's a right-handed weapon. In this case, right, I don't mean to point at you, the shell casing gets ejected to the right-hand side.
Yes.
Right? So if somebody is firing a weapon, let's say down here, to the south here, most likely, based on physics and what we know about firearms, that the cartridge is going to get ejected to the right-hand side to where I'm standing, somewhere around there.
Yeah, because the ejection port's on the right.
Because ejection port's on the right, and the ejector claw's on the right, and it pings the cartridge out. So you'd have found, if somebody was standing here, let's say where I'm indicating here to the south of the building, we would expect to find evidence to the right-hand side of it, further south. Maybe.
Yeah, could be.
And you didn't.
Correct.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, sir, please. I'd like to focus on just one cartridge casing.
Okay.
The one you found the farthest north.
The one on the sidewalk?
Over by the parking lot.
Yes.
I think it's number 6, okay? Would you turn to, it'll be slide 19.
What exhibit is that?
19?
Slide 19 or exhibit 19?
Slide 19.
What number that is? It's in evidence. It's in evidence.
Huh?
It's in evidence. Which one? What exhibit is it?
I'm sorry.
What exhibit number?
I think this is exhibit 102.
Okay.
And slide 19 shows the casing, correct?
Number 6, out of number 6.
Casing number 6,
Yes.
correct?
And I believe the defense has been saying, if you have a right ejecting weapon, then you have to be to the left and forward in general terms of that, correct?
Depends on where the person's shooting.
If they're shooting this direction, then they would have to be further up and to the left. If the ejection goes over your right shoulder, as he was speaking.
It doesn't go over your right shoulder. It goes out to the right.
Okay.
If you're holding a gun like this, your ejection port's right here to the right. So now it doesn't go backwards behind your shoulder, over your shoulder, right? It just goes to the side.
And they all go exactly perpendicular.
Well, it could be like a little bit, I wouldn't say exactly perpendicular, but generally speaking, out to the right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so if you're shooting straight down this line, it would be straight to the right, perpendicular. If you're shooting further to the right, then it would be going further back, right?
Well,
Okay. Let's do it this way.
All right.
Let's do it this way. There's a casing here.
Okay.
Can it land here if I'm shooting this direction?
Sure.
Can it land there if I'm shooting this direction?
Sure.
Can it land here if I'm shooting this direction?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And if there's no buildings in this direction, there's no way to tell if we're shooting that direction.
That's correct.
And if there is a defect on a building here, that tells us it could be where you're shooting.
Yes.
And if there's defects here, you could be shooting there.
Yes.
Which do you pick?
You just, I mean, you don't know. You can't say.
Could witnesses help?
Yes. Just from that, you can't tell, but when you, the totality, right? We both sides talked about it.
So we want
The
to
totality of it.
we want to listen to witnesses.
Yes.
They can tell us where somebody's standing.
Sure.
Pass the witness.
One question for my judge. May I approach?
Yes.
So, let's use this as an example. So if there's a shell case in there and I'm pointing that way, right? And the weapon ejects on the right-hand side, right? The shell case is there. I can't be pointing that way, can I? If the shell casing is there.
Not if that shell casing came from that shot that you took from there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So because there's no evidence on the south side of the building, we can deduce from that that no one was firing south of the building in that direction, possibly.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Pass the witness.
One last question. That's where the casing originally lands. Does foot traffic affect that?
If the foot traffic hits it, yes.
And was there foot traffic at Robb Elementary on May 24th, 2022?
Oh, it was kind of crazy. Yes.
Hundreds of officers.
There was quite a few. I've never seen that many before at one time. Yes.
And you don't get to cordon off the crime scene until after the crime's over.
That's correct.
So for as long as hours, there can be foot traffic from a number of officers.
I wouldn't say hours because we got there kind of quick. Like an hour. It took us an hour and 15 to get there to mobilize. Well, I guess hours it means more than 2. Yes. It could be. Could be.
A couple of hours. That's fair enough. I'm
Yeah.
not trying to stretch it. I just want to. Okay. Pass the witness.
Anything else?
Very briefly, Judge. The prosecutor's talking about foot traffic, and I guess what we would call that contamination of a scene, right?
Sure.
I'm not suggesting that in this case because there were a lot of people there. And if I may approach the diagram, Judge, if I may very briefly. So there's a lot of foot traffic. We know there's 374 officers there at some point, right?
There was quite a few, yes.
Well, and there's lots of emergency responders, lots of people on this scene.
That's correct.
Right. So the prosecutor's talking about one shell casing.
Yes.
Right. One shell casing. But even with all this foot traffic and even this, I'm not suggesting the scene was disturbed, but let's go with the prosecutor's example, right? Because he wants to talk about it. I'll talk about it as well. Despite that, there are still no casings found on the south of this building.
Correct.
And it wouldn't be lined up like that, right? So it could, because sometimes the shell casings get stuck in people's boots.
Sure.
Tires.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Adrian.
That's all.
Recall is
No, sir.
okay, sir. You're not subject to recall. The rule has been invoked in this case, so please don't talk about it until you know the trial's over with.
Thank you, sir.
Your next one is
State calls Lynn Deming.
Good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony you're giving this cause to be the truth, so help you God. You have a seat over here. Make the microphone comfortable for you and speak up so everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Deming. I said your name, but please state your full name for the record.
Lynn Deming,
And Ms. Deming, where are you currently employed?
Flores Legacy Elementary.
Okay. And what is your job position?
I'm a STEM teacher, 3 through 5th grade.
And what is Legacy?
It's the new campus, formerly Rob, so it's the new campus.
For which school district?
Uvalde, CISD.
Okay. In May of 2022, where were you employed?
Rob Elementary as a 4th grade teacher.
And what camp? You said Rob Elementary. Okay. And how long had you been working at Rob Elementary?
At that time, I think 6 years.
Okay. And what grades were you teaching?
4th grade.
And how long had you been an employee of the Uvalde Independent School District?
6 years.
Okay. What was your room number at the time of May of 2022?
104.
Okay. And I'm going to, Judge, may the witness get up and approach the board?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to show the jury on this board. This is a map of Rob Elementary. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And can you show the jury where on this map is the 4th grade building?
This building here.
Okay. And where on this building on this map was your classroom?
Somewhere in this area.
Okay. Sounds good. You can have a seat. And again, what was that classroom number?
104.
Now, have you received training as to lockdown procedures?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you explain to the jury and for the record what those procedures were in May of 2022 for the Uvalde Independent School District?
Lights, lock out of sight. So you lock lights out of sight. Sorry. So you lock your door, be sure your door's locked. You turn your lights off and cover your windows and you hide.
Okay. And who provided that training to you?
I don't, admin, I'm sure I don't necessarily remember exactly.
And was that the same training that was provided to the students?
Yes.
Okay. And how often did you receive that training? Was it once a year, twice a year?
We had to do lockdown drills. I don't know how many times that's required.
Okay. So with regard to those lockdown trainings, you said lights out, lockdown, and what are the kids specifically trained to do?
Hide and get quiet. So depending on where your room was, depending on where you wanted your kids to hide and just get quiet.
Okay. Now you told us where your room was. Can you explain to the jury when you walked into your classroom, what did we see? Where was your desk? Where were the windows? Things like that.
Directly walking into my classroom to the right, there was a long desk that was connected to the wall. And then my desk was at the corner, sort of in front of that, but it was long. Across, directly when you walked in, was a wall of two windows, basically, and I had bookshelves there. And then my students sat pretty much in dead center of the classroom.
Okay. Did you have covers on the windows?
There were blinds on the window. I usually kept them open just to get sunlight.
Okay. I'm going to take you back now to May 24th of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
What were your normal work hours on that day?
Just a regular school day, so 7:30 to 4.
Okay. And on that day, was there something specific going on, something special going on for the day?
The award ceremony was that day.
Okay. And what time was your award ceremony?
I don't remember specifically. It was before lunch.
Okay. And after the award ceremony, what did y'all do?
We went back to the classroom. It was sort of, a lot of students leave during award ceremony, after award ceremony. So you kind of just have sort of a fun day. I had set up stations for my students. So some of them were playing Legos. There were board games. We used Minecraft to do math things. So I had some students playing Minecraft. And then I had like an art station where they could paint or draw.
Okay. Did y'all have plans to go outside?
We were going to go to recess about 10 minutes early. I had a student that left half a day. He only stayed at school half a day. So we were going to wait until he went and then go to recess about 10 minutes early.
Okay. And about approximately what time did you get your kids ready to go outside?
Probably around 11:20, somewhere in that vicinity. I don't know exactly.
And what were your instructions to your students regarding going outside?
They were going to line up and we were going to walk, just out to the playground where we normally went.
Okay. And you were taking all the students at the same time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, once you get them ready to go outside and they're starting to go outside, what happened?
We were walking out of the building and one of my students said she left her water bottle in the classroom. So I just sort of opened the door and put my foot in front of the door and I said, just run in and get your water bottle. It's okay. And I told the students just to keep walking out the door.
Okay. And what direction were your kids walking?
The door closest to me, so I'm sorry, I'm not very good directionally.
Is it the door at the bottom,
yes.
The south end?
Yes, closest, okay. Like if we were going to the pavilion.
Okay. And again, we're looking at the board. The pavilion is on the south end. So
yes,
you're
ma'am.
saying that
we went out the south door. Yes.
South door. Your kids would have come out the south door and gone to that area. Okay. So what happened after you're holding the door open for the one student who forgot a water bottle?
One of my students opened the door to go out the south side, and they said the coach is yelling. And I said, why? And they said, I don't know. And then, I'm sorry, I heard what sounded like fireworks. And I told the kids, come back inside. My foot was still on the door. And I said, get in the classroom and hide.
So what's going through your mind right now? You've heard that the kids have said the coach told them to get back in. You hear firecrackers. What's going through your mind?
I honestly wasn't sure, but I just thought it was something bad.
Okay. And because it's something bad, what do you go to?
Lockdown.
You immediately go to lockdown, and that's your training.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So explain to the jury what if you go to lockdown, you tell your kids to get in. Tell us what you did next.
I was going to close my blinds. My lights were already off because we were going to recess, and I heard the classroom next door was kind of loud. They didn't know anything, and so I opened the adjoining doors between me and the classroom next door, and I said, "Be quiet and get down." And I closed the door and then went to the blind to close the blinds.
When you went to the blinds to close the blinds, did you look outside that window?
No, I did not.
Okay. So did you get the blinds closed?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I went, I turned around to get with the kids basically. And shots went through the window and a piece of shrapnel or debris or something hit me. And I fell or jumped. I don't know what I did. I lost my glasses. And then I was worried. I'm sorry. I thought I put the kids in the worst place.
Explain to the jury what you mean by that.
Because he was shooting through the window and the kids were directly across. And I thought I made the worst mistake I had ever made.
Okay. So what did you do then?
I crawled over to the kids and I just started asking them, are y'all okay? Are y'all okay? My ears were kind of ringing because the shots that went through the window. And one of my students said, "You were shot." And I said, "No, I'm fine. Are y'all okay?" And then I just kind of crawled in between the kids, and then I thought I needed to block them from the window, so I, as quiet as I could, turned a desk to kind of block them, which is sort of stupid because what's that going to do?
Well, let's go back to them telling you were shot. Did you know you were shot?
I think I was sort of in shock, so not necessarily. I knew I wasn't shot. It was like debris or something.
Like shrapnel?
Yeah.
How did they know you were shot?
My shirt had a hole and I had blood on me.
So your students see you with the hole in your shirt and with blood on you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now they're under the counter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're positioning yourself between them. And what's the reason for that?
I wanted to block them.
Okay. And what were your students doing now?
They were just being scared, obviously, but just so quiet.
Did you at any point see the shooter walking outside the building?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you see shots coming through the windows? Where were those shots going to?
I couldn't tell. Once he shot in the window was completely like blown, like just shattered, right? And it was like, I thought at the time it was smoke, but it was like very hazy in the classroom. And I didn't have my glasses, so because I had lost them, so which doesn't help.
Did you feel like the shots were coming from the ceiling or coming from up top?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. Did you at some point later think that?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you think that?
Because you could see ceiling tile like on the ground.
Okay. So again, you're in the room, you're trying to position yourself between the windows and your students. And what do you hear during this time?
I heard a couple shots on the outside of the building. It sounded like hammering on the building. And then I heard shooting in the hallway.
Okay. And were you trying to think of a possible escape or something that you could do?
At some point I looked at the window because it was just shattered and I thought we could get out, but somebody shot when we were walking out of the building. Then somebody shot through the window, and then I heard shooting in the hallway. So I thought it was more than one person. And I thought our only sort of savior was that he shot through the window and my kids were so quiet, they wouldn't know we were in there. So I thought if we just stayed quiet, they would think we weren't in there.
So as you were shot and you had shrapnel, you're trying to think of a plan and you're thinking of possible scenarios. Shooting here, shooting there, shooting there. What's my best plan? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And while you're thinking all this is going through your mind, what are you telling your students?
I was just telling them to pray. I told them I love them. And I just kept saying, like, babies, I love you. Just pray, I love you.
Okay.
I wanted to tell them it would be okay, but I wasn't sure. And I just wanted the last thing they heard was that somebody loved them. So I think I said it a million times. I just kept saying, I love you.
Okay. At some point, did you think about your own children?
Yes. I messaged my husband and I said, somebody's shooting outside the window. I love you. I'm sorry. Tell the kids I'm sorry.
Explain to the jury why you felt that you had to say you were sorry to your own children.
I thought if I didn't make it, that my kids would just always think I chose my job over them.
Your job being what?
Teaching.
And protecting those students that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you eventually get out of your room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who got you out? Do you remember?
I don't necessarily remember. They looked through the window because it was, like shot out. And they had, I think just a short sleeve shirt and like a vest,
Okay.
And they asked, is anybody in here? And one of my students said something and I was scared because I didn't know if it was who it was. And I said, shh. And then they kind of peeked around and said, is anybody in here? And I said, yes. And so I just started lifting kids out of the window, and the people on the other side, I don't know if it was officers or border patrol or who, but would help me pull the kids through the window.
Okay. Now, Ms. Stemming, you said you're still teaching.
Yes.
What
ma'am.
grade? You said for the 2021-2022, you taught fourth grade.
Yes, ma'am.
For the 2022-2023 school year, what grade did you teach?
I moved campuses. I wanted to stay with the students. I wanted to move directly to fifth grade, but they didn't have a position. So I moved to sixth grade, but I got to be on the campus with my students.
And that was intentional?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the 2023-2024 school year, what grade did you teach?
I taught fifth grade.
And again, that was...
I got to be with the students. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Going back to your students in that classroom on May 24th of 2022, what is your opinion of those students that were there with you?
They are the strongest, bravest people on this earth, on this whole earth.
And why is that?
They were just so brave. They did everything perfect that day. And I just am so thankful I got to be a tiny part of their life.
Pass the witness.
Please. Miss Deming, is pronounced Deming?
Yes, yes, sir.
Could you please spell it?
Deming.
Thank you. And the only reason I ask you that is because, you know, that as you probably know, there's been a lot of reports generated and written about this. And they've kind of consistently spelled your name as Daring in the
Yes.
reports. Is that common, or is that a maiden name?
I am that or Deming with 2 M's. So yeah, it's pretty common.
Sure. Because I guess one M may look like 2 R's.
Yeah.
Well, my name's Jason Goff, and I represent Adrian. And, you know, have you ever testified before?
Not like this. No, sir.
Sure. And, you know, a lot of people may expect that when it comes over here that we're going to be mean to you or disrespectful. And I just want you to know we're not. I mean, honestly, what you did with those kids, I admire it. And you said you were lucky to be a part of their lives. I think that they were lucky to have you, right? Because, and I want to start with that training. The training that you're talking about, that's a training that's given to teachers and given to students to say, look, if something like this ever happens, you get in a room, you turn off all the lights, you be quiet, try to block the door like you were, as best that you could. And really try to make it seem like nobody's in the room, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, that's kind of what you were saying too. You were like, at the time that you think multiple people are coming in, you're saying, please, just hopefully they think nobody's here, right?
Yes, sir.
And those trainings, and it's important. You know, I think the reason that they have that is because it's been shown that it can save lives, because potential shooters or people wishing to do you and the children harm will pass you up, right? And so, one of the things you said, because I mean, you can't even imagine how hard it would have been for your kids to stay that quiet for that long with that going on, right? But
Yes,
they
sir.
did.
Yes, sir.
So, as far as that training though, I think the prosecutor asked you who gave the training, and you said you thought it was like administration or the school. Were these civilians or were these people in like police officers that gave the training?
I honestly, I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Do you ever remember, because I'm sure you've had a few of them, do you ever remember just in any of these kind of trainings, police officers being present at the trainings, or is it typically like school administrators or principals or vice principals or other people who come in as, you know, I guess?
Sometimes campus police might be there, but I want to say normally it's just our administration.
Sure. And and at Robb Elementary at the time that you were working there, you were aware, and we've heard it from others, but you were aware that there was not a police officer actually assigned to that campus.
Yes, sir.
And so I guess the way that they handled Robb, as far as the school district did, is that there would be police officers assigned to the high school, and then they would come, I guess, periodically at some times to check up on the elementary school. Is that how you understood it?
I only remember one officer ever coming to our campus.
Okay.
Not necessarily one time, but I only
Sure.
remember one ever coming, you know, sporadically.
Sure. And for whatever funding or whatever else, it's we don't necessarily know why, but the part of, because you were there for a few years, 6 years.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah, sure, 5 or 6. Was ever part of it when the officer would come? Was there ever any situation as a teacher where other teachers would get, not in trouble necessarily, but reprimanded for not having their doors locked? Do you remember any kind of time that had occurred?
I never did. If another teacher did, I wouldn't know.
Right. Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting that you had been, but I guess the idea would be that, you know, maybe was there ever a situation where teachers would text each other saying, hey, the police officer's going to come, make sure everybody's door is locked or anything like that? Did you ever get any communication?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you ever aware of the school issuing magnets that teachers would put on the door that would defeat like basically so the door wouldn't lock? It's like a magnet that'll go over the metal part of the plate, and then the door wouldn't be able to be locked.
I don't remember the school issuing magnets. I know some teachers had magnets, but I don't necessarily remember the school giving us magnets.
Right. Okay. And you yourself were never handed like a magnet?
No, sir.
So Ms. Deming, go, use this when you don't want to lock the door.
No, sir.
What about when you had substitutes or something? Was that when magnets were commonly used because they didn't have keys?
I didn't really have subs. I was one of those teachers.
Right.
So I'm honestly not sure.
Okay. No, that's fair. I appreciate you answering. The coach, I guess you said that as you were taking your kids out to recess, that the coach would, one of your students informed you that a coach was yelling.
Yes, sir.
Do you know which coach that was yelling?
At the time, they just said coach, so I thought Coach Gonzalez, but I do not know which coach was yelling.
And I guess, did you ever, because this is how I picture, Your Honor, can I get in the well for a second?
Yes.
Thank you. I pictured it kind of like you're going out, you guys are going out, you're trying to lead your class out of that door there.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I picture it like you're going to lead them out. One kid leaves a water bottle. And so now you're going, okay, you go here and you go here.
Yes, sir.
And you're kind of in the hallway. One comes back in and says, hey, coach is yelling. Did you ever make it out to see like what was happening? So
No,
you kind of stayed in that middle ground right
Yes,
there
sir.
between the student going back and the students going out.
Yes, sir.
And then told them all, get back in here. Okay. When you heard what you thought sounded like fireworks.
Yes, sir.
I guess one of the things that you said was that I guess y'all were planning on doing recess a little early.
Yes, sir.
Was there any reason for that?
It was just fun.
Yeah. A cool teacher
was
brings
just-
kids out to recess early, but like I know we've heard other testimony than you said yourself. It was a special day, and did any of your kids go home after the ceremony, or did they all stay with you?
I had about 4 students that went home after the ceremony.
And was that been a typical and common thing?
No, most of my kids wanted to stay with me. A lot of classes had way less students.
After listening to your testimony, I can understand why. But I guess the idea is, did you know that it was common maybe for, I guess in your school at the time, was it just generally known that, hey, after awards, your parents want to take you to go eat pizza and go to Chuck E. Cheese or whatever, that you can do that. And, we're not counting you absent and we're not.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in these kind of special end of the year days like that, there may have been less kids at the school, thankfully, for that
Yes, sir.
reason.
Yes, sir.
But that wouldn't have been an everyday thing. Parents
No.
can't pick them up half day.
No, sir.
Right. Okay. So would you agree? So I don't know. You were obviously going through, one of the most traumatic things anybody can go through, right? At the time. So I don't know if you know what this looked like, but when you had the lights out and when you had your students down and when they're all being very quiet and very brave, would you agree that it would appear as if your classroom was empty?
I thought, yes, sir.
Right, because that was the purpose, is to make it look like nobody's in there. You said when they finally got you out, they get you out to the window, and the window's in the back.
Yes, sir.
And you and the students, and you're helping bring down the students. And those were officers that were helping you guys get out, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you know at the time that the monster who had hurt the kids in 111 to 112 was dead?
No, I did not.
Did you know if he was alive?
No.
Okay. So did the officers who were getting you out have a sense of urgency about getting you to safety and the children?
They pulled us through the window and said, run.
Right. suggesting that the threat is not over.
Exactly.
And so even though you may not know for sure, all the clues around it told you that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so you, I'm sure, and felt that you and the children were still in danger, and everybody around you were still in potential danger from whatever was going on.
Yes, sir.
Right. Did you know that one of those officers pulling the kids out of the windows over there was Adrian?
I didn't remember anybody. I mean, I knew people were pulling us out. I did not know who it was.
Right. And so you would agree that those officers that were doing that in your room and the rooms next to it, because the other rooms were getting pulled out too, right? Like down that row, they're pulling the kids out and the teachers who were in those rooms.
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree that those officers were doing a good thing.
I was thankful.
Right. And Adrian, as part of those officers, would have been doing a good thing trying to evacuate the kids and the teachers out from further danger.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
No other questions, Your Honor?
Recall?
No recall from the state.
Oh, Judge, no, we don't. You're subject to recall.
You're excused. Thank you very much. Not subject to recall. Okay. Your next witness.
The state calls Nicole Osborne.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you come on up to the bench, please? Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right. Here's our witness. Stand over here. Make yourself comfortable and adjust the microphone if you need to.
Okay.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Nicole Ogburn.
Ms. Ogburn, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Uvalde CISD.
And what is your current job position?
Right now, I am a resource teacher.
In May of 2022, where were you employed?
I was employed with Uvalde CISD.
And what was your job position in May of 2022?
I was a co-teacher.
And what does that mean, a co-teacher?
You have a general education teacher and a special education teacher in a classroom. So I was the SPED teacher that was in the classroom in 102.
And who did you co-teach with?
Mrs. Alvarado.
Okay. And what campus did you work at?
Robb Elementary.
And how long had you been working at Robb Elementary as of May of 2022?
About 8 years.
And what grade were you teaching at the time?
4th grade.
Now, what room number was your room?
It was room 102.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a pointer, and if you would come. May the
Okay.
witness get up, Judge?
Please.
Ms. Ogburn, I'm going to give you this pointer. I'm going to ask you, here we have a board that's been introduced into evidence as an aerial view of Robb Elementary. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and here we have the campus right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you this pointer, and if you would show the jury where your classroom was, 102.
102 is right here in this corner.
That corner, the
Yes,
south end.
The south end, yes.
Of the building. Okay, thank you. Now, did you begin the year at Robb in the 2022 school year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And for the jury and for the record, the record from the court, can you explain to the jury what is a lockdown procedure?
Lockdown procedure was lights out, windows covered, and you hide in a corner that you can't be seen from the window that's at the door.
Okay. And you had received this training as a teacher for the Uvalde Independent School District?
It was spoken to us about, like, every year they kind of briefly go over what the procedures were, but it had always been shut your window, turn your lights off, make sure your door's locked, and hide in a corner that is not visible to the windows.
And is that the same training that the students receive?
Yes.
Okay. And how often were you trained on this? You said they mentioned it, or?
Well, we did a training for teachers. Usually they would mention it during our PD days before school started. And then throughout the year, we'd have lockdown drills and fire drills and all, practice all the drills that we had.
And who would provide the training to the students?
Usually it was just our staff at Rob that would go back over it, or actually us that would train. I'm sorry, didn't realize you said students, but usually us. So we would, before lockdown practice drill, we would tell them, okay, we're going to have a lockdown practice drill. This is what we're going to do. Myself and Miss Alvarado, I remember talking to him about it, and we were like, we are just going to shut the window, the shade on the window that we had. We are going to turn off lights, and y'all are to file over here into the corner by Miss Alvarado's desk.
Okay, now you said in the corner. Let's go back a little bit. Can you explain to the jury, when you walk into your classroom, what was the layout? What would you see?
So when you walked in our door, you walked in on the left side. We had a cubby kind of blocking, so you couldn't see. There was not a line of sight to that area over there. And then you walk and you turn to the left of that bookcase or cubbies, and there was a built-in cabinets on top and like a built-in desk all the way across. And Miss Alvarado's desk was in the opposite corner of where the entrance was to the door.
Okay, and your desk?
My desk was right in front of the door, but in the opposite corner.
Okay. And going back to the lockdown procedure, you said you would tell the kids, this is what we're going to do, and how you would be in the lockdown, and what would you be doing? What would you be waiting for?
We'd wait in the corner. The kids would get quiet, stay quiet. And during a drill, it was just wait for somebody to come back on the intercom and say, all clear, all clear.
Okay. And in the event that it wasn't a drill, what would you wait for?
They told us to wait until law enforcement comes and announces themselves before you leave your room.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you back to May 24th of 2022. What were your hours that day?
We worked from 7:30 to 3:30, usually, or 4. And then that day was kind of an off day because we had, award ceremonies and things. So we didn't have like a schedule of classes that day. It was just do your award ceremony, and the kids, we kind of had a very relaxing day that was going to happen.
Okay. And what time was your award ceremony?
I don't recall exact time, but it was close. We got back to the room closer to like 11, a little bit after 11.
Okay. And what were y'all going to do once you got back to the classroom from the awards ceremony? What was the plan?
For us, it was the kids were going to relax. We were going to put a movie on. We were allowing them to go in and out, to go to the bathroom, because we had been in the awards and they were all excited. And so we told them, if you need to go to the bathroom, ask us and just go ahead and go, and we'll start the movie in a few minutes. So that's kind of what was going on at that time, was the kids were going back and forth to the bathroom and then coming back to the classroom.
Okay. So did y'all have plans to go outside or just watch the movie?
We were going to watch the movie, and we had told the kids that we would go outside a little bit earlier than we normally did. We usually went outside about 12:15 for recess, and then we went to lunch at 12:30. So we kind of were like, we'll go out a little early, but we're gonna wait a little bit because it's real hot outside. And so we were like, we'll just put this movie on and y'all can watch the movie until we go outside.
And while you're watching the movie and waiting to go outside, what did you hear?
Well, one thing I do recall is some of the girls that are in our classroom had to come up and asked. And I distinctly remember looking at my watch and saying, it's only 11:21, girls. We're not going to go out yet. We're going to wait because it's really hot out there. And they were like, okay. I said, just go sit and watch the movie and relax for a little bit. And myself and Miss Alvarado were doing paperwork to we have to do end of the year things to wrap up the year. So we were doing some of our paperwork while the kids are watching movies.
Okay. Then what happened?
I don't know. It was like 8 minutes later. I'm not really sure. I heard, it sounded like metal hitting the brick. And so we assumed, myself and Miss Alvarado assumed it was some of our custodians out there working, because it wasn't uncommon for us to hear noises in them outside working on something. And so I thought it was like maybe a shovel or something hitting the bricks as they were digging up something. I didn't know. So I stood up and looked out. I had a window right behind me, but I couldn't see anything out of it anyway. So I stepped over to the other window on the opposite side from my desk and looked out the window. And
what did you see when you looked out the window?
I saw a guy dressed in black. He kind of had mid-length hair, and I saw a backpack and a gun pointed towards the playground and pavilion area.
Now, I'm going to give you this pointer again. I want you to show the jury where you saw him when she looked out the window.
Yes, please.
So there was a tree right outside this window right here. My desk was over here somewhere, and there was another window. So I was looking out this window closest to the corner of the room, and there's a tree here, and he was standing by that tree.
Okay.
On the sidewalk.
And where you're pointing to for the record is the southwest corner of that 4th grade building. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we see a sidewalk that's kind of in an elbow shape, right?
Yes, that.
Okay.
Right there. And that leads up to the south door.
Okay. And he was on that corner.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Let me see that. Once you saw the shooter on that corner, and what did you think?
I was like, we've got to get down and go ahead and hide, go into like there hadn't been a lockdown called yet. And I was just like, we got to get down. So I went, oh my God, there's a gun. And the kids kind of started panicking, and I just told them, get to the corner, hide under there. And we had a black curtain that actually went all the way down that built-in desk that we stored stuff in, because we didn't have a lot of storage. So we had put stuff under there and hid it with a black curtain. So usually our kids, when we were doing practice drills, they would get behind the black curtain. Not all classrooms had that, but ours did. And so they would get behind that curtain and hide. And that's what they did.
Okay. And what did you do when she said that he has a gun and you told him to get down? What did you do?
Miss Alvarado had left her keys on the desk, and we had not locked the door that day because we were like, it was very relaxed. We were waiting for all the kids to finish going to the bathroom. And I went to try to throw my keys at her, and both of us were like, no, he's coming in that south door is what we thought he was doing. Because the way he was walking and pointing his gun looked like he was going to come in through that door. And so I was like, we have no time, just hide. So all the kids hid. And I remember coming around all the desk And I had two little boys that were actually sitting by the door, and I said, no, get over here, get over here. So I had them go around the cubbies and get behind the cubbies and underneath. And right about that time, I heard gunshots, and I felt stuff falling on me. So I literally like went onto the ground on my belly and started just crawling on my belly to get underneath the curtain with the kids.
Okay. And the kids were already underneath that table? then?
Yes, they were already there.
Okay. Did you move any furniture? Did you
Not
chase
at,
things?
not
Okay.
at that time, no.
Okay. So what did you do? You crawled to where the kids are?
And I laid underneath. I was kind of closer to Mrs. Alvarado's desk. I crawled over there and got under there, and there were kids like all around me, in front of me, behind me. I kind of felt like my body was kind of sticking out of the curtain, but I was trying to cover myself with that curtain too at the same time.
And is that part of your lockdown procedure?
Yes. I mean, for me, for our classroom, it was, because then they were completely out of sight.
Okay. And the kids knew this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have one student that was trying to protect you?
Yes. I had one of my students, after I got under the curtain, I was laying on my stomach, and he crawled onto my back and laid across me and rubbed my arm and telling me, Ms. Ogburn, it's going to be okay.
Okay. So what did you do after you crawled underneath the table and with the kids?
At that point, I was like, oh my gosh, what if I was the first person to see this guy? I've got to notify somebody. I didn't know who had seen him or not. So I had my Apple Watch on, and I dialed 911 from it. And I did that twice, and my calls were dropped. And I think it was on my third try that it finally went through. And 911 operator was asking me where I was and who. I don't even recall telling her my name. I just said, I'm a teacher at Robb Elementary. There's a active shooter in our building. I'm in room 102, the new building at Robb. And she said, stay on the line with me. And I told her I couldn't, because if he heard me, he was going to come in our room and shoot us. And I just hung up the phone. I didn't wait for her to say anything else.
Okay. Do you remember if you told her that somebody had been shot, or did you get?
Oh, yes, I did. I remember. I had also told her that Miss Avila, I didn't mention her name, but I said another teacher across the hall from me, because I couldn't remember her room number, had been shot and had sent a message in one of our group chats from like several years back. We had a math Google chat, and I guess that was the first one she opened, and she sent a thing saying she had been shot.
Now, where is Miss Avila's room in relation to your room?
Her room was just like diagonal from my room. There was one room across from me, and then hers was the next one over across the hall.
Okay. Now, you said you called 911.
Yes.
Okay. And you would recognize your voice on that tape, right?
Yes, I would.
The state would. Okay. The state offers exhibit number 10 into evidence, which is the 911 recording of Ms. Ogburn. The state would ask to publish that 911 recording to the jury.
Please.
You already counting that one. You already counting that one. There's no six shooter at Robb. Robb Elementary is an active shooter. Robb Elementary is an active shooter. This is something that's wrong with the family. I can keep having you come in. I don't have a little bit of the gunshots that from the classroom. You think there's a gunshot in there? No, in the building. I don't know who's been a lot. I told that, and I was having a picture from my room. Somebody is shot over the classroom. Somebody is shot in the classroom? Okay, can you tell me the teacher is not another one? I'm sorry, what? Another classroom. I don't know. Please hurry. You know, what room number? Can you tell me what room? Room number 2. I don't know if you're getting here. I don't know what is that one. I can't let you hear me. Okay, so it's okay, I understand. Okay.
I want to be real specific about why you hung up and why you told her, I can't let him hear me. What was your thoughts about that?
Because I really thought he was still in the hallway. I had heard a door kind of shut, and I thought it was him coming in that south door, so I was scared he was right outside. And he was going to come into our room, and I didn't want him to hear me.
Okay. And that's part of your training.
Yes.
Were you eventually evacuated, Ms. Osborne?
Yes. Eventually, I don't know who exactly what law enforcement agency they were with, but what seemed like an hour went by was not, but a law enforcement officer happened to come in and he was like, is there anybody in here? And the kids, and he announced himself, and I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something to do with law enforcement. And they said, yes, we're here, we're here. And then he said, are your teachers here? Is everybody okay? And myself and Miss Alvarado were like, yes, we're here, we're here. He asked me and Miss Alvarado, go out the window, move the bookcase and go out the window. The bookcase was located underneath the window I had previously looked out at and seen the shooter, and it was also the window that he shot into when I dove to the ground. And so myself, and this bookshelf was our library, so myself and Miss Alvarado like pushed it to the side and opened it with glass just falling everywhere around us. And then we put a chair up because it was a little high up for the kids to get out the window, and we started filing kids out the window.
Who was the last person to leave your classroom?
Myself.
Why is that?
There was a few kids that went before Miss Alvarado. Miss Alvarado went, and then I let the rest of the kids go. And then I went just to make sure that all of us had gotten out.
So you went to make sure the kids were safe?
Yes.
Ms. Osborne, are you still teaching today?
Yes, I am.
As the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Ms. Demi?
Ms. Osborne.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking wrong. Please forgive me, Ms. Osborne. My name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian. I want to start. I'm sorry, I apologize. You said something at the beginning of your testimony that you're a SPED teacher.
Yes.
And that means special ed.
Yes.
Yeah. I have a special ed lead son, so that's why I know that. So I appreciate what you do very much.
Yes, thank you.
And so you kind of do you do the ARD meetings as well? Or
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that's an extra duty you do in relation to your special ed teaching?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, was room 102 a special ed's room, or was it just?
A co-teach classroom does have special ed children in it. The majority of them are general ed students.
Right.
And usually it's like a 60-40 breakdown.
And so if it's like our son, they do some things with the general.
I worked with all of them.
But what I'm saying, do they isolate some of the special ed kids at times to work on certain stuff?
No.
They all at the same time?
All at the same time.
Got it. So let's talk about the day, because it looks like that this was, I think you said it was an off day and you really didn't have a schedule that day.
Yeah, we had our lunch schedule, but we didn't have our regular scheduled classes.
Right. And that's not a criticism, it's just the way it was.
No, it's just the way it was because it was only like a day or two before school was to be out.
And you had your award ceremony, and then so did some kids leave after the award ceremony?
Yes, sir.
And so the ones that stayed, it was more of a after school play time, just hang out.
Yeah, we were just gonna hang out. We had some like projects. We had like fun like STEM projects we had been doing with them a few days, like the day before. And we were gonna probably continue that later that afternoon and finish some of them up.
And just so the jury understands it, what's a STEM project?
STEM is science, technology. I can't remember it all. Anyways, it's basically like math, everything together, and they can create things. It's more of a creative way to use their minds. And so we're building roller coasters out of paper plates or stuff like that.
And then at some point, I think you described the noises you heard. You thought it might be maintenance working on things.
Yes.
And noises were normal.
It sounded just like metal on brick.
I want to also ask you, were Do you know what a bailout is?
Yes, I do.
Will you please describe to the jury what a bailout is?
A bailout was when we had illegals that they were basically chasing down, and they would stop and run out of their vehicles and hide from the police
Or
or
the
whoever.
bailout is referencing bailing out from a vehicle and going on.
Running. Yes. And we also had some chases in the air, just some chases with illegals through our area.
And in your opinion, was that pretty frequent in your area?
Yes, it was kind of normalized by then.
The bailout was normalized.
Then yes, the bailout.
And so is it fair to say when there was a lockdown called, and you tell me if I'm wrong, it seems like the lockdown lost its seriousness over time.
I know that for my classroom, we took it seriously all the time, but it was kind of like, oh, it's probably another bailout.
And that's what I mean. I mean, if it's when I was younger, fire drills was okay. It's a fire drill, right?
Yeah.
So you just got another fire drill once a month. But this is not a drill. It was an actual bailout, and it seemed like that they, like you said, became normalized.
Right.
And so the lockdown procedures, it sounds like you followed them specifically. Do you know what the culture was about lockdown procedures?
I mean, I feel like all the teachers there followed them, but also I didn't get the lockdown message on my phone, or actually I didn't have my phone because I left it on my desk.
And
on my watch was a text message, and then I recall maybe an email coming through, and that was like 11:36, somewhere in there about.
11:36, you got the lockdown message?
Yes.
Are you aware that he entered the building at 11:32:58?
I was aware after the fact, yes.
Yes.
From watching videos, yes.
Right. And when you say watching videos, and we've kind of had to deal with this with all witnesses.
Yeah.
Because it's been so publicized, everyone has seen stuff outside of your experience.
Correct.
Can I humbly ask you to try to focus on, and it sounds like you did a great job, focusing on what you were thinking and what you experienced at the time versus what anybody saw after based off of someone's opinion.
How I was feeling at
Yes,
the
ma'am.
time.
Yeah.
I was very, very nervous. I had several like other people trying to call me on my watch, and I just said, one of them was my husband. I said, I can't talk. There's an active shooter in my building. I hung up.
And when you describe the lockdown, and there's two aspects to it, right? And I think they're broken down into hold and then actual lockdown, right?
Yes.
Hold means hold in place, don't go outside.
But you can continue teaching and doing your regular activities.
Right. And then the second one is, okay, this is more precautionary. This is the lockdown. The lockdown portion of it is where the lights lock the door and hide.
Correct.
You said something, because I want to get to the culture of door locks in a second. You also mentioned that I think the government asked you about if you guys went over these procedures, and you said they briefly went over them with us.
Yeah. Every year they kind of briefly go over it with us to like refresh us, like this is how you do each of these things. But like the state, and I don't know how many times a year it is, but the state has guidelines on how many times we have to have these drills.
Do you recall how many times the school had them?
Oh, we had them. I know at least 2 or 3 of them that year.
Okay. Lockdowns or the
Drills.
Okay.
Drills.
And so we briefly go over them with you. And then one of the things about, as we've all gotten into this horrible incident, it seems like you're taught and the children are taught, and I understand, we all get it, to be quiet.
Yes.
But if you would know, if everyone is quiet inside, if somebody's outside, there would be no way for them to know if anybody's inside if they don't know the schedule. Is that a fair statement?
Well, yes and yes, but also if you don't know the procedures, you don't know that we're supposed to be in there quiet.
Agree. But also what we have found out, and I want your opinion about this, your school was not assigned a full-time officer.
No, we didn't have enough officers at that time to have one at each school.
And this is not a criticism of you. You understand?
Right. No, I understand.
I'm just saying, do you know if teachers had been requesting administration to have a full-time officer?
I don't recall that.
Okay. But the fact remains is there was not a full-time officer that
Was at our campus all the time. Correct.
Now you talk about locking the doors. So every teacher was given a key to their door, correct?
Yes.
There wasn't a kind of key fob, a
No,
badge.
no, no.
That
We had none of that.
Right. And were there some teachers that used a magnet to make it easier for substitutes that didn't have keys?
I recall seeing some on some doors, but I didn't know if they used them or not.
Okay. But that was, the teachers got a key, but substitutes didn't get a key.
That is correct.
Do you know, or do you have an opinion on the policy of the external doors? Because there was a policy that the external doors were supposed to be locked at all times.
A few years before this, I do remember it, like one of our principals really enforced it. But we hadn't really heard about locking all the doors, but the west end door was always locked that went out to the teacher's parking lot.
Do you know now that on this day, unfortunately, that door was not locked?
I do know that now, yes.
But policy wise, it was supposed to be
It was
locked.
supposed to be locked.
And I'm sorry you have to go through that 911 call again and reliving what you went through. But you said something important that caught my attention. You said, I thought he was in the building.
Mm-hmm.
And now you know that he walked upside the west. So he
Correct.
wasn't in the building when you thought. And that's not a criticism.
Right, I know.
Stress does interesting things to perception, right?
Yes.
Have you heard of the term perception distortion?
No, I have not.
Okay. But you understand stress is
Yes,
does
yes.
different things to different people.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you said you thought he was either going to go in the south building, he didn't, correct?
No.
And when you were on 911 call, he wasn't actually in the building at the time.
I did not know that at that time.
When you were on the phone with 911, you were hearing multiple shots?
I heard multiple shots. Not while I was on the phone with them,
Okay.
but before I was on the phone with them.
Right. So are you aware that by the time you were on the phone with 911, that he had already been in the building?
Yes.
Okay. For some
But
time.
now I am.
Right. At the time, you did not know.
No, I did not.
I think you testified on direct examination that when you got a message from a teacher that had been struck,
Yes.
what was the name of that teacher?
Elsa Avila.
Avila?
Mhm.
And if I'm looking at a diagram of yours, you're in 102, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Just for me.
Okay.
I told you that you're, but may I be this close to you?
That's
So if you're 102, where's your
Elsa's was this one, 109.
109?
Yes.
Let me just see.
Got another one.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to make sure. 109. Yeah, I'm good. Whatever you named it.
My personal witness, Judge?
Yes, sir.
I'm hearing you with your mark as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification only. You recognize Defense 1, correct?
Yes.
This is kind of a diagram of Robb Elementary.
This is a diagram of just the new building or the newer building at Robb Elementary.
And
Yes.
the new building is really the newer building,
The
right?
newer, it's not that new, but yes.
And 102 is where you were at on the screen.
Yes, right here.
And then 109 is where Ms. Avila was?
Yes, just,
And is this diagram a fair and accurate depiction of the newer building?
yes.
Judge, I move Defense 1 into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you.
Submitted.
Can I call this to the jury?
Yes.
And so, at some point, the government asked you that your class was evacuated.
Yes.
Do you recall what agencies evacuated you from the window?
I do not. There were people dressed in, I didn't see faces. I saw uniforms and people still dressed in like their everyday clothes with tactical over it. But so I don't know all the agencies that were there.
But there were officers getting the kids out.
Yes, there were officers getting the kids out.
And do you know now that Adrian was one of those officers?
No, I still do not. I did not know that.
Okay. Well, I think you're a woman of honor to go last. Thank you. Pass the witness, Judge.
No more questions, Your Honor?
Excuse, subject to recall.
Excuse.
Excused and no recall for us.
Ma'am, you have been excused, not subject to recall. Thank you very much. You can take off. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little late on the recess. Let me give you 10 minutes. If you could do it as quickly as possible, and we'll see you back in 10, and we'll go a little past 5. Everyone rise for the jury. Bring my official timekeeper.
So, okay, so wow, really compelling testimony this afternoon from
Court
these two
is on a
teachers.
short
That
break.
first teacher who
Don't
was
go anywhere.
describing
The action will be right
having,
back on at Southern Sin.
protected these kids and kept saying that she told them she loved them because that might be the last thing they would hear. And she was talking about how she was feeling guilty because she felt like maybe she had put them in the wrong spot in the classroom and that she had gotten hit by sounded like shrapnel and just gut wrenching. And then of course this last teacher describing, making the 911 call. She's a special ed teacher, and the 911 operator tells her to stay on the line, and she says, I didn't stay on the line with him because he could be right outside, and I didn't want him to know we were in this classroom. And then talking about stuff is falling on her, she's crawling on her belly. It's just, and then you also kind of learn that apparently it was common for there to be bailouts near this school. It sounds like there was.
Yeah, that's not the first time that a witness has mentioned that in their testimony, and specifically that the children make reference to that. So apparently it happened so frequently that it was kind of it wasn't uncommon there. And
A little bit of desensitization.
Right. Even the children were like, that's probably what it is.
Yeah, I like I said, that first teacher just, talking about that the kids were just so brave and they did everything perfect. And she says, I took some notes because I just thought it was so compelling. I wanted to tell them that it would be okay, but I wasn't sure. I just wanted to be the last thing they heard was, I love you. I thought, wow. And, I keep thinking, what's the purpose of all this testimony beyond the emotionalism? Because it is extremely emotional and gut-wrenching. It seems like, is it potentially to compare and contrast between the bravery of these teachers who are unarmed and the law enforcement that waited 77 minutes?
I think that's a very plausible theory. I really do. And I think for the state to illustrate, look, even these teachers who don't have near as much training as law enforcement officials, and who the training that they do have basically consists of 3 steps. I mean, it's three things they're told to do, and that's it. Like, okay, here's these 3 things, go forth, good luck, they even these individuals who are closest to the danger still in that moment of heightened uncertainty and unknowing threat to them, they're thinking of the children first.
I know it's listening to these teachers and the one teacher who described, gotta check my notes here, make sure I've got this straight. The one who testified about, telling the kids she loved them. If I understood him correctly, she said that she had kind of like tried to stay with some of these kids as they went through the different grades.
I caught on that too when they were asking her about where she went after she was done with her stint at Rob. In fact, it sounded like she was telling them she purposely was wanting to progress up each level because she was so bonded to these children that she went through this traumatic event with, that she wanted to stay with them. In fact, I think she said she tried to stay with them to 5th grade, but there wasn't a position available. But when 6th grade became available, she immediately transferred to the 6th grade.
Yeah, it was interesting that she would talk about that, and this is certainly not on the level of this, right? But when COVID hit, my kid was in 2nd grade. No, let me think. Yeah, he was 2nd grade, and it just so happened that the teacher that he'd had for first grade, was the same teacher for 2nd grade because they had done this like swap thing, and it really helped him that that he'd had that consistency, and so I could see where in a traumatic situation, again, what happened in COVID is not on the level of this, wanting to provide some continuity to these kids because the level of trauma that these kids and these teachers went through, I can't even begin to imagine. But she talks about, and her last name was Deming. She talked about how you're right, how they were told to hide and get quiet, and that she hears the coach yelling and telling the kids go back inside, and she tells the kids to get back in the classroom. She closes the doors and closes the blinds, and then there's a shot that comes through the window, and she's hit by a piece of shrapnel, and she falls and she loses her eyeglasses. I mean, you're just going, I don't know. It's hard stuff.
Right. And even what was very striking too is she said even one of the children told her that you've been shot, because they see the hole in her shirt. They see the bullet hole in her shirt, and she still is like reassuring, like, no, I'm fine. I haven't been shot. Like, even then, even in the height of all of this excitement and as the events are unfolding, she's still like thinking about the children. And I know there are people, and I saw this online in the chat, some people were saying, why are we talking so much about the emotional and all that? I mean, ladies and gentlemen, don't kid yourself. These trials, yes, the law is at stake. I mean, it's at issue. The law is at issue, but don't kid yourself. The emotion when lawyers, both prosecutors and defense attorneys, when we evaluate cases and we look at witnesses and we prepare witnesses, we're looking at all kinds of things. Yes, we have to know the law and we have to be versed in the law, but we have to be able to know how to effectively present the story, the events to a jury so that they will listen and so that they understand, this at the heart of all this, these are human beings and they're in here in this courtroom. They're relying on us to help them get justice and to be treated fairly. So, I mean, you can't, yes, it should be kept sterile and, on paper it looks that way. But once things get going and, people are in there telling their story, especially this case, reliving all of this trauma, you have to be sensitive to the fact like, okay, yes, I have to get the facts out in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, but I've also got to remember these are people whose lives were affected and forever changed by these events. Forever. They'll never be the same.
No, and in fact, one of the things that I think it was Nico LaHood said in his opening statement was that the jurors will be forever changed by this because we're not even halfway through this thing. We have not. There will be, as we progress through this trial, things that the jurors will see that you can never unsee.
Right, and absolutely. I mean, you are entitled to a jury of your peers in this country for a reason. We have trials in the communities where things happen for a reason, because those are the people that are you're still going to see those people at church.
Right.
These people that make these decisions, those are your community standards. So yes, technically it should just be about, X plus Y equals, X and Y equals Z, but that's not how it works. I mean, once these decisions are rendered, once these verdicts are rendered, whichever way they go, I mean, there are people that are going to have to live with that.
Right.
Absolutely. And it sets a standard in the community as well. It tells your elected district attorney, these are the things that we will or will not tolerate in this
Right.
community. And it tells us as defense attorneys, hey, when clients come in my office and they tell me they've gotten a particular type of case in a particular community, I'm able to tell them, look, I try cases here. I know how jurors in Dallas County or whatever county feel about this type of case because I've tried them and I've spoken to them after these verdicts have been rendered, and they have told me, they have told the prosecutor, this is how we feel about it, and we wished we had been presented with this or not presented with this.
Right. It was interesting that on cross-examination of Deming, the teacher, basically they asked her, did you know that one of the officers helped pulling, kids out the window was Adrian Gonzalez? It seemed like a nice way to get that in front of the jury.
I mean,
and I don't know if nice is the right word, but it was kind of a backhanded way of doing it.
Yeah, it was. Absolutely, you would want them to know that. Yes, he may have not whatever the allegation may come down to, that he didn't respond at the right time in the right way. He still participated in helping these children, these particular children that, teacher X, you were involved with. He was there and he helped to get these kids out of this situation, along with the other law enforcement officers who were there.
Well, and eventually they're going to see it. They'll see that because that is on body cam, and they'll also see the body cam of, I assume they'll see it. There's body cam of, so Adrian Gonzalez is the first officer on the scene. He's assigned to the high school. He responds to Robb Elementary because he's heard radio traffic, gets over there. And again, I think the question is, what did he know and when did he know it? That's going to be key here. The defense is saying he didn't have line of sight, but he waits for Chief Arredondo and Sergeant Coronado to get there, and I think one other officer, and then they make entry, and I think it was the West Side, and you see him in that hallway, and it's when he's in that hallway as shots are being. Okay, now we got the judge back on the stand.
And the witness, it looks like.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
It's our witness stand right over there. If you make yourself comfortable, adjust the microphone if you need to. You may proceed.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now.
Kevin Wright.
We'll be right back.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm assigned to the Texas Ranger Division. I'm with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you been a Ranger?
Since 2010, so going on 16 years.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
First got into law enforcement in 1996, so pretty close to 30 years now.
What got you in law enforcement?
Well, it's something that I always wanted to do as a kid. I had some of my friends, their fathers were in law enforcement, and just seemed like a pretty noble profession, and just kind of went that direction.
Dangerous profession?
I'm sorry?
Is it a dangerous profession?
It certainly can be.
That didn't stop you from being in law enforcement?
No.
And on May 24, 2022, where were you assigned?
I was assigned in Bernie, Texas.
And where's that?
Bernie is a suburb on the northwest side of San Antonio.
And how far is that from Uvalde?
A couple hours.
Did you end up in Uvalde on that day or soon thereafter?
I did.
Tell us how that happened.
So I received a call from my lieutenant at the time, who advised that there was a mass casualty incident in Uvalde, Texas. I'm a member of the state crime scene team for the Texas Ranger Division. And so my assignment at that time was to go to San Antonio from Bernie, pick up our crime scene trailer, It's a trailer that just has lots of crime scene supplies for working a big type of crime scene like that. So pick up that crime scene trailer and then drive to Uvalde.
And when did you get there?
I think I got there around 5 or 6 in the evening, a few hours after everything had happened.
And did you get an assignment?
Yes.
Tell us what that was.
The assignment that evening was to help identify the victims inside the school.
And how did you do that? How did you go about doing that?
Most of it was visual identification. We did have, I guess, some of the parents of some of the children had provided photographs of their children from earlier in the day. My understanding is that there was some type of award ceremony. And so there were a lot of pictures of the children and actually what they were wearing that day. So we were able to identify several of them from those photographs.
Because the photographs were so quick, it happened the same day, the clothing helped to identify.
Correct. Many of them were wearing the same exact clothing that they were wearing in the photographs earlier that day.
And where were the children that you found?
They were in a couple of the classrooms.
So how long did that take?
It took several hours that evening. I think I remember working till about, I want to say 11 or 12 that evening. I believe that was a Friday evening.
And what did you do with the information?
As far as the identity?
Yes, sir.
We just provided it to our chain of command. I don't know who it was that actually took the information and matched it up and gave it to funeral homes or any other entity. It's one of the things that we were doing. We compiled it and somebody within our group took it to whoever needed it.
Just moves up the chain.
Correct.
Thank you. Did you also have any assignments with evidence collection?
Yes.
Tell us about that assignment.
So my primary assignment over the next few days was to gather evidence from a few of the classrooms. I think it was 4 of the classrooms, maybe 4 or 5 of them on the west side of that building at Robb Elementary. My primary assignment was to identify where bullet defects were in the windows coming into the classrooms and try to trace as best as possible the flight path, the trajectory of these bullets that came in. Many of them struck the ceiling, many of them struck the opposite walls. But that was my primary assignment for the next few days.
Okay. Let's take a second just to familiarize the jury once again with the part of the bullet that you were working on. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Can we get the exhibit back that was tendered to the jury?
Thank you for subscribing to At Southern Sin. Keep our algorithm high by hitting the like button now and use hashtag sinners in the chat to win a free membership.
Wide, so that's why I have the pointer so we can give them room to see. So for the last couple of days, we've been working on the casing part of the bullet. Would you again point that out for the jury?
We call this the casing, or we call it the cartridge of the bullet.
Okay, and then the front end, would you point that out and tell us what that is?
That is the bullet. That is the actual projectile that comes out of the end of the cartridge that goes out.
And that's the damaged part of it.
Correct.
And so what was your assignment?
My assignment
with relationship to the projectile of the bullet side of it.
My assignment was to identify the areas, again, in the windows on the west side of the building where the bullets had come in through the windows and trace their, as best as possible, trace their flight path into the ceiling tiles, into furniture or other objects within the classrooms, or into the opposite walls of the classrooms.
Okay, thank you.
when a bullet leaves a gun, in general terms, does it go in a straight line?
Generally speaking, yes, unless it hits something else or if there's some other type of force exerted upon it.
So generally it goes in a straight line until it hits something.
Generally speaking, yes.
And then what happens?
When the bullet hits something?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I don't know if he's qualified to testify about trajectory. I'd like to take him on board. If he's going to go down this type of, or you thought he was going to do evidence collection?
I'm going to do evidence collection, but he's collecting pieces of bullets.
I mean, I guess I don't know the scope of what he's going to go into, Judge, which I'm happy to do. I just want to make sure I question him before.
Let me rephrase this and not clear it out.
Thank you.
Would you tell us what a fragment of a bullet is?
Thank you.
When a bullet strikes an object, many times it will basically break off into several pieces. A bullet fragment is going to be just one of those pieces. And they can go any type of direction. I think an old ranger told me one time, bullets do weird things whenever they hit something, and they do. They can go in a million different directions depending on many circumstances.
And does it make a difference if a bullet is just a solid bullet or a hollow point or a jacketed bullet?
It would make some type of a difference. However, every one of those I've seen, they have fragmented before.
Okay, they fragment, just means different pieces. Is that
Correct. They've come apart.
Okay. And so was your job then, well, first let me ask, did you see places or indications where a bullet had gone through a solid object?
Yes.
And tell us what that was.
There were many of them. Many of the bullets went through glass. Some of them had gone through the actual steel window frame. Once they perforated through the glass or the window frame, they came into the classroom and hit several other objects, whether it was desks, books, ceiling tiles, the wall on the opposite side of the room, just anything in its path was could and did get hit.
And were you able to recover any of those fragments or solid bullets?
Yes.
And were there both, or the recovery of both, solid bullets as well as fragments?
Yes.
Okay. And in general terms, well, which rooms did you work on primarily?
The rooms that were on the west side of the building. I don't remember the room numbers right offhand. If you have a diagram, I can explain to the jury which ones those were.
I think this is probably a good time to do that. Tender, you photographed your work, did you not?
Yes.
And before coming here today, did you have a chance to review those photographs to determine if they're fair and accurate representations of your work?
Yes.
And were they?
Yes.
We tender exhibits at this point 23 through seems like it's too big. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna cut it off what it is. I'm sorry. It's okay. 23 through 49 at this point.
You have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And I was just informed that we had to skip numbers because other exhibit numbers were taken, so I'm going to add to the offer 153 to 163. Apologies. Okay.
No objections, Your Honor.
They're admitted as well. You may publish.
Thank you. Starting with the first location then. Thank you. Okay, we could start with Exhibit 23. Could you point out the room 102 and where it is in relationship to the building?
Your Honor, may I approach the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 102, room 102 is going to be highlighted here in yellow.
And I'll next show you State's Exhibit 24 and ask you to identify what we're looking at here.
This is going to be room 102, an outside view, and the two windows that for room 102.
And by looking at the far right window, just to the right of that, what is the perpendicular structure coming up and down right by the end of the building?
I guess I don't know what you're referring to.
Okay.
Are you talking about
Yes, sir.
this?
Yes, sir.
The drain pipe?
Yes, sir. Just a
Okay.
drainage pipe?
Correct.
I'm doing that so that I can identify it in the next photograph.
Okay.
So Exhibit 24 is the window next to the drainage pipe. It shows both of them though.
Yes.
And then Exhibit 25.
This is going to be that window that you were referring to in the previous photograph, and you're going to be able to see some bullet defects in the glass in this window.
And Exhibit 26.
Again, it's a little bit closer angle, but you're going to be able to see bullet defects in the glass of that window.
And how many defects do you see?
Offhand, 4.
And now I'm going to show you an exhibit that's already been introduced into evidence. State's Exhibit 96. Did you see that same drainage pipe in State's Exhibit 96?
I do.
And would you come to the middle of the jury and just kind of on a pivot show where the drainage ditch is and where
The drainage pipe?
that drainage pipe,
Okay.
excuse me.
So the drainage pipe is going to be right here. So the window, this window would be over this in this direction from that drainage pipe.
Okay.
And these, were you there when the yellow tents were marked to pull up the casings that were at this same location in front of 102?
I may or may not have been. I don't know. I did not mark those.
But if you move to the left of those casings, would that be right in front of that window?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 112 while you're still up here. is that a set of exhibits that are then further south of Exhibit 96?
Yes, this is going to be the same drainage pipe that we've been talking about in the previous photographs. It's just going to be a photograph taken from a little bit farther back.
Of a second set of exhibits, is that correct?
Correct.
And from where this photograph is taken, or these exhibits 12 and 13, is there anything between exhibits 12 and 13 and the window that you've been showing us?
The only thing I see are going to be some of these flag markers.
Okay, but is there anything between these flag markers and the window? In other words, I'm talking about this black car.
Oh, yes, there is a black car. There's this tree that is going to be in between that.
So if you're standing somewhere to the left of exhibits 12 and 13, would the black car be in front of window 102?
Yes.
Thank you. And that's the window we're talking about now.
Correct.
Thank you. Have a seat.
And closing in, did you then, after taking a look at the outside of the glass windows, did you go inside 102?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the inside of the classroom 102?
Yes.
Would you show us which window had the defects?
Yes, it's going to be the window to the left. The window to the right is covered with a curtain. The window to the left is open, and you can see the sun shining through it.
Thank you. And tell us what we're looking at in Stakes Exhibit 29.
This is going to be an inside view of the same window. You can see on the bottom where the window is shattered. You can see my evidence markers that are going to be on the bullet defects on the window. Our evidence markers are, in this case, they're little adhesive stickers. They have a scale on them. We can write on them with a marker or a pen, but they're sticky, they're adhesive. You can stick them to a surface so that we can take photographs of them and show it with a scale to show an accurate size.
Thank you. And then Stakes Exhibit 30.
That's going to be just a closer up view of the window.
And it shows the number of defects?
Yes.
And how many do you count?
Looks like 5.
Thank you. Stakes Exhibit 31.
It's going to be a photograph of the same window. Going to be just standing a little further back from it, showing some of the items that were going to be in front of the window.
And were those the items in that position when you came into 102?
Yes.
And were the items of significance to you in evidence collection?
Yes.
Tell us what the significance was.
Some of these items, some of these books, you can see where bullets or bullet fragments passed through these books, creating a bullet defect.
And specifically, is the book entitled Bill Cosby and then one behind it, The Bee?
Yes.
Showing you Stakes Exhibit 32, is that a close-up of those books?
Yes.
And could you tell us what we're looking at or why you took that photograph?
That's just going to be bullet defects that came through the window and struck those books.
And where would you point those out for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor, can I approach again?
Yes, sir.
You're going to be right here on the top of this book. I have one here and one here.
And is Stakes Exhibit 33 a close-up of that?
Yes, it's going to be just another photograph of those bullet defects.
And Stakes Exhibit 34.
That's going to be another book showing another bullet defect passing through.
And I'll go back so we can get an idea. Do you see that same book in this exhibit?
I do. It's going to be this book that's directly behind. Going to be this orange colored book, and that is going to be the defect.
Okay.
That I was photographing.
And that's what we're showing in exhibit 34. Is that correct?
Correct.
And exhibit 35.
Just another photograph of the bullet defect in the orange book.
And so even though a bullet has fragmented, is it still dangerous?
Yes.
State's exhibit 36.
This is going to be a view kind of standing back where closer to the window, looking back at the opposite side of the room from the window. If you can see up here, there are going to be some bullet defects, definitely on this wall back here. Some of them may be up here as well, the ceiling tiles.
But the picture is actually taken from about where the window is, but standing inside the window.
Correct.
And exhibit 37.
This is going to be photographs showing bullet defects in the ceiling tiles. You can see what we call a flight path rod or a trajectory rod that we were able to put through one of the bullet defects, showing basically directionality of the bullet coming from outside the window, coming in through the window, coming into the classroom, striking these ceiling tiles.
Directly across from the window.
Yes.
And State's exhibit 38.
A closer photograph of these bullet defects.
And they have rods in them?
This one does, yes.
And how do you decide how to put a rod in a defect? How does that work?
So when a bullet passes through an object, obviously it will leave a hole if the object itself is usually like this, a ceiling tile. It's a foamy type of substance. For us to put a rod in, usually there's going to be either a corresponding defect on the opposite side, or the path is so pronounced in this surface itself that you're able to slide the rod through the hole and it'll stay put, showing the flight path or the trajectory of the bullet.
Thank you. Exhibit 39.
This is just going to be another bullet defect on the ceiling tiles, actually on the frame in between the ceiling tiles.
And so you have defects in the ceiling and yet defects in books well below the ceiling. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You have defects in the ceiling as well as defects well below the ceiling in these books.
Correct.
And State's exhibit 40, is that a close-up of that?
Yes.
And is there directionality in State's exhibit 40?
Yes.
Would you tell us about that?
Yes, so it's going to be, you usually see a leading edge of a bullet defect, kind of showing where it comes in. This one did not perforate completely through. It came in, it kind of came into the surface, and this one particularly did not have enough energy to punch through this frame. So what it did was ricochet off. And so this fragment went somewhere else in the room.
So once a bullet strikes an object, it doesn't necessarily stop.
Correct.
It could ricochet.
Correct.
So is that dangerous to anybody in that room?
Yes.
State's exhibit 41.
That's going to be just another photograph of that bullet defect.
And exhibit 42. Thank keeps bouncing.
This is going to be another bullet defect with a flight path rod.
And the flat path rod is pointing in what direction?
It's going to be pointing, so it's indicating that the bullet came through the window.
Picture of people's
Minneapolis stuff. Huh. I don't know.
Oh, we're on. Okay. Sorry about it. We've had an issue that's arisen. So really compelling testimony, obviously, from these teachers. But so right now we've been hearing Kevin Wright. He's a crime scene. He's working the crime scene. And we're seeing just where these bullets went, that they, went into the ceiling, and they went through children's books. You just can't, you get, kind of just a sense of how, how the horror when you see where these bullets went.
Yes, I think that's part of the reason I think why they're offering this and showing this, to show you that it's just not enough that the kids and the teachers weren't close to the window, because you think, oh, common sense. You think, okay, don't be close to the window. But the fact that once the bullets come through the window, they act so erratically up in the ceiling. Some of them, the way that they ricochet just shows you just how volatile and how dangerous the type of weapon and the type of ammunition that the shooter was using can be, and how much damage it really can cause.
Yeah, well, in a rifle round, one of the first times that I really became familiar with how destructive, deadly a rifle round was back in 2016. I covered the shooting in downtown of the 4 Dallas officers and the Dart officer that died. And, they did not have on heavy vests, and those rifle rounds just they were just like, going through butter, because a rifle round just is tremendously powerful, and it's not like firing a round from a handgun. It's a whole different kettle of fish, and the amount of damage that it can cause. In your mind this afternoon, I know the testimony's been compelling, right? I mean, listening to these teachers just like rips your heart out. But are we so far getting to criminal culpability yet for Adrian Gonzalez?
I'm hoping that all of this is laying the foundation for how they're going to tie this all back to him. All of these technical things that they're putting forth, hopefully will be sewn up and buttoned up ultimately to show what his inaction resulted in.
Okay, we're going to go back to the feed.
As opposed to at an angle over to this side of the room.
Correct.
And exhibit 49.
Again, it's going to be a picture of the same bullet defects on that wall, and you can see our markers showing the bullet defects.
And I guess I'm looking at okay. Moving next to exhibit 153.
Okay, this is going to be one of the bullet defects. This is the one that we saw earlier, where the ceiling tiles actually meet the wall. And there was a bullet defect that went in right there.
I don't know what happened to the feed, but it
Right where the wall and the ceiling
yes
connect. And exhibit 154.
This is going to be just another one of the bullet defects in that wall.
And 155. Sorry, it just bounces back.
This is a photograph of a couple of the Rangers trying to basically dig either a bullet or a bullet fragment out of the wall.
So it's more than just the defect that you try to recover the fragments also, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's what they're doing?
Yes.
And 156, is that a close-up of that?
Yes.
And exhibit 157.
That is going to be the bullet that came out of that defect. The defect, the YBD31.
And is that the same shape it would be in when it was in the entire cartridge?
No.
Tell us the difference.
When this bullet is obviously flattened, it hit a hard surface, and so the edge, the pointy edge of the bullet is flattened where it hits, most likely where it hit this wall.
And states 158.
It's going to be another bullet defect.
And the defect is numbered?
Correct.
And do you match that up then when you recover fragments?
Yes, if we recover a fragment from that particular bullet defect, we generally try to take a photograph of whatever came out of that bullet defect.
And so what is this defect labeled?
YBD25.
And exhibit 159. Maybe.
This is going to be a bullet fragment that came out of that bullet defect.
And how would you describe that fragment?
It looks to me like a piece of a copper jacket from the outside of the bullet. It's pretty mangled up.
Exhibit 160.
So this is a photograph standing in the hallway on the opposite side of the wall. So for reference, so the jury can understand, if these were the windows that we started with, this is the opposite wall that the bullet defects from the previous photographs. This photograph is going to be from a hallway that would be on the opposite side of that wall. You can see where we have bullet defects coming out, where they traveled through the room and into this hallway, and one of them coming over here and actually going through the wall on the opposite side of the hallway.
And what was the origin of those fragments that caused that?
Everything from everything that I observed at the scene, every one of those bullets came through the original windows where we started the photographs.
So go through a window, through sheetrock, both sides of the sheetrock wall, and then penetrate another sheetrock wall?
Yes.
So would that be dangerous to a human being?
Yes.
Even after it goes through a window?
Yes.
And when a bullet hits a window, what happens to the window?
A multitude of things. It depends on several factors, including what type of glass it is. But I mean, generally speaking, I mean, there's a lot of things that it can happen to the bullet.
And to the glass?
The glass usually shatters, again, depending on what type of glass it is.
And is it a dangerous speed when glass shatters from a bullet strike?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 161.
So this is going to be a picture of the two bullet defects that this is where they were coming out of the original room, room 102.
And then across the hall.
Yes.
And does it also show a trajectory rod?
Correct. Shows that it is going through the opposite wall on the other side of the hallway.
And is Exhibit 163 show a different kind of defect?
Yes, so this is a defect that was caused by a bullet fragment.
Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Oh, me.
Yeah.
Not the witness. Okay.
No, dude, I'm sorry. We're not even halfway through. I'm about to go on.
This evening, don't discuss the case, don't let anybody discuss it with you, don't read anything, watch anything, or listen to anything that may be in the media concerning the case. Would everyone please rise for the jury? Ranger, the city of Bernie would not like being described. All right, we'll see you all in the morning. Have a good evening.
Okay, so it looks like the judge has sent the jury home for the day. Of course, we're waiting to see if, sometimes after court has concluded, they do a little bit more, but we haven't seen that that's going to be the case. Although we had some testimony that, this ballistics testimony hasn't been the most titillating stuff. This testimony from these teachers, from these school employees, has been really compelling. Of course, we started the day with the testimony from Stephanie Hale, and there was this whole issue that arose about her having, this difference in her testimony from what she originally
Thank you for subscribing to at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Hit that Cash App code or become a member today for all new exclusives.
Was nothing she.
May 24th, 2022. Police respond to a school shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. Video released of the response garnered outrage when police took 77 minutes to kill the gunman.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear me? Please put your gun down, sir. Please don't hurt anyone else.
The shooter entered Robb Elementary at 11:33 a.m. 3 minutes later, 11 law enforcement officers arrived inside. Officers at several points delayed gaining access to the room by clearing other classrooms and negotiating with the shooter. After 50 minutes, the team begins to move towards the classroom. A little over 20 minutes later, rapid gunfire, and the gunman is killed.
I just don't know what was going through those policemen's minds that tragic day, but everything said, there was just no action.
19 students and 2 teachers were killed by the gunman, and 17 survivors were hurt.
Somebody's error was made there, and they gotta pay for that error because we're paying it for the rest of our lives, not seeing our kids grow up.
Nearly 400 officers waited before confronting the 18-year-old gunman, and only 2 officers have been charged. One of the 2 senior officers in charge is now going to trial for the failures of that tragic day. Former school officer Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 counts of abandoning and endangering a child. If convicted of all charges, he could face up to 58 years in prison. Gonzalez pleaded not guilty to the charges, and a judge granted his request for a change of venue for the trial. Defense attorney Nico LaHood said, quote, "It would be impossible to gather a jury that would not view the evidence through their own pain and grief."
I think in this case, it was just negligence. Who waits 77 minutes outside? Who does that? Because I guarantee if it was their children, they would have ran in. And that's just all there is to it. They failed us. They failed our kids. They failed our city. They failed our community.
Soon after we received the news that our daughter
was among the 19 students and 2 teachers that died as a result of gun violence. We don't want you to think of Lexi as just a number. She was intelligent, compassionate, and athletic. We stand for Lexi, and as her voice, we demand action.
In response to the shooting, the Texas Senate passed the Uvalde Strong School Safety Act, improving the way police deal with active shooters.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.